Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Game of Thrones. The Golden Lion Chapter 1. A king and his betrothed Red Keep. They are coming. Ah. Thud. Visible veins covering the entirety of his face, Joffrey fell to the floor while clenching his neck in agony. The sliding death inching closer to him showed him scenes he couldn't make sense of but were so vivid that they etched themselves in his mind. From the death of Brandon Stark at the hands of the Mad King, the death of the Mad King at the hands of Sir Jaime Lannister, the murder of King Robert Baratheon from the schemes of his mother and the secrets of his own birth. From the land beyond the wall to the lands beyond the sea, from the past to the future, Joffrey saw, heard, and felt as his eyes turned stark red and his mouth foamed with poison residue. Anger, fear, disappointment. Joffrey saw his own cruelty from the eye of a third man. How those around him cowered in front and sneered behind him. His own mother saw him as a sick monster, and the realm hated him for being another Mad King. I see all. Amidst the chaos at the wedding feast, his last words escaped his mouth and became the first of his reborn self. Eat shit, dwarf. You're on the wrong side of the wall. I lost half my men. The Blackwater's on fire. It's all useless. Clad in his regal armor, Joffrey voiced loud enough to be heard by Tyrion beside him. All this is meaningless. This war, this filth, this. A strange glow appeared in Joffrey's deep green eyes as they suddenly began turning pale blue, seemingly reacting to something magical. His senses returned to his body, and he looked around himself. Chaos was everywhere. The rain was draping the battlefield, and yet the fire never quashed itself. Right below the stairway of the border wall, he watched as the hound, or dog as he called him, bickered with Tyrion. Fear of fire. Joffrey mumbled under his breath as he recollected that information out of nowhere in a surprising moment of calm. He remembered this event, how he shouted back then when the city's defense began dwindling. Sir Clegane, Joffrey shouted, shocking the two men as he never used that word to call the scarred man. Can you at least man the wall and command the archers? You will be rewarded with gold once this is over. What? But we need him out there, your grace. Sir Lancel Lannister came running, stumbling, holding his injured arm. The Queen has sent me to bring you back to the Red Keep. Joffrey, knowing the future, the past, the various examples of fallen kings, and how vile Cersei was, felt no love for anything. There was confusion in his mind, not knowing what was happening after his humiliating death. But there was some clarity in this moment. If you don't defend your own city, Joffrey raised his hand and stopped Tyrion mid-speech. Sir Lancel, you will remain by my side in this battle and fight. Uncle, I'm not going anywhere. But your grace, the Queen has, shut your mouth. Queen Mother is the word you all must use for her from this instant. Joffrey bellowed, his anger flaring up, an old habit after all. I am your king, my word is the law, and I command you to follow me in this battle. But, Joffrey turned his back and focused on the battlefield as the sound of a battering ram slowly weakening the defense became louder and louder. Sir Mandon, stab through Sir Lancel's heart if he speaks or dares leave the battlefield. Uncle, do you have any plans? He turned to the short man, whose abilities he could finally see. He knew the role the man would play in the future. Tyrion looked at the gathering soldiers or whatever able-bodied men they had left in the city. They're at the gates, and we need to engage them outside. I know a way out, your grace. Then lead us there. You are the king. It is you who must lead. Just raise your sword and say some words. They will follow you. Joffrey looked at the crowd of soldiers who watched him with hope. It was laughable that they were ready to put their trust in him, who had done nothing but show his vile side up until then. But things were going to change from now on. My soldiers. Joffrey raised his sword, feeling it quite heavy in his arm. My uncle here knows a way out, and I know a way to end this battle. We kill them all. So follow me as I lead, but I promise no riches, for protecting this city is our duty, but once we win, I do promise lots of ale and women, on me. Just then, Tyrion chimed in, raise your swords and shout in the name of your king Joffrey. Hail the king, kill, kill, kill. The soldiers were pumped, and their vigor returned. But Joffrey knew what was awaiting them outside. So he turned to look at Esser Boros, his Kingsguard, and whispered something into the man's ears. "Take Esser Clegane with you and 6 more men. I need it done as soon as we charge at the enemy outside, and remember, aim in the direction of the Red Keep," Joffrey commanded and walked to Esser Clegane. He whispered something into his ears, which earned a grunt of acceptance. "If you fail, I'll strip you of all ranks and send you to the wall." Immediately, the Kingsguard rushed away with Esser Clegane away from the front lines and into the city to do something nobody knew. Joffrey being competent, albeit still seeming insufferable, was a rare sight to see. Especially to Tyrion, who began questioning whether this was the same boy. But the short warrior decided not to question anything, leaving the matter for the future. "Lead us to the secret path, uncle." Tyrion nodded and moved quickly. With Joffrey behind, the entire army, with their morale at their highest ever, traveled through the secret passage and soon arrived behind the army that was trying to break into the city. "Charge!" Joffrey shouted and ran forward. However, he still feared for his life and let the others run faster than himself and engage the enemies first. However, the most shocking thing was how his uncle seemingly effortlessly chopped a man's leg with his battle axe. "Kill the king, Stannis!" Men roared. "Protect the king!" Tyrion shouted in return. Clash. At last, Joffrey found himself blocking a strike. His arms quivered underneath the pressure, finding the lack of strength in his body utterly shameful. This is all so meaningless. He cursed again as the haunting image of the others flashed in his head, and he found the momentary energy to push forward. Whoosh. He swung his blade and sloppily stabbed the enemy's throat. At that time, Esser Mandan appeared and cleaved the man in half with a mighty swing. The battle went on, quite bloody at that. Having lived through his own death, Joffrey felt nothing while killing or using his own soldiers as shields before landing a blow at the enemy. He lacked strength, so all he could do was be quick on his feet. The Kingsguard wasn't enough either, so he had to defend himself. But over time, while seeing their king fighting alongside them, the soldiers overcame and killed the invading army. As the last man got stabbed to death, the soldiers began to shout the cry of victory and lit a fire on the overturned battering ram. "King Joffrey! King Joffrey! Halfman! Halfman! It's not over yet!" Joffrey roared at the top of his lungs, sadly sounding nothing like a man as his voice cracked. Aim to the east. Right then, the muffled, combined war cries of the enemies came from the distance in the blanket of the night. An army was coming their way. They could hear it and feel it rumble on the ground. "Prepare." Tyrion took the command and readied the soldiers. Joffrey nervously stared and waited, having noticed Esser Boros and the Hound already. But the contraption wasn't ready yet, and he felt his body shivering in fright. There were too many soldiers to battle against, and at the same time, he didn't want to give this victory to his grandfather, another lion, who wished to use him as a mere tool. "Your Grace." Esser Boros's voice came at last. Not even wasting a second, Joffrey roared back, at the same time. "Loose." Boom. Whoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air echoed with a frightening whistle. It was too dark to see, so neither they nor the enemy saw it coming, but the carnage showed the effects. Stannis' charging army was chopped in half from their thighs. The entire front line of the army and all the way to the middle were sliced. Each and every man turned into a bloody mess, and those who didn't die merely cried in their pool of blood. Tyrion rubbed his eyes and quickly dismissed the possibility of magic when he noticed the Hound and Esser Boros standing a distance apart with a portable large ballista called Scorpion. He connected the dots and instantly realized what Joffrey had done. Tying a thin string of a sharp wire or rope with 2 arrowheads of the Scorpion and shooting them, instantly making a deadly weapon. "Charge!" Joffrey roared again and ran forward. The enemy was still there, and his little trick had only killed the front line and shocked the rest with the gore. The rest, he knew, still needed to be done in traditional ways. Clank. Clash. Soon enough, the highly motivated defenders, high on their thirst for victory, pounced on Stannis' men like hungry lions. Slowly but eventually, victory appeared within sight as the enemies began to retreat. Joffrey, beside Tyrion, fought all over the battlefield, killing whatever he could find. But he had a different reason for sticking by his uncle's side. He knew that he alone wasn't enough to outsmart cunning people like Cersei and Tywin, so he needed the next best mind to help him, and for that, he needed to earn this man's trust. Thud. Here it comes. Joffrey saw his Kingsguard, Essermand and more, turning against them and coming to strike Tyrion. Loose. Whoosh. Just then, Esser Boros used the scorpion and shot the gigantic arrow at the Kingsguard. The arrow pierced through the man and nailed him to the city wall. Fucking traitor. Joffrey grunted and prepared to fight another foe. Tyrion saw it all and was left speechless. What is happening? Did the Seven suddenly decide to possess the boy? Is this a dream? How did he know it before it happened? Kill them all. Almost with bloodlust, Joffrey roared with his hoarse voice, his throat already shattered from so much shouting. He ran towards the fleeting soldiers of Stannis, scared of the increasing ballistas that were shooting at them from the walls, the dead bodies that continued to pile up, and the screaming morale of the city's guardians. It's over. Tyrion mumbled as the last man ran back towards the sea. Kill them. Joffrey still kept shouting, his own body marred with minor wounds, his face covered with blood that wasn't his, and his sword dripping crimson. Your Grace, we've won. Tyrion tugged at Joffrey's arm and pulled him out of his stupor. You won. What? Panting, Joffrey looked around himself. The soldiers were celebrating, raising their swords and burning all the battering rams and dead bodies to light up the beach. Not over yet. Joffrey tiredly grumbled and once again began moving. He swayed occasionally as his body lacked the stamina he wished he had. The gates opened, and he walked back into the city with Tyrion, his squire, and Esser Boros behind him. All the way to the Red Keep and then pushing through the doors. He arrived at the throne room. There, Cersei sat on the Iron Throne, telling stories to Tommen on her lap. Just the mere sight of his mother churned Joffrey's stomach. A woman who would go to any length to get what she wanted, and he had no doubt she'd kill him too. Joffrey. Cersei yelped and jumped to her feet before running all the way to him and taking him in her embrace. Are you all right? What happened? Why didn't you come? I was so terrified for you, my love. Joffrey didn't hold her back and waited until she stopped hugging him. Then, he walked from her side and climbed the stairs to the Iron Throne before finally taking his seat. Ah! He felt pain across his body, some muscles pulled, and some minor open wounds. But he maintained a dignified look and stared at the door. The war is over. I won, mother. Utter confusion spread across Cersei's face. She couldn't believe this was her own son. His entire aura and persona felt so different. Bam! Right then, the doors to the throne room opened once again, and dozens of Tyrell forces entered. Then Tywin Lannister appeared, the man Joffrey knew he needed to be careful with. But it filled Joffrey with joy seeing Tywin and Tyrell forces look clean, their armor shining. They were too late for the battle. What happened out there? Tywin inquired in a dignified tone. Thud. But just then, the Hound entered while dragging a man behind him, short hair, blue eyes, in leather armor, and looking bloodied up. Anyone who saw him gasped. I found him right where you told me to look, Your Grace. The Hound said and threw the man forward on the flooring. Joffrey genuinely smiled at that moment and felt completely relaxed at last. Life had thrown him into this situation all too suddenly, but he was able to make the best of it. Stannis Baratheon, do you have anything to say? Joffrey stood up and walked down the staircase while addressing the man he had caught. You did a commendable job, Your Grace. Tywin tried to chime in on Joffrey's moment of glory since his plan was ruined. You clearly require rest and healing. I shall interrogate the rebel. No need. Joffrey silenced his grandfather and menacingly dragged his sword. The tip scratching the floor, maliciously frightening. We are not dealing with a mere rebel, after all. This man here is a heretic who enslaved himself to the Red Priestess, bidding her twisted fantasies, weaving stories to take my birthright. Tonight, with my own hands, I proved that I'm every bit a Baratheon that my father was. With an army much smaller, with a single ship, I won. By then, many of the soldiers who fought at the Blackwater Bay also arrived in the throne room and hummed in agreement or downright chanted his name with fervor. You are no Baratheon. Stannis scowled despite being almost unconscious from the beating the Hound gave. I am the only true key. Whoosh. Ting. Joffrey didn't allow Stannis to speak another word and stabbed straight through his mouth, piercing the blade all the way until it came out of the back of the head. His body fell back, only to stay slant from the support of the sword. I am the only true Baratheon. I am the only true king, Joffrey proclaimed, aiming his words at almost everyone in the room. Of course, those who fought alongside didn't doubt him anymore, but the Tyrells did. King Joffrey, King Joffrey, grandfather can't be allowed to become the hand. I'll lose whatever pitiful power and control I have left. He reminded himself. Uncle, he looked at Tyrion, the current hand of the king. Send a raven to Dragonstone with Stannis' ring and a finger. Tell them Stannis is dead, and give them a week to surrender. Give a surety that my cousin, Shireen, will not be harmed, but the Red Priestess must die. As you wish, Your Grace. Surprised by how fluidly the boy moved and acted, Tyrion decided to do as asked for now and left. Next, Joffrey glanced at his grandfather and understood that he had to give something to him and the Tyrells since he still needed the alliance with the Tyrells. The crown was in too much debt. The city was in decay. Grandfather, Your Grace, the old lion looked at the changed king. Can you organize a small army to sweep through the Stormlands? With this defeat, the kingdom stands without a significant army. They need to be reminded who their king is, Joffrey said while locking gaze with the man. But then he glanced at Sir Loras Tyrell. I'm sure the Tyrells can help. Of course, in return, I'm willing to give you anything you may desire. He knew what Tyrells wanted, and honestly, he found himself quite interested in tasting the rose of Highgarden that he couldn't in his other, foolish lifetime. Ah, I feel tired now. He stumbled a little and knelt on one knee to end the awkward gathering. Your Grace, the loyal Kingsguard came running to help and led him out for healing and much-needed rest. With that, the long and tiring night came to an end. Chaotic, fruitful, and certainly interesting. Such were the words Joffrey used to describe it. Now to deal with the North, he told himself before beginning to lose consciousness to fatigue. He's a monster. Born of incest. He's a demon. I wish 1,000 deaths upon him. Tell Cersei, it was me, Dracarys, ha. Joffrey woke up in his bed in the middle of the night. His eyes were red, panting and sweating throughout his body, covered with bandages in some places. The words, the memories of the future and the past, all haunted him and, above all, what lay beyond. Your Grace. Joffrey looked to his side at the source of the meek feminine voice. He knew who it belonged to, but why she was there was worth questioning. Sansa, what are you doing here this late? He asked, finding the look of the girl quite charming. Now that he had died once, he saw what he had never cherished before. She was tall and slim with auburn hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, a lithe body that was constantly more and more alluring as time passed. Sansa's eyes widened in panic, and her stuttering voice came while never meeting his gaze. Why, Your Grace, the Queen ordered me to care for you and help you with the faint fever. I have broken her spirit. Joffrey saw it clearly now. He had seen the future, and he had seen how fierce and headstrong she was destined to become. However, not as an enemy from now on. He had learned his lesson with the dose of poison, to not antagonize people when a little bit of smiling and scheming can get the job done. Thank you, Lady Sansa, he spoke gently and respectfully, taking small peeks at her dress that was likely a nightdress, a simple silk gown with a cut for the neck that showed some skin above her budding breasts. May I ask you something? Sansa tensed up immediately, not wanting to be with him in the same room at such a time. Oh, of course, Your Grace. Do you fear me? Sansa didn't reply immediately, feeling taken aback. I don't, Your Grace. You're a very kind man, a responsible ruler, and I'm not any of these things. Joffrey interrupted her with a hint of annoyance in his voice. The truth is that I have been very unkind towards you and the people of this city. I have hurt you physically and mentally. I have tried to humiliate your modesty in court. So tell me again, do you fear me? I want the truth, or I will be angry. I. Sansa froze in fright, for she knew telling the truth would also get her in trouble. Calm down. Joffrey suddenly shifted his hand and placed his palm on hers as she sat beside his bed. He caressed her bare skin, warm and smooth, and apparently shivering. If I said I'm a changed man now, would you believe me? Once again, she remained silent. She knew how unstable Joffrey was with everything, so it was hard to believe anything he said. Are you not my betrothed? Joffrey asked her. I am, Your Grace. Then should you not be honest with me? And look me in the eye when talking. Joffrey lifted her face by the chin with his finger until she looked at him. Tell me, do I look more handsome now with all these scars or before the battle? "And now, your grace," she replied. "Why, you look like a fierce warrior who has defeated so much fear in her heart." Joffrey sighed, seeing her state. "But I can't delay it anymore. The Tyrells will demand it tomorrow. I must get Sansa to become mine in every way possible. Forgive me, I have been the worst of husbands to you. I'm sure you hoped for a graceful prince, a nobleman in all forms," he muttered and looked towards the ceiling of the regal room, reminiscing about all the mistakes he ever made. "Truth be spoken, I have been a disappointment to myself. But tonight in the battle, I found a purpose, a reason, a role that suits a king." "Who are you?" Sansa suddenly questioned. Joffrey laughed and spoke the words he knew she wanted to hear. "Ha ha, too many people have been asking me this question, Lady Sansa. But war changes people, and it gave me a purpose. I wish to end all bloodshed, I wish to end all the wars, with your brother, with the Ironborn. I want prosperity in this realm. Will you help me in this pursuit?" Sansa stared at the hand Joffrey extended towards her. It was exactly what she always wanted ever since she arrived in King's Landing. However, all she received was pain, torture, and tears. Even now, tears welled up in her eyes. "And yet again, I've made this maiden cry." Joffrey wondered how he was so delusional about himself before. Heck, he couldn't even lift the sword that well in the battle. There was nothing mighty about him. "I will, your grace. I will help you if you'll have me by your side," she replied like a dignified lady, albeit with fear in her eyes. "Oh, Lady Sansa." Joffrey suddenly sat up on his bed, his bare chest clad with bandages becoming visible. He shifted and pulled Sansa in for a hug from her seat on the chair. She had to get up and sit on his bed to accommodate him in a quick move. Before she even knew it, her chest was pressed on his, and both their bodies felt the exchange of heat. She wanted to get away from him, but at the same time, the fear of angering him reigned over her mind. Helplessly, she just hoped the night would pass quickly. He knew it was awkward, so he kept caressing her back gently on the silk gown, respectfully. He hugged her tightly, holding her with an intense grip. She didn't scream or resist him. She just tried to speak shyly but wasn't able to. "I know my mother and I have been unkind towards you. But no more. I am the king, and I say that you are to be respected and given complete freedom in this castle. You are to be at my side, Lady Sansa. For that trust to build between us, we must be closer," Joffrey said, implying various meanings as he beckoned and glanced at her pale face with striking features. Her deep blue eyes were utterly charming. Her high cheekbones and thick auburn hair were a sight any man would want at his bedside every night. He wanted her. He needed her, not just for political reasons but for personal needs. "What do you mean, your G?" Joffrey cut off her words and planted his lips on hers without warning. He knew it was too quick, but he had to do it before someone annoying came to disturb them. His one hand remained wrapped around her thin waist, keeping her tightly held against his chest. His other hand cupped her head from behind so she couldn't escape his lips while his tongue tried to pry her mouth open. She tried to protest. "Your Grack." Just as she tried to speak, Joffrey invaded her mouth and kept it open with his tongue. He pulled her closer as he leaned back, taking the support of the headboard of the bed. Sasna was almost resting on his body, with her hips resting between his legs and her breast pressing against his right chest, her palm resting on the other in a useless attempt to get away. He reveled in her intoxicating scent of perfumes, and the taste of her mouth was just right. His tongue slurped around hers, plundering her deliciousness. Eyes closed, he kept at it and slowly felt faint responses from her tongue. At the same time, his one hand on her waist slid slowly, tracing her curves and eventually resting on her round, alluring hips that were a charm on her tall stature with those long legs. At last, his curiosity was quelled as he felt her softness. There was quite a lot to need. Meanwhile, his other hand moved from behind her hand to downward and gripped her neck softly, sending quivers of fright across Sansa's body. "Your G," she tried to speak, but he shut her up with a deep kiss. For a few long moments, he kept playing with her tongue until she became fully responsive, tugging on his tongue with her lips as well and participating in their slippery, slurping, heated game. Her breath eventually turned choppy, seeming like shallow pants. "Sansa," Joffrey left her mouth to speak, letting their saliva drip from the union of their lips. He stared at her face with a burning desire while caressing her cheek with a hand, playfully tugging her long, silky hair. Am I not your betrothed? She nodded innocently, like a little deer caught in the lion's jaw. You are, your grace. Then forgive me. We should have done this ages ago. Joffrey smiled and kissed her again, a very small one this time. Oh, how foolish of me to never taste these rosy lips of yours. I had the most alluring beauty beside me, and I failed to cherish her. Sansa shyly looked down and smiled, something she never thought she'd be doing in front of Joffrey. Thank you for your kind words, your grace. Joffrey, he corrected her. You are my woman, someone I like and love. You get to call me Joffrey from now on until we part from this world. She likes these romantic words. I hope they work. Joffrey thought in his head, trying his best to appear like the man she had wanted since forever. Of course, a part of it was to make her fall for him, and the other was to prepare her for the next little game. But we're not married yet, your grace, she said, still showing hints of doubt. Ha ha. He laughed and lay down completely on the bed, resting his head on the pillow. He pulled Sansa to his side, too, placing her head on his shoulder. Our fathers made the decision, and now we must respect it. The day we were betrothed, you became my queen in heart. I hope you can forgive my foolery until now. I was a madman, fueled by weakness of mind, living an aimless life. Sansa, finding herself feeling more and more attracted to this new Joffrey, looked up at his face and softly caressed his distant cheek. What is your aim now, your grace? It's working. I can feel her heart beating fast. But it could also be fear. Joffrey couldn't decide when to take the next step. Dreamily, Joffrey lowered himself a little and turned towards Sansa's face, bringing himself so close that their nose almost touched. They both felt each other's breath. What do you see when you look at me, Sansa? He asked. Sansa smiled and caressed Joffrey's face, slowly placing her gentle, thin fingers in his hair. A changed man, much stronger, much kinder, much more regal, a warrior, a victor, everything I ever dreamt of. Mother was right, she's too easily influenced by emotions. Joffrey sighed internally, thanking Sansa's naivety as well as seeing it as a weakness. Now that she was going to be his person, he needed her to be stronger. Joffrey smiled hearing her reply and leaned forward to kiss her again. He strongly wrapped his arms around her to hold her tightly, bringing her head under his chin. He felt her perky breasts press against his bare chest and his throbbing erection stabbing against her lower belly. My aim, Sansa, he decided to give her some truth, is to end my fears, become a king loved by all, respected across all of the 7 kingdoms. Feed the poor, care for the orphans, end all wars in Westeros, and bring justice and order, spend joyous time with my queen in peace. You are not a terrible king, your grace. He knew she had just given a spontaneous response. Ha, you know that's not the truth, Sansa. Look at the realm. The North, Riverlands, and Iron Islands are in an open rebellion, while the Vale remains a dangling threat, and there's a Targaryen across the sea with baby dragons, waiting for them to grow and burn us all. This city is rotting, there is no food, and this winter will be harsher than most. Loving the warmth of Joffrey's body and the feeling of concern in his voice, she felt as if in the arms of a wise king who knew everything. Why don't we buy food from the Reach, your grace? He chuckled, caressing her entire back with his hands, keeping her warm and attempting to arouse her. That requires gold, and the crown was left 6 million in debt by my father. The Tyrells won't sell us food either, until they receive something great in return. Lannisters already amount to 3 million of the debt. I'm afraid I'll have to make sacrifices to solve these problems. Your grace, Sansa suddenly spoke up and raised her face to his. I'll help you in any way I can. Well, of course, you will, my lovely queen, he playfully replied and turned over with Sansa, bringing her underneath himself, her wrists pinned aside by his hands, his knees resting the sides of her thighs. Don't you resist now. I can't talk anymore with this killing erection. He looked at her face, seeming so naive and so charming, her hair sprinkled around behind her on the bed. Your grace, Joffrey leaned down and kissed her lips. Finally, to his pleasure, she reciprocated openly and wildly, eating his mouth this time as she attempted to swallow his tongue. But he didn't want to wait anymore and immediately left her mouth to kiss her neck. His lips caressed her alabaster skin, so smooth and pure, emitting the heat of her heart. His tongue licked around her collar, her side neck, and her ear, making her shrink herself and suppress her giggling moans. "I was such a fool," he muttered and nestled his face under her chin. He kept lowering his lips and used one hand to pull her neckline down with his fingers, giving his lips more skin to cover. Feeling her hands rubbing his hair, he saw it as her permission to go further. So, without her knowing, he softly pulled the knots at the side of her gown that kept it held together. 1, 2, 3, there were quite a few that tested his patience. But in a few moments, he flicked her gown apart and opened it wide, which revealed her completely naked form without a single small cloth since she was prepared to go to sleep. "Your Grace," Sansa, shocked by the sudden situation she found herself in, tried to cover herself with her arms and squeezed her legs together to hide what mattered that night. Joffrey shook his head with a handsome smile. "By the Seven, you are impeccable." He tried to be gentle with her, but it simply wasn't something he was used to. So, a little bit of old Joffrey still played out sometimes. He went down to kiss her lips again, rendering her mute, while his hands caught her wrists and pulled her arms apart. He didn't waste any more time on her face and dragged his tongue down, leaving a trail of hot saliva. In no time, he found his lips resting on her perky, small breasts, still blossoming. Under the air of the room, her sensitive buds rose to stand hard. Joffrey made sounds as he mounted one of her nipples, feeling it around his tongue as if it were a little pebble. Perfectly pale pink, with small areolas around, her flawless body, ready to be plundered, left him exuberant. "Ah," Sansa moaned with little yelps. Joffrey mouthed as much of her swollen flesh as he could and, feeling out of control, bit with his teeth. Not too hard, but enough to leave behind marks of his teeth. Her elastic, flaming flesh was just a delight to ravish, so without waiting, he focused on her other creamy mound and gave a bite as if he were marking her. "UMMPH. She grunted erotically. Joffrey felt nothing but further hardened by her sounds. So he went further down and clawed his palms in her cushiony soft flesh of her thighs to spread her legs apart with no care, ignoring her attempts to keep them sealed. So smooth without a speck of hair, he took delight in the sight of her searing, virgin petals, as pinkish pale as her nipples, warm and moist, the reason for the dark desire that arose between his own legs. He decided it was time, but not there yet. He wanted to see her resolve first and measure how much more work he'd need to do. "My love," he slipped up again, keeping her legs spread apart with his crotch now poking at her entrance. "Pleasure me. Show me how much my queen loves me. Show me the lovely Sansa Stark I was charmed by." Her eyes were filled with dreamy water, her lips moist with his exploration, her face flushed with the heat of their combined desire and a need for pleasure. She lovingly looked at his face with a hint of confusion since she had no clue what to do other than a kiss. "Rise with me, my love." Joffrey moved back and pulled her up by her hand. She followed on her knees all the way to the foot of the bed, where Joffrey sat down with his feet dangling. "Sit between my knees, Sansa." Lost in the moment, she forgot to question his motives and got down from the bed, sitting down on her knees. Being just a little shorter than Joffrey, her face easily reached the middle of his breeches, where the throbbing hill of his erection was. By the maiden, she looks even more beautiful without clothes. He salivated at her naked form. The necklace contrasted against her aroused body, her glorious peaks that were branded with his teeth marks were openly brandished, and her tightly clenched knees revealed a faint residue of the glazing juices. Quickly, Joffrey untied his breeches and removed them, getting fully naked just like Sansa. But he remained seated, showcasing his almost vertically erect cock that needed attention. Sansa's eyes widened but never left his dangling shaft. Pale as the skin of Joffrey, firm bulging lines of veins all across, a thin layer of pubes at the base, and the swollen, pink head. She had never seen a man's tool like this before. Forget touching it. "Hold it, my lovely queen, take it in your mouth," he suggested in an ordering tone. "Pleasure your king." In a daze, albeit with second thoughts, Sansa raised her slender arm and gripped his girth with her fingers. She wrapped her hand around it, feeling his size pulsate, and stretched her fingers with its size. Joffrey knew she was inexperienced, so he taught her what to do. He held her wrist and gilded her to stroke him, up and down, gently and smoothly. She never spoke the entire time, just watching his length. "She seems ready for it." Then, he slid forward, almost standing but leaning his ass on the edge of the bed. He pressed the knob of his cock at her lips and began to pry them open. She responded soon and opened her mouth, letting him enter. Control, Joffrey, you can do it. Joffrey didn't want to plunder her mouth and scare her, so it took all his willpower to hold back. Sansa was so clueless that she even stopped holding his girth with her hand and left it to him to push into her mouth hole. Move your head, love. I don't want to hurt you, he warmly said, making her feel fuzzy in her heart. That did the job as she impaled herself on his length. It was heaven for Joffrey, the slippery tight walls of her mouth, her tongue inexpertly playing around his cock. The saliva, so warm and nurturing, he felt his girth gaining some size itself. But still scared, as soon as she felt his tip touching anywhere near the back of her tongue, she pulled back. Naive, inexperienced, and scared. But at least she's willing to go to any length to pleasure me, which means she's in love. Joffrey assessed. I'll have enough time to teach her the rest later. But for now, he had to hurry. Since her saliva had coated his cock enough, he felt no need for any more lubrication. You feel amazing, Sansa, he complimented her and made her stand up. For a moment, he marveled at her body, her shape that, albeit with smaller breasts, was so alluring as her milky hips had developed quite well around her tight flesh hiding her pure slit-like treasure. Sansa continued to smile, having fallen for Joffrey yet again with just a few words from him. She felt as if her dreams had finally come true, and all the hardship until now was merely a test. I love you, your grace, she proclaimed, blushing and shying right away. O mother, O maiden, you blessed this girl with too much innocence and beauty. And I love you too, my Sansa, he replied and made her turn around, leaving her confused. But in the next moment, he grabbed her arms by the joint of her elbow and pulled her body back, making the silky smooth flesh of her ass fall on his erect length. She felt him nestle between the gap of her cheeks, and she realized what was coming. Your Grace, we should wait until marriage, she said, but held no resistance in her tone or her movements. Joffrey only replied after he raised her a little and pulled her back again, this time slower. He moved his hips to accurately rest his knob just against her tight, unexplored, virgin loins. My love, if we do it today or tomorrow, what makes the difference? I'm the king, and I don't need any Septon's permission to bed my wife. Your Grace. Ah, Sansa moaned as soon as she felt him press into her passionate department. She felt loved, needed, and cherished by Joffrey, and the way he called her wife just broke any wall of resistance left in her mind. No more did she care, she just wanted to be his. Ah, she moaned in pain and held onto her necklace with a hand, as if holding onto the last speck of her purity. Fuck. She's devilishly tight. Joffrey felt a rush of excitement in his head. Be gentle, Joffrey. Don't ruin this. Joffrey had become wiser, but that didn't change his innate nature. There was still a bit of monster left in him. He only ever knew how to go harder with all those whores, and they never minded, for they were nowhere near as pure as this maiden clenching his cock now. With his hands holding her arms, he pushed his hips up and pulled Sansa down on his bulging rod. He felt every single inch of her insides as he tore her apart, being the first man to ever do so. It was a peak pleasure in itself, getting to ruin such a high noblewoman. Every single bump, every single rush of her wetness, every little squeeze of her tightness, he felt it all around his cock, which craved to plunge deeper. But this was the point of no return, so he pulled back an inch. Say my name, Argo. Oh, Joffrey. Oh, mother, ah. Sansa moaned wantonly as pain and pleasure seared through her body. The little snap of something was felt by both, and they knew its meaning. Sansa, my Sansa, Joffrey. Didn't stop anymore, he was unable to. With no care, he arose from the bed while keeping her impaled from behind. He slid one hand around her side and grabbed her breast in a painfully tight squeeze. Ha! With the other, he slapped her ass as hard as he could, leaving a mark. Then he slipped his palm down to her clenching, clogged pussy with his hot cock that drew out her juices, now mixed with a hint of blood. He found the little nub, her secret button of pleasure, and pinched it, rubbed it, twisted it, and earned her mindless moans. Ah, ha, Joffrey, you're making me. Joffrey licked her ivory back, finding her skin incredibly hot. His hips moved with brutal thrusts, his cock completely impaling her sheath all the way until his pubes tickled her crack, and his balls slapped around. Making her arch forward, he spread her legs wider and crouched a little himself, finding more space to fuck her recklessly. He didn't care who heard them outside, and loved hearing Sansa scream in pleasure. Their combined nasty fluids dripped down onto his cock, sliding down with thick drops on his legs. But he didn't care, for the woman in his arms was too ravishingly beautiful. His one hand maintained a strong grip on her breast, kneading her harshly, turning them red. Clap. Clap, clap. It was the middle of the night, and the dimly lit room was filled with nothing but moans, cries, groans, and the scent of their union, a virginity plundered by the king who was reborn. The lion claimed the wolf, and it was far more mind-numbing and cock-melting than Joffrey had ever expected. "Oh, you're squeezing me tight, Sansa," he groaned into her ears as his face was just behind her head. "Can I fuck you every day, my love?" "Ha. Yes, Joffrey." She had lost her mind, her eyes filled with tears that dripped to the floor. The pain had gone away, and the carnal pleasure was all she knew. Joffrey loved her replies and paced faster, feeling the end building up. "On this very bed, yes. In the gardens, oh yes. On the terrace. In my carriage, please, Joff. Yes, on the throne." He kept whispering. And like a good wife, wanting to satisfy her husband, she kept indulging him. Yes, I feel something. So good. Joffrey. Oh my king, my love, oh. My love. Joffrey grinned. He would have been scared of himself if a mirror was there, since this was the face of the old Joffrey, a man lost in lust and pleasure. Ha. He slapped her ass cheek and groaned into her, delving deep and hard. Then take it, my queen, take my seeds in your hungry hole, squeeze my cock, take all of it. Oh, mother, Sansa prayed to the goddess in that moment of peak pleasure as her own mysterious climax built up, a sensation that was new to her. He fucked her into a climax. Her sinful body ravaged, defiled, and plundered by him. She shamefully gave in to him in ways Sansa had never thought she would. Her spasms of pleasure came uncontrollably, being her first. Her legs gave up while her hips trembled around his pumping cock. Her mind went empty while long, uninterrupted moans escaped her lips, and her head fell back in acceptance of everything Joffrey had to give. Arg. Fuck. Joffrey reached his release faster and faster with her first warm nectar of love quenched his cock's thirst. He felt all the muscles around his thighs and the base of his cock stiffen, and a massive load of his seeds flooded inside her plundered depth with his loud groan of blissful agony. Sansa felt his thick nectar move inside her sensitive walls and drizzle out with his continued pumps that seemed to weaken. She felt no protest but rather loved, marked, and blessed by the mother. A piece of Joffrey filled her with the sticky seeds, claiming every part of her depths that she had. Saved for her lover, her man. Arg, your slippery cunt drowned me, my love, he whispered and bit Sansa's ear playfully, maintaining the calm and collected persona as he felt his mind clearing up. With that, he slipped out of her needy depth and allowed his load to drip out of her slit that clenched itself tight again for the next adventure. I hope something comes out of my seeds. He didn't fear his actions resulting in something but rather hoped something would happen. The only way he saw the North returning under him was if Sansa could convince Robb Stark, and for that to happen, Robb Stark had to feel the North was safe again, at least until the others knocked at the walls. But there was another reason he attempted this with Sansa, despite being injured. He knew what the Tyrells were going to demand in return for an alliance. And he knew he'd have to agree to save the realm. Sansa panted hard and sweated drowsily, so Joffrey made her sit on the bed beside him. Then, like a caring gentleman, he went to the side, still fully naked, and brought her a glass of water. Sansa smiled warmly while accepting it. Her eyes remained stuck on his cock that had calmed down, still drenched with their fluids and her blood. I feel like ruining her more. Joffrey bit his teeth, looking at her nude and ruined body. Let's try again tomorrow. My lovely queen, will you warm my bed for me while I lock the door? He asked her in a gentle voice that almost made her fall back dreamily. Of course, my king. She weakly stood up, hugged Joffrey, and then crawled back onto the bed, moving towards the headboard while on all fours. Her ass swayed so perfectly, her dripping petals showing itself openly to him in invitation. Joffrey licked his dry lips and looked down at his member hardening again, joking at himself. You stay down now, Sir Thurston. Joking with himself, he walked over to the door to lock it properly. His mood was so refreshed, and his mind filled with thoughts of looking forward to time with Sansa failed to notice the loud footsteps and voices on the other side of the door. Creak. Just when Joffrey raised his hand to lock the doors, it opened with a loud thump. Right away, the furious face of Cersei came into view. Joffrey, where is she? Cersei roared before she could see her son standing naked at the door. Where is that whore hidin'? Mother. Joffrey shamelessly placed his hands on his waist and greeted her proudly while brandishing the sword that slayed the delightful virgin. Chapter 2. The Rose of Reach thud. As fast as Cersei had arrived, she left, running back in embarrassment. Her face turned red after seeing her son in his namesday suit. But Joffrey didn't shut the door and instead walked out of the bedchamber, still naked. He looked at the two Kingsguards standing there, his protectors. He stared at the two with burning, furious eyes. If you ever, without my permission, let someone enter my bedchamber or any room I'm occupying again, I will skin you alive with my own hands. I don't care if it's my mother, my grandfather, or fucking Aegon the Conqueror resurrected. Venting and making his words clear, he returned to his bedchamber and shut the door, locking it this time. He returned to the bed and saw a worried-faced Sansa staring at the closed door. She tried to cover herself with the quilt, but that was useless as he quickly went under and hugged her warm body against himself, feeling her soft skin soothe his mind and body. I'm the king, and you are mine. What is mine, I won't ever let anyone ruin, he reassured her and made her rest, her back against him as he spooned her from behind, poking the gap of her ass with his warm cock. Now, go to sleep, my love, you need rest to prepare for the morning. She giggled and closed her eyes. For the first time, since arriving in King's Landing, she felt this calm and comfortable. Surprisingly, it came in the tight embrace of the man who was her tormentor. The next morning, Joffrey woke up with the haunting dream of the others again. But seeing the birds twittering outside the window, he chose to get up and ready himself for the busy day that was to come. Seeing Sansa still asleep, he admired the sleeping, naked beauty for a few moments by caressing his fingers over her curvy waist before letting her rest in the warmth of his blankets. He cleaned his face and wore a set of regal clothes fit for a day at the royal court. But before that, there was a quick small council meeting. He didn't want to go there, but he still did, and thankfully, Lord Tywin wasn't shameless enough to still demand the position of the Hand of the King. But Petyr Baelish was, and he desired Harrenhal. Just to keep the man off his back for now, he agreed. But the Tyrells weren't there, and their demand was to be heard in the court itself. Yet, what annoyed him the most was the presence of Cersei in the small council, and the way she stayed seated like a mindless statue of stone. Thankfully, he found himself seated on the Iron Throne soon enough, with the entire throne room decorated with fire, banners of House Baratheon, and a plethora of standing noble members. No praise for House Lannisters was sung by his lips this time. No Tywin Lannister entering the hall on a horse. A simple thank you to the Lord of Castle Rock was spoken, and then the court resumed as planned in the small council. He gave the gifts to those who were planned and anointed a few knights. But he had his own personal wishes to fulfill this time, something he wasn't going to compromise with anymore, not to the hyenas who sat in his small council. Joffrey looked down from his throne and saw a Kingsguard standing near the base of the stairs to his throne. Kingsguard, Sir Sandor Clegane, kneel before your king. Shocked, Sandor Clegane grunted and turned around before kneeling on one knee. He wondered what devilish schemes the boy planned to annoy him now. He regretted not leaving the city the previous night. I am the king of the Seven Kingdoms, so I cannot lower my crown. But as a man, I apologize for calling you dog, when you have been one of the finest knights in this realm and have protected me in the battle yesterday, Sansa in that riot, and many more countless honorable deeds. Joffrey spoke and shocked every single person present in that throne room. 500 gold, not a lot, but I hope it shows my appreciation for what a magnificent knight you have been. Sandor Clegane wasn't expecting this to happen. Heck, he thought he was dreaming. How could a man change so much so suddenly? Did someone hit the boy on the head? Did someone poison him? My uncle, the savior of King's Landing, the famed Halfman, Joffrey called out for Tyrion, who was standing silently farther in the back, not expecting to be given any fame or name. The 7 may not have blessed my dear uncle with the height of a full man, but they certainly compensated by granting him the wits of multiple men. What an indigenous plan to use the wildfire against Stannis' fleet. If not for you, I'm afraid none of us would be here. Tyrion walked forward in pure shock. This little man merely played a little game, Your Grace. The true battle was won by you, with your own hands. Now Stannis burns somewhere without a head. He's careful with his words. Speak, uncle. What do you wish for the bravery you have shown? I can personally anoint you as a knight if you desire. Your actions easily qualify you for such. Tyrion looked at Joffrey, wide-eyed at why his nephew would do such a thing. True, he was perhaps the only high noble in the entire south of Westeros to be an adult and still not a knight. He never chased the knighthood either, since he knew no one would take him seriously. But this was different, as he earned it. The entire court saw the king praising him and detailing his actions. The entire army from the battle saw him fight the previous night. Every child dreams of growing up and becoming a knight, Your Grace, Tyrion replied and lowered himself to one knee. Last I remembered, I am still the size of a child. Ha! Joffrey chuckled, as did the rest of the people. Very well. Joffrey unsheathed his sword and tapped Tyrion's shoulders while speaking the knighting words. Tyrion Lannister, in the name of the warrior, arise, Tyrion Lannister, a knight of the 7 kingdoms. Loud claps ushered into the throne room, and Tyrion looked around in a moment of pride. This was the first time in his life that he saw people genuinely clapping for him. What happened to you, Your Grace? Standing so close, Tyrion couldn't help but ask in a low whisper. I learned to value life, Joffrey replied and returned to his seat before continuing to give the knighthood to a few names who hadn't been decided previously. It included some small folks who gallantly fought on the last night. Only after he was done with them he looked at the Tyrells, Sir Loras Tyrell. The knight came forward and knelt down respectfully. I stand by my words. I am indebted, and the realm is indebted to the House Tyrell for coming to our aid at this moment of need, Joffrey addressed, tiredly so, as he knew the outcome. Speak, and it shall be granted. Your Grace, Loras replied right away, measuring his words. My sister Margaery. Her husband was taken from us before, she remains innocent. I would ask you to find it in your heart to grant us the great honor of joining our houses. Joffrey glanced at Margaery standing on the side, trying to look innocent like a lamb. But her deep-collared thin dress, which showed a large part of her cleavage and faint rises of her mounds, gave away her intentions. Her sultry smile was ever present, and those sly eyes were wild. By the 7, I just want to pin her down, fuck her brains out, stuff her slutty mouth with my cock until she cries her bitch grandmother's name. Joffrey, of course, hadn't forgotten who had poisoned him, as he had seen in the visions of the future. However, before he accepted it, he glanced at Sansa in the stands. Their eyes locked, and he saw the look of worry in her eyes. He knew the girl had fallen in love with him, and he hoped it'd be salvageable after what he was about to do. But I am betrothed to Lady Sansa, he claimed, standing to his feet. With that, he saw things play out just as he had accepted. Cersei pushed through, and the Grand Master came in defense, berating Eddard Stark, berating Sansa Stark, and calling the betrothal null and void. Sir Loras, he spoke after everyone was done speaking as per their scripted plan. I will marry Lady Margaery on one condition. Your Grace, there is no nay. Cersei tried to speak to him while sitting beside his throne. But he shut her up with a palm in front of her face. Sir Loras, I worry for the people of King's Landing. Knowing the riches of Highgarden, I believe a grand wedding celebration is to be expected. But I stand against such festivities, for a king cannot feast when the poor suffer with not even a single meal in their bellies each day. Joffrey tried to speak with compassion, an alien concept to him until a day ago. Hence, I want to keep the celebration small. In dowry, I want the grains and food to fill my granaries for the winter, and until this crisis of poverty and hunger is lifted from King's Landing, the Red Keep and all the nobles in King's Landing will receive 2 simple meals a day only, soup and bread, that's it. Loud murmurs spread across the throne room. A few figures were seen leaving the hall to spread the word about what happened. Your Grace, we didn't discuss th. Joffrey again shut Cersei up and looked at the Tyrells. If such conditions are acceptable, I will wed Lady Margaery. We accept. Margaery stepped forward herself and accepted the terms with a proud smile that only made Joffrey feel the heat between his legs. Your Grace, you are more noble than what I heard. I was in love with your stories before, and now I'm infatuated with your voice, your thoughts. A king who thinks of his people before himself. I will be blessed by the Seven to be by your side with all my heart. So be it. Joffrey nodded, stepped down from his throne, and walked over to Margaery to get a closer look. No doubt. I'm going to ruin this flower very soon. With the desperation I see in her eyes, it won't even be hard. Forgive my hurry, but I must inspect the city right now, Lady Margaery. Joffrey kissed the back of the hand she extended, letting him take a whiff of the expensive perfumes she must have used. Let's meet later and have a sincere talk. She smiled seductively and agreed right away. I can't wait, Your Grace. Fucking harlot. Just another woman trying to rule through me. In that manner, Joffrey quite liked Sansa, for she was too naive and actually love-struck. Her smiles, fears, and pleasures were genuine. Yet again, I have made her cry. He thought, knowing the naive girl must be in tears somewhere. Sadly, there was nothing he could do, not right now. Thud. What was that? Sandor Clegane found Tyrion Lannister in the middle of the day, throwing a bag filled with gold coins on the table, something he received as a reward. What did you do to the boy? Tyrion himself sat with Bronn and Podrick, talking about the matter. Your guess is as good as mine. He's changed ever since yesterday, in that battle. No. His eyes, Sandor pointed out. They're blue, not green anymore. Wonderful news then. Tyrion jokingly replied. King Robert pumped his pipe in the right hole for once in his life. Fat Oaf was probably just drunk and fell on the blonde queen with his cock out, Bronn japed, pouring himself more wine. I just imagined that insufferable woman in my head. Tyrion groaned. Now, I'll need another pot of wine to forget it. Why, I'd fuck her. Bronn dreamily replied. A lot, actually. Tyrion felt like vomiting and focused on the Kingsguard in their presence. Why don't you sit with us and celebrate the rise of the competent King Joffrey, risen from the ashes of the battlefield, a changed man graced by the Seven? Tyrion filled another cup for Sandor. By the way, where is my nephew? Back from his visit to Flea Bottom and the Sept of Baelor, Sandor replied and, in a rare show, sat down to drink. He's with his new queen now, having flowery talks. Or maybe, Bronn nudged with words. You're too drunk, Bronn. Tell me how many fingers I'm holding. Tyrion showed his one palm fully open. 5. Bronn barked. Wrong, it's 2.5, Tyrion replied smugly. I'm a halfman, remember. You wanted to see me, Your Grace. Margaery Tyrell arrived in Joffrey's large bedchamber, draped in sunlight coming from the open balcony with a view of the sea. Every time he saw her, Joffrey remembered what Olenna Tyrell did to him. But he tried his best to control his anger. That face. She clearly thinks she has the upper hand against the foolish Joffrey. She stood in her cyan sleeveless dress, with a deep-cut neck that gave an ample view of the middle of her peaks. Her ivory skin shone in that sunlight. Her thin waist appeared defined and refined with the delicate belt fastened tight. Since I returned from my inspection, I reckoned it's time we had our sincere talk, he said while sitting behind his table and reading a thick ledger, which he sadly couldn't understand. The magic Littlefinger had done with the numbers was nobody's game to catch. Margaery smiled with her lips pressed. Thank you for having me in your thoughts, Your Grace. I feel excited to have this chance to hold intimate talks with you. Brilliant. Joffrey interjected and stood up, closing the ledger. He walked around the table, arms folded, and stopped 3 feet from Margaery. How do you like the capital? Must pale in comparison with a military camp. Joffrey decided to lure her with words he had already spoken to her in another time. After all, he knew what her reply would be, and that gave him a chance to respond appropriately as the new Joffrey and corner her. Oh, it's beautiful, she stepped forward, reducing the distance between their bodies. A military encampment is no place for a lady. Joffrey could smell her perfume. And seeing her from so close, showing all that skin, combined with dislike inside his heart for the House Tyrell, he felt nothing but animalistic desires towards this woman. This smirking, scheming face. I can't wait to show you your place. Let's start with a little dessert first. Standing straight, head taller than her, Joffrey glared into her eyes, and the bedside of a traitor. Ha! Here comes the look of panic. Go ahead, smile again. Is that a place for a lady? He asked further, hammering her. Your house placed your bets on Renly, as did you, didn't you? Your Grace. She measured her words, trying to act intelligent, but her eyes didn't lie. I tried to do my duty as a wife, that is all. Joffrey scoffed and began walking around her in circles, looking at her exciting figure, which he knew he was going to taste soon. Duty. What was your duty to this traitor? The duty of any wife to any husband, to deliver his children. Joffrey stopped in front of her again, much closer this time, so much so that they could feel each other's breaths. He could hear her gulping saliva. So you slept with him. Warmed his bed, let him make love to you, fill you with his seeds. Marjorie's eyes widened at his direct words, but she tried to remain as dignified as possible. I would not speak ill of the dead, which means he's still in your heart. Joffrey interrupted, continuing to walk around her. Feeling panic and a rush to make her point, Marjorie tried to be more direct. Renly, I don't believe he was interested in the company of women. What makes you say that? He asked, already knowing what story she would wave. The usual tactics. I can't believe I fell for these lies. Cersei, Catelyn, Olenna, her, and Daenerys, by the seven. These women need to calm down. He listened to her ramble about Renly never wanting to fuck her, and when he wanted it in the ass, or at least she implied that. Such a degenerate, Joffrey exclaimed, making himself look disgusted. He was known to be such for a while. Oh, Your Grace. Marjorie stepped closer to him, fading any distance between them. She held his right hand on both of hers and pressed it against her chest, above the valley of her mounds, much to his disappointment. It relieves me to hear you say that. Perhaps I should make such perversions punishable by death. Ah, there it is, the look of fear. As is your right, Marjorie maintained her persona despite looking as if she had seen a ghost. She tried to caress the hand that she held. You are the king. Joffrey had waited for this part and looked dead into her brown eyes. Even if it is someone close, that gets punished. All the hair on Marjorie's body stood up. She quickly realized that Joffrey knew about Loras' interest in men. Her hands that held his palm became sweaty all of a sudden, and she found herself licking her drying lips again and again. Joffrey smiled and used his other hand to caress Marjorie's face, trailing the curvy brown hair beside her cheek. Scared? Why your G-Gra? Good sevens. I can't decide if my monstrous impression is a boon or bane. But I love this fear in everyone's eyes. Joffrey slowly trailed his fingers down, reaching her shoulder and then tracing the edge of the neckline of her dress. As a king, it's important that my subjects be afraid of me. But let me be clear, what two men do within the confines of their walls is no business of mine. So kind, you are everything I wished you'd be, Your Grace, Marjorie said, clearly trying to seduce him. Joffrey smirked and took 2 steps away from her, yet I cannot trust mere words. For all we know, you could be here to spread your legs for another man who'd make you the queen. You're not in love with me, Lady Marjorie. You merely desire the seat of the queen. Marjorie felt everything was slipping away from her. Her desperation seeped in, not wanting to lose yet another chance to be called queen. I do love you, Your Gra, ha ha. Joffrey laughed in a ridiculing tone. Love. If Renly didn't feel it, I don't even know if you can pleasure a man. Who knows, I might have to turn to whores later like my late father. But Renly didn't want women. Mere words from a woman who has the most to gain. The man is dead and a clear conflict of interest is what I see, Joffrey countered, leaving Marjorie stumped. What will you do now? I have given all the hints a smart woman would need. He stepped back to his table and lifted a visitor's chair before turning it around. He sat down on it while looking at Marjorie. He kept his knees wide as if giving a clear hint, and his smile was merely an invitation. What would you have me do to gain your love, Your Grace? She asked desperately. He shrugged. I'm not making you do anything, Lady Marjorie. Silence fell. The sound of waves from the sea and the pelicans soaring over it was all that echoed. The thin curtains fluttered in the summer wind behind Joffrey while he merely stared at the woman who thought she was smart enough to handle him. You won't, Marjorie meekly voiced and stepped forward towards Joffrey. Her eyes had become resolute once again, and her lips curved into her usual smile. I can give my word that after me, you will never have to find horse for pleasure. Joffrey loved it, a victory for him. Her words aroused him to no end, and knowing what she was about to do excited his heart. She stopped after reaching him, standing between his sprawled feet. She kept her gaze locked with Joffrey and slowly went down on her knees, then rested her hands on his thighs, caressing him and making sure he was as hard as he could be. Then, she untied his breeches and tried to pull them down. He assisted by raising his hips and even pulled down his small clothes. His swollen manhood throbbed, erect right in front of her face, while she remained busy lowering his clothes. But once she looked back up, her eyes froze at his shaft. Smiling shyly, she clasped his girth with one hand, unable to surround him whole. Just what I expected from a king, Your Grace, you are so thrilling. This harlot, how experienced is she with her mouth? Well, let's find out. His cock twitched as soon as she began to slowly stroke him gently, in one rhythm. She lowered her face as well and rested her chin near the base of his shaft, and gazed at his glorious length with her eyes, tracing its length, which went as high as her forehead. Then, she looked at Joffrey's face with his cock in the middle, being stroked with her delicate touch. You are so big, Your Grace. Joffrey felt his ass clench as he felt a sudden spasm below his balls. Her sultry words, along with that face, seemingly tried to wake up the sleeping beast within him. Is that all? He asked her. Marjorie smirked and slipped her long tongue out, pale red and so perfect between her thin lips. She gave a long, upward lick at his base, going all the way to the tip, and then she took him in, skewering her mouth straight downwards. Joffrey felt his toes curl at that feeling. It was heavenly, more to his mind than his body. To get such a proud, high-born lady to act this slutty was too arousing. Her mouth was so good, and her tongue was masterful. As she lowered her slutty mouth on his cock, her tongue kept pressing at the base, maintaining the tightness. But when she pulled her mouth up, she sucked hard, squeezing her cheeks inward and earning his loud grunts while his hips lifted up on their own. Arg! Joffrey couldn't believe how good she was. But at the same time, he couldn't decide if it was great to have such a wife or bad that she had somehow, likely by practice, gained this experience. You are groshish. Marjorie tried to speak while keeping half of his shaft in her mouth. Continue, he ordered her. Even with her mouth stuffed, Marjorie smiled, notably as her teary eyes squinted. AGK. Marjorie made various sounds as she took him further in, understanding this was her test. If she couldn't pleasure him, her marriage was doomed. Up and down, she wildly fucked her mouth with his cock. Joffrey didn't need to do anything but sit back and relax, not even holding her brown hair that leapt with her fast plunges. She clenched him in her mouth as her life depended on it. Slurping, teething, sucking, she tried everything that she knew. As tight as possible, she kept her lips wrapped around his girth while her one hand maintained a tight grip at the base of his cock with her index finger and thumb like a tight ring. Her other hand fondled his jewels with care, gently squeezing them time and time again, almost bringing Joffrey to the edge of release. GHK. GHK. Her entire face was ruined. The mascara smudged around her eyes, her lip paint colored half of her face red, and her tears continued to come out naturally while she gagged herself, forcing her own mouth to open more to accommodate him. This was the greatest feeling Joffrey had ever had. Without needing to force her head down, the noblewoman was doing it herself. Should spill my seeds in her slutty depth while I have the chance. But first, I'm going to release Marjorie, oh. He groaned with immense pleasure. You're groshish. She struggled to speak and released her fingers that clutched the base of his shaft. All of a sudden, Joffrey's entire body jolted, and he felt a wild release building up. Her mouth kept slurping his cock from the top to the base, her one hand harshly stroking with the movement of her lips. Rubbing around in all that nasty saliva-coated girth, her fingers worked smoothly. Joffrey licked his lips and gritted his teeth. He bucked up a little as uncontrolled spasms took over his legs, making him clench hard. He arched forward on the chair and cried her name with the uncontrolled release. Marjorie. He burst inside her, spilling all the hot seeds he had in him. He felt it around his cock, the load coming out with multiple pumps of his hips, his balls jumping up each time to give her the taste of the nectar. Marjorie kept her lips surrounding his girth tightly, sealing all of his seeds inside her mouth, letting it simmer and coat her tongue, teeth, and throat. She could feel the sticky, silky fluid tickle her throat and tried to control herself from coughing. "Drink it all," Joffrey ordered her. Marjorie, like a good little whore, pulled her lips back while not letting a single drop fall anywhere. She pouted her lips, her cheeks fluffed up right away, filled with his massive release. UGK. She took a big gulp, almost coughing from the thick seeds choking her airway. Her eyes turned completely red from the uncontrolled tears and the lack of breath. But eventually, she swallowed it all and opened her mouth to show. "Your Grace," she shamelessly took her tongue out and showcased a little residue of whiteness still there, but her mouth was otherwise empty. "I hope you're pleased. Keep sucking," Joffrey ordered her instead, shocking her since she already felt sore around her lips. "Keep sucking until I get hard again." "What?" she asked meekly. Joffrey didn't say anything again and folded his arms, staring at her face with an annoyed expression. He just wondered how far she was willing to go. Relenting, Marjorie took his flaccid cock in her mouth once again. It was no longer exciting or thrilling, she did whatever Joffrey asked. But soon enough, she began to feel his length grow and the heat return. Her saliva coated him entirely, and after a few minutes of relentlessly sucking him with no break, he again filled her completely, just as before. However, she felt too sore to satiate his thirst anymore. "Stand up," Joffrey ordered and pulled her up by her throat and then pushed her back towards the bed. His other hand easily tugged on her belt and removed it, freeing her dress up. "You said a wife's duty is to give her husband children. Then why don't we go ahead and try?" Hungry, having lost some of his reason, Joffrey pushed her hard on the bed, so she leaned on the edge. He lifted her dress from below and felt her ivory-pale legs, so smooth and white as if she bathed in milk every day. Her scent was so intoxicating he wondered what her cunt was going to be like. He fumbled her dress up and tried to remove her small clothes wrapped around her waist and loins. It was an annoying little piece of cloth that he hated with all his heart as his cock throbbed with ache and hunger. No, Your Grace." Marjorie gathered herself just then, realizing what Joffrey was trying to do. "Not before we're married." She tried to push against him, but Joffrey kept going, pushing her down on the bed and spreading her legs apart to pin her cunt under his cock. However, he still found trouble unwrapping her damn small clothes. With horror-filled eyes, Marjorie tried to pull herself away from him on the bed, but he caught her thighs around his sides and kept her still. "Your Grace, I'm not your wife yet. You must wait. Grandmother would be angry if we did it so soon." "Fuck." Joffrey still held onto some senses and stepped back annoyedly before lifting up his breeches and tying them. Can't annoy that old bitch so soon. However, he did feel angered because he had made up his mind to plunder her already. "So you finally show your true intentions. Your legs were wide open to fuck that traitor, but you feel ashamed with your king." "No, please list." Joffrey didn't wait and walked to the door in a hurry. "Do not speak to me again or walk close to me unless I allow you. You are nothing but a ruined whore looking for the next richest man to marry, so much for being the flower of Highgarden." He knew very well what he was saying. The poisonous tongue was his talent by birth. He knew Marjorie feared losing him the most at this moment, but she still tried to keep an upper hand in the relationship. So, he tried to give her a little reminder of who the true king was. Just a little silent treatment was going to be enough. Bam. He left the room, allowing Marjorie to sit in silence and think about what she had just done. Though, the whole way, his cock still ached, so he decided to go and find his favorite, naive lover. A smirk was always present on his lips as he made his way. After all, Marjorie just committed a grave mistake by not allowing him to fill her most secret depth with his seeds. As he had told her before, he now had to go and find someone else, all because of Marjorie, who knew playing this game would be this delightful. Knock, knock. Joffrey was the king, and he didn't need anyone's permission to enter any room. So, after a minor knock, he walked into Sansa's private chamber and shut the door behind him before locking it for good. However, when he turned back and looked at the space, he sneered and turned red with anger. The room was small, with just a bed on one side and a mirror with a table on the other for her to dress up. Your Grace. Joffrey turned his head and noticed Sansa stepping in from the open balcony of her room, wearing her noble attire, a silky green gown and some jewelry. Her eyes were swollen red, her mascara smudged, and her skin appeared even more pale and ready to be tasted. Her naive expression of sorrow seemingly entertained Joffrey deep inside. However, on the outside, he maintained himself as the new, wiser man. Sansa, my lovely Sansa. He went ahead and embraced her tightly in his arms, wrapped one arm around her waist, and the other caressed her face. He felt her respond in kind and hide her face on his shoulder before crying some more. I am such a horrible man, my love. I made great promises yesterday and made you cry today, Joffrey said self-depreciatingly. I'm sorry, my Sansa, I'm too weak. My cock is getting more excited. I hope she doesn't mind. At the same time, he did feel the need to find a release quickly, as it seriously started to hurt his balls, making him somewhat scared as he had never held a release for this long. Your Grace, Sansa murmured between her sniffles. What will happen to me now? Will you marry the Tyrell? My Sansa, you are mine, and nobody can take you from me, Joffrey proclaimed and eased onto her lips, locking her tongue with his. His hands held her face from both sides, and his thumbs wiped her tears from her eyes. Sansa felt her thoughts and her body go into numbness as the pleasure of his words and tongue flustered her. She felt loved, desired, and cherished. Her fear that Joffrey had become evil again vanished. But the Tyrell, he didn't let her finish speaking and ate her lips like no tomorrow before making her walk with him towards her bed. He pushed her back on it until her head rested on the pillow, and got on top of her, resting his bulge on her spread legs since her silky gown was pulled up from their movement. Then, he began tearing her clothes apart instead of opening them, starting from her neck. It was too easy for him as the silk was fragile. The whole time, he kissed her lips, her face, her neck, and ground his bulge between her legs. Sansa, if I hadn't agreed, my grandfather would have killed me while colluding with Tyrells. Do you think I'm not replaceable? Don't forget I still have a younger brother, much more naive and easier to control, he gave her the terrifying truth. But know one thing, I'm never letting you go, nor will I allow someone to push you away from me. You are mine, to devour. Feeling how tragic it was, Sansa felt helpless and kissed Joffrey back to find warmth in his touch. Your Grace, I will always be with you in all your fights. Hurt, he smiled and, at last, ripped apart the front of her dress entirely, from her neck to the lower parts of her knee. Right away, her naked body was presented to him, albeit with small clothes. But this time, he took it easy and untied it properly. Sansa, don't worry about the Tyrell girl. I'll stall the marriage with her until I find a solution to all the troubles, he reassured her, making her feel relaxed for the relentless pounding he was about to give her. In fact, I suggest you start writing Robb some letters. If he agrees to drop hostilities a little, I will personally take you up north. Sansa's cheeks flushed as soon as she felt Joffrey's rigid palms overcome her small clothes and hold her milky mounds. You would do that for me, Your Grace. He smiled before taking one of her pink, burning tips in his mouth to mark her with his teeth again. My love, my Sansa, I would do anything for you. And with that, she accepted Joffrey with all her heart, willing to let him do whatever he desired with her body. In her mind, she accepted that she was his to touch and make love to. No matter how rough or gentle, the king was hers and she was his. Ah, Sansa moaned once Joffrey got rid of the small clothes that hid her feathery soft petals. Your Grace, Joffrey didn't waste a second and threw away his breeches and his upper clothes, getting entirely naked, wanting to feel the warmth of Sansa's skin on his entire body. His cock, hard and needy, immediately rested at the tight entrance of her feminine core. Oh, yes, Joffrey. Sansa took his name and clenched Joffrey's hair while the other hand grasped the bed sheets. His teeth bit her swollen peaks playfully, giving her a whiff of fear as well as exciting arousal. So much better than Marjorie. Joffrey felt and buried himself in her folding tightness that watered around his knob. All the way, without stopping, he kept pushing his length in until he felt his faint pubes pressed against the flesh around her entrance. Fucking her face to face this time on the bed, he stopped eating her nipples and straightened back to have a look. His cock rested fully inside her, vanishing completely with her pink slit spread wide around him. By the 7, you're beautiful everywhere, Sansa, he complimented her with genuine feelings. A little gesture of compassion that he actually liked giving. She blushed uncontrollably and closed her eyes but never covered her breasts with her hands. Rather, she raised them for Joffrey, so he could hold them while thrusting his sword deep within. Her perky breasts jiggled with his desperate pumps each time he pulled back his shaft to the tip and then went in again. Stretching her apart, he squeezed every inch of pleasure out of her. Mindless, shameless fucking, it wasn't lovemaking. He watched everything with his eyes. The way she bit her lips, her head shook in pleasure, her loud moans escaping every now and then. Her spread legs tried to close down on him, but he never allowed them and just watched her nectar drool out in sticky strands. Sansa, moan out, as loud as you want, as much as you want. He ordered her. Let the fucking Red Keep know you are my lover. Let the damn Tyrells know you are my woman. Joffrey, my love. Oh, yes, you're filling me. She did as asked and stopped holding back. Abandoning herself to the wild pleasure, she emptied her lungs out with screams of intense orgasm building up. Joffrey felt her intentionally squeeze her walls of pleasure around his girth, sending him into a flurry of hungry, deep plunges. Her love hole was all that he needed after Marjorie left him hanging. Sansa, I'll let it out. Inside again. He warned her and leaned forward, resting his chest on her breast, and kissed her lips, sucking them and biting her neck. OHGH. She let him fuck her as he wanted, for he was her husband. Like a good, happy maiden, she wrapped her arms around his neck and let him maul her lips and swell her cunt. 7. Joffrey, G give meh, UMMMH all, FFFFUC, your, yes, seeds. She didn't know, but Joffrey knew this was his second release. So, he felt his pleasure reaching the tip, and a load of hot, melting nectar barely came out. Arg. Sansa came at the same time and instinctively clenched her legs around Joffrey's hips and pulled him hard against her sheath, so much so that he lifted her body with his slamming thrusts, throwing Sansa's lower body on the bed loudly with each of his hungry pumps. Then, at last, just as he felt the sheer, mind-numbing warmth of her watery climax, he shook violently and shattered inside her, releasing whatever was there deep inside her with his weight keeping her slit spread. His cock pressed deep side, sunken fully all the way. Joffrey had no strength left, and his breath matched Sansa as she writhed beneath him, quivering, shuddering for air. Finally, he slid over to her side and rested down. His silk of lust soon oozed out of her swollen depths, her body ultimately ravaged and spoiled for any other man to please. But somewhere in his heart, he actually began liking this girl, even if it was merely for the sake of satiating his carnal desires. The way she reciprocated every feeling and how accepting she was, it was too perfect in his eyes. He had no doubt she'd let him do anything he wanted with her body next time, and he knew he had some exciting plans. Recovering himself, Joffrey held her body in his embrace and pulled the quilt over. I'll rest here with you. Sansa smiled lovingly and pecked on his lips, which she found too inviting. Won't the queen be looking for you? Fuck the queen, Joffrey barked. I am the king, and I decide what I wish to do. Besides, we have the entire night to ourselves, and I don't plan on letting you sleep at all. I'll fill you up again and again, and again. Oh, Joffrey, shyly, Sansa hugged him and rested her face on his chest. I'm all yours, always. Just as I wanted, my Sansa, just as I wanted. Joffrey smiled with satisfaction. At least now he was sure he had the North somewhat secured for the future. But I need to learn better methods to please these women if I want to win them over. Seeing Marjorie's experience, she won't fall for me with what worked on Virgin Sansa. Certainly, a great dilemma had appeared. But Joffrey knew the future, and thankfully, he had also seen the greatest teacher to teach him the art of pleasuring women. Uncle Tyrion, I will have to borrow your squire and a few whores. Chapter 3. A delightful lesson with roast clash. Arg, these nasty little weak arms. Joffrey groaned and roared as he swung at Sandor Clegane, a man much bigger than him. Ting. The sword struck, and the hound easily parried it, pushing Joffrey back with ease. You have improved, but much is still left to learn. Joffrey gasped for breath on the sandy floor, a private training ground of his own in the Red Keep. It had been a month since he had returned to this old body, and the nightmares of what was to come from the north haunted him more than anything. The debt, the war, the mad woman who was his mother, and all the other blood-sucking leeches who wanted to use him, nothing scared him any more but the dead who walked. "That should be enough for today, Your Grace," the hound said, and left without receiving Joffrey's command. He was a wild man, but at least he began to openly call him Your Grace, instead of avoiding it. His loyalty will come in handy as things become more troublesome. Joffrey thought and pulled himself back to his feet. Being alone, he walked to the prepared jar with water and a basin. He quickly cleaned his face and removed his armor before heading out. The evening had dawned, and the sun was slowly setting. Joffrey looked forward to the evening as he had prepared something for himself. But before any of that, he had a meeting with a certain cockless man with dangling loyalties. As long as my knowledge of the future doesn't end up being wrong, this shouldn't be too hard. He walked up the stairs and eventually reached the terrace, one of the high towers of the Red Keep, overlooking the sea and the beautiful sunset. There stood Lord Varys alone, staring at a far distance. "Don't tell me you feel homesick, Lord Varys." Joffrey ignored all the pleasantries and stood beside him, enjoying the breeze. It was just the two of them, and the height ensured that none could listen. Varys smiled diplomatically and bowed his head. "I'm afraid there is nothing awaiting me in that part of the world but horrors of my past. Not everyone is able to so easily change themselves, after all." Hinting at my changed attitude, Joffrey saw through the doubled-meaning words that the man was famous for. "Let's not overshare with this one. Do you fear me, Lord Varys? A king must be feared in reasonable conditions." Terror. Varys nodded. Hard to differentiate between the two for the one inflicting, but not for the one who suffers. Even now, it's ambiguous. Evil tends to hide when the sun shines. How long that shine lasts, we never know. Varys kept himself cryptic, not wanting to offend Joffrey in any way, shape, or form. An appreciable change, however. We all love a bit of sunshine, don't we? The realm needs some of it now more than ever. Joffrey agreed as he leaned forward on the edge. "Lord Varys, I know you have lost faith in the crown. I know you desire to put that Targaryen princess on this throne." Varys fell silent and looked at Joffrey's confident face, one that was beginning to look far more dignified and mature than a month ago. "Mere whispers of unknown origin. My loyalty is to the realm, Your Grace." "I know, the realm, not the crown," Joffrey rebuked, slowly getting down to business. "Perhaps she can be a better queen with her dragons one day. I know you have many questions, just like my uncle did. Go ahead, I will try to be truthful." "Who are you?" "A man who chose to wake up from a long dream of vice, foolery, naivety, and incompetence." Joffrey tried to seem as poetic and as wise as possible, not wanting to look the man in the eye. "With a new dream, perhaps. And what brings about this abrupt concern for the realm? I saw how fragile we are in that battle, mindlessly fighting for nothing. The visions of that night will forever be etched in my memories." Joffrey rubbed his face to show his mounting frustration and seriousness. Varys, being the one to overanalyze everything, tried to believe him somewhere in his mind. As he himself had seen all sorts of horrors out there, he knew what war does to a man, and this was Joffrey's first war. Some turn more sadistic and thirsty for blood, while others turn wiser and learn to cherish the living. He hoped that the signs Joffrey showed were the latter. He hoped that Joffrey learned to cherish the living. However, there was a bigger problem now, and he feared living in the Red Keep wasn't safe anymore. The seeds of doubt that he serves the Targaryen princess had taken root. Now, nothing could ever uproot them. "Do not fear me," Joffrey, as if he read through Varys' thoughts, addressed his growing concern. "I'll abdicate the throne to Daenerys Targaryen when she arrives with her matured dragons and her army. I'm not suicidal, nor do I wish to be dragon's bait. Until then, this realm needs some cleaning. Wars must end, and winter is coming. We must prepare." Varys never thought he'd find himself in such a strange position against Joffrey, of all people. The boy had never been the one to think with his head, so this change was far too drastic. "You must have a reason for reaching me then." Joffrey nodded. "I know you're a man who schemes within schemes, who plans 10 steps ahead. I don't care about it, to be honest. As long as you favor this realm's goodwill, I care not what you think of me. I'm surrounded by enemies, Lord Varys, blood or not, all wish to rule through me. I can't fight them. But unless I can do that, I can't change anything. To end wars, make truces, clean this city, and bring order to the realm, I hope you can introduce me to a person. Magister Illyrio Mopatis, call him here for a very secret meeting that none but you and I should be aware of. As quickly as possible, by the end of this week if you can. I'll grant him favorable positions in trade and lordship if he can help me deal with a grave issue, a cancer that has devoured the realm from within. Varys' brow rose, feeling interested in knowing what this reformed King Joffrey hoped to achieve. What might be the name of this cancer? Joffrey smiled, since he knew this was going to make Varys more than excited. A certain man who hopes for chaos to climb the ladder of power. Varys smiled and moved to the edge of the exit. Indeed, there are many within these walls and outside who desire your neck, your grace. But it is up to you to show if your words hold honor to them. I will inform you once I receive a reply. This cockless bastard, he won't trust me until that Targaryen sits on the throne, in your dreams. Joffrey cursed under his breath while maintaining a smile. Sadly, I don't have the luxury of powerful allies as of now. Only time would tell if this little discussion was going to come to fruition in something good. But for now, Joffrey knew he needed some entertainment, and it was waiting for him in his bedchamber. Time to study how to conquer Westeros. Joffrey walked through the dimly lit corridors of the Red Keep and soon arrived at his bedchambers. His 2 Kingsguards stood at the sides of the gate, one hand on their sword's hilt. Unless the realm is burning or the gods have descended, do not let anyone disturb me, he sternly ordered them and walked in. At first sight, he noticed the candles in the room that were usually not there. The light was dim, but not so much that it hindered his view. There was a flowery scent in the air as the smooth, gentle breeze came from the open windows. Why, your grace? Joffrey shut the door and looked towards his bed. There stood the red-headed woman with her graceful allure of prime womanhood. Her full, curvy body was draped in expensive but common clothes. Rose is your name? Joffrey asked as he began to disrobe the larger clothes, mainly his suffocating doublet over the tunic. Ai, your grace, she responded, trying to catch her breath as a sense of fear took over. She had heard the rumors. Everyone had. May I help, your grace? As much as I dislike my old self, I can't help but love this sound of fear. It's arousing. You may. The redhead meekly walked over. Standing in front of Joffrey, she dared not look into his eyes and moved her dainty fingers to unbutton for him. Her breath was gentle but fast, eyes big and brown, lips plump and succulent. Locks of her hair beautifully fell on her pale face, increasing her charm. Must say, Uncle has some taste in women. Except for that whore he currently keeps. Gently, he raised his hand and caressed the soft skin on her neck, sending shivers of fright down her body. There was no running if she wanted to work in King's Landing. She had to endure whatever sick game the king wanted to play. She knew that. I must say, you are beautiful, he complimented her to calm her down a bit. She finally looked up, smiling widely, showcasing her perfect teeth. Thank you, your grace. Do you know why I invited you into my bedchamber tonight? She kept that smile and helped remove his doublet, walking around to his back to pull it down his arms. To do what men do with whores. Is that a question or a fact? You were correct but mistaken in my motives. I have invited you, for there is a lesson to be taught. He purposefully played with his words just to see her jolt in fear. I'm going to be married soon. I do have plenty of experience with women, but I hope you can give me a few hints tonight on how to please women to the fullest until they fall deeply for me. He revealed his wishes, some true and some a mere ruse to play with her. Don't be afraid of me. I was once a monster, and now I'm not. Finally, Rose found some confidence in her breath and voice. Her drying lips found the wet relief of her tongue. In that case, I will do my very best to assist you in all ways you desire, your grace. Her last words came as an arousing breath close to his ear when she leaned her face beside his from behind. Her full breasts were pressed against his back, waking up his sleeping member. She walked around Joffrey and stopped a few feet away. Then, facing him, she began to disrobe. She unbuttoned the front of her dress and pulled it open, letting her full breasts adorned with tight pink nipples come out. She smiled as Joffrey's gaze remained centered on her flesh, noticing the rapidly increasing bulge in his breeches. However, she didn't stop there and pulled her arms free of the sleeves of her dress, allowing the cloth to fall and bunch around her waist, leaving her completely bare-breasted. Appetizing, Joffrey muttered and walked over to her and, without warning, cupped one of her breasts. He merely caressed the flesh, feeling its warmth and silky softness against his palm. "I'll make sure to savor you well tonight," she chuckled, appreciating his veiled compliments. It was nice to hear those from a man who had no reason or incentives for being kind to her, as it meant they were genuine. Quickly, she reached down and opened the rest of the buttons that hid what was important. Proudly, she let the dress fall around her feet and bunch up as her shaved pussy came into view. Not knowing what the king liked, she chose to go clean as a safe bet. His hand went slightly rough on her jutting mounds while his eyes hungrily looked down at the core between her fleshy thighs. His cock twitched, asking to be released from his trousers, and she seemed to get the message. "Your Grace, would you like to sit?" she asked while rubbing one hand carefully over his erection and opening his breeches. He helped her and took them off on his own, including any small cloth on him, and revealed his royal body nude. He felt somewhat tired after the training, so he chose to sit down on the edge of the bed and spread his legs wide. She made some noise and moved forward smoothly, lowering her knees down on the carpeted marble floor between his legs. She reached for him right away and wrapped her hand around his girthy cock, giving him the gentle pleasure of her soft palm. "Let me please you a little before we start with the rest, Your Grace." She knew her worth and the need to leave a good impression on the young king. So she began to stroke him slowly, so masterfully, unlike any experience he had before. "May I feast upon your cock, Your Grace?" Joffrey felt a strange pulse in his cock as it stiffened further. He liked her dirty talk, her submissive words, and the way she looked at him with those big eyes as if knowing she was at his complete mercy. One wrong move and she'd be dead. At his nod, Rose first pushed her hair behind her shoulder and then pouted her lips close to his knob, gathering her spit and letting it drip onto his length, coating it all as her hand rubbed around with the gentle strokes. Her hand pulled his skin all the way down and then pulled it up. Her nose sent whiffs of breath on his bulging tip, making his arousal even more strong. Her other hand caressed his balls as she lowered her mouth and took him in, sucking him hard from the get-go. He already felt a release tipping inside him, shocking him on how her experienced moves squeezed the pleasure out of him. He tried to stay focused. Rose kept eating him with a vulgar touch of her tongue, teasing his tip inside her mouth. Her lips were powerful, locking around his girth with such force that he couldn't help but feel his cock swell in her mouth. Seeing his pleased face, she felt more confident and went further, taking him deeper all the way and keeping his length locked, soaking it with her warmth. Then, as she pulled out, she made it a long and nasty slurping lick from the top to the base of his shaft. However, her hand never stopped stroking, and soon, she noticed the hints of his arrival. Once again, she gave him that submissive look while sitting on her knees. "Your Grace, would you like to soak me in your warmth or make me swallow?" Oh, Sansa must learn to be like this. However, Joffrey wanted to keep going. Swallow it all. Like a good little whore, she took him in her mouth again and locked his knob between her lips. Her tongue kept probing the head, and her hands kept stroking or playing with his balls. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long for him to shatter through a release, a feeling indescribable as he reached his glorious moment. He came a lot, forcing Rose to gulp some of his cum down while keeping his length in her mouth. He felt his length drowning in the warm seeds that flooded her throat. The sensation was exciting him. Finally, she moved her mouth around his shaft and slowly pulled back while squeezing out every single drop of his load so it didn't drip on the floor. Oh, Joffrey liked it and fell back on his elbow on the bed, resting a bit. "So much," Rose commented, cleaning her mouth with her clothes on the side. "I think you need a few playthings in the Red Keep, Your Grace." He chuckled. "I have playthings, just not this experienced." "I'm flattered." She giggled and climbed atop the bed as well. "Would you like to take the lead, or should I?" Joffrey licked his lips while glancing at her delightful peaks. "I'll take the lead for now. You may give suggestions while we're at it." "As you wish, Your Grace." She slid all the way to the headboard of the bed and rested her back, but not too upright. Joffrey didn't wait and followed her, reaching the side of her shoulder, half his body pressing on her. His hands cupped her swollen flesh and clenched them tight, the size enough to mold between his fingers and fight against his tightening grip. He pinched her budding nipples between his fingers as well, soon earning little sounds of pleasure from Rose. She pressed her legs together while squirming, giving out moans. So Joffrey went harder and lowered his mouth to take her pink bud in his mouth. He soaked it in his warm saliva and ate it with fervor. Her heated skin against his lips felt silky, waking up a beast inside. "Oh, oh, Your Grace, gentle, please," she moaned along with pained cries. Some women like rough, some gentle. But no woman likes it rough on the first night. "Why should I care?" Joffrey scoffed offhandedly, returning his mouth to her peaks. She giggled with aroused breaths. "Hey, of course, Your Grace. You are the king. You can take any woman to your bed in any way you desire, it is your right. But to conquer a maiden's heart, the fall to corruption must be slow, luring her to the rough plays every night, slowly, oomph." Joffrey released one of her breasts and slid his hand down her toned, soft belly, caressing through her shaved pelvis, reaching her thirsty entrance. Two of his fingers raided her petals, spreading them apart, and entered. "Yes, oh, Grace, Your Grace," she moaned at his sudden steps. "Yes, that's right. Always make sure your woman is ready," her cunt drooling with thirst. "That way, she feels the pleasure as much as you warm my pussy, yes." Her submissive cries of need brought his cock back to erection. Wanting to feel her around his girth, he left her mounds and beckoned between her knees. He roughly pulled her down so her head rested on the pillow, then he caught her ankles and straightened her legs, making them rest against his chest and shoulders. He looked down at the redhead's flushed face, her alluring, sexy giggles and needy gaze. Her belly undulating for breaths. He looked further down at her entrance, soaking wet with her juices, bright pink, as if it was inviting him. He didn't delay. Keeping her legs straight against his chest, on the sides of his head, and on his shoulders, he eased forward and rubbed the tip of his cock on her wet lips, making her shiver with his invading pleasure. "Be gentle, Your Grace. Let me feel you first." Her soft, seductive voice made Joffrey even more greedy in tasting this woman. But he played the game for now and slowly pushed deeper, pausing a few times to let her stretch around him and clench him tight. Eventually, her warmth engulfed him entirely. Being an experienced one, she tightened around him incredibly. "Yes, good mother, you are so perfect," she moaned as he began moving back before shoving deeper. The slow thrust slowly started to get intense. His cock speared her pussy apart with each move, his pelvis striking against her raised underthighs, her legs stretched to straighten as he pressed on her. Her body moved against his violent pumps, and her succulent flesh juggled with it. Her moans were louder with each passing moment, shattering once he leaned forward, almost achingly, while keeping her legs still on his shoulder. One hand gripped her breast, and the other taunted her clitoris. "Oh, oh my, the 7. You're doing great, fucking my pussy." It being her habit, she never stopped moaning and talked dirtily. "You're spreading me too much. You're ruining me, Your Grace, ah, ah, ah." Splaying her, his cock squeezed the juices out of her core. With his needy release building again, he tried to make her feel the same. Getting rougher and heavy on her, he aggressively jerked. "There, right there, Your Grace." Her climax mounted on the edge, and with a loud cry, her slit squelched with her intense orgasm. She arched herself up and squirmed, twisting her waist left and right while devouring that pleasure. Joffrey, too, hastened his greedy drives with grunts before slamming fully in and exploding inside her grasping pussy that clenched him in pulses, experiencing its own heaven. Tired, he fell forward on her as his cock softened in her warm depth, his face resting on her tits, which he didn't fail to eat once again. Rose giggled and moaned while caressing Joffrey's back, but not the hair out of fear. "You lied, Your Grace." He looked up at her face, blushing red in the aftermath of their training. Before he could say anything, she clarified. "You're already a master of your sword. There's nothing for me to suggest. I'm afraid you've even conquered this dirty wench. This one sure has a decent tongue. She knows what to say and when to say it. Are you certain it's not the sack of gold that conquered you?" "Hee hee," she giggled, her breast throbbing before his lips. "That's why I came prepared to give you everything you may need, Your Grace." Have you ever experienced the other entrance of a woman? I haven't. Most are too afraid of taking it there. More so after seeing the size, Joffrey replied, finding his money's worth at last. she quickly slid away from underneath him and got off the bed. She picked up a small bag she had brought and took out a tiny glass bottle containing oil. Not all women can accommodate a man from behind, Your Grace. It requires patience, tolerance, and desire to feel it. But I assure you, it feels amazing to both, and even if it does not, you can always do it too. Break her. You are the king, you can do anything. Roose knew what kind of man Joffrey was, even though he had changed. An ambitious man who likes to be in control, who has wilderness within, but acts or tries to act gracefully, trying to curry favors with me now. He saw through. Returning to the bed, she placed a pillow under her pelvis and laid down on her belly. With her ass protruding up, she reached behind with her hands and stretched her cheeks to open up, giving a direct view to Joffrey of her puckered back hole. At least it wasn't repulsive to look at, having the same color as her skin, the entrance appearing tight and clean. Just imagining it, he felt his cock rise again, and without waiting, he moved forward and straddled her back, just below her hips, with his cock resting between the cheeks. Please prepare me for your cock, Your Grace, she requested, sounding so dreamy and desperate, almost begging. He took the oil bottle from her and drizzled some in the middle of her ass. The aromatic scent immediately made him harder, and in a needy demand, he began preparing her with his finger. With the oil coating his fingers, he pressed against her tight ass. She bucked, awaiting his invasion. But instead, he spread her cheeks wider and slid his rock-hard cock in her pussy again, sinking it halfway and feeling the warm tightness. All the while, he kept pushing forward until his finger entered her ass, stretching her for the coming pounding. He used plenty of oil but didn't waste it for too long. Keep them spread with your hands, he ordered her. Joffrey took his cock out of her pussy and guided the knob to her star-shaped hole. He poured plenty of oil on his length first and then began pushing, leaning forward on her back to use his weight. Ah, she felt it stretching her rim. Slow, please, at least at the start. He grunted hoarsely as the head finally popped inside and kept going deeper. He had never felt anything this tight around his cock, so he gave her some time to adjust to his size before skinning deeper. Once he saw her breath going softer again, he went harder and further, grunting against the warmth and pressure. It was something he had never felt before, something new and something he found quite exciting. Arg! Tight, he groaned and gave her all of his length, seeing it lost in her ass. Taking the cue, he pulled back and slammed in again. Ah, oh, she began moaning wildly as Joffrey started pounding her ass to soreness. Yes, you're grave, I'm yours, hurt me. Fuck me, ruin me, ha. Joffrey slapped her ass cheek hard, not once or twice, but continuously until she screamed in pleasure and pain, her makeup ruined with tears of bliss and sweat. Undoubtedly, the guards outside were most likely hearing it and feeling hard. Just the thought of it made both of them excited. Joffrey leaned forward on her, driving deeper until his face reached the back of her neck. Just when she slid one of her hands under her belly to tease her pussy, he caught a bunch of her red hair and roughly pulled her head back up so his lips could whisper into her ears. I will. In that position, she felt utterly helpless and excited. His weight pinning her down, the cock painfully impaling her ass, and her own hand rubbing her clitoris. This was a pleasure on a scale rare to her. What are you, Roose? He asked her, groaning into her ear with loud breaths. He made sure to pound harder into her tight back door every few instances, jolting the entire bed until it squeaked. Arg! Oh, Your Grace, she tried to rest her face down, but his hand firmly gripped her hair. It was painful and arousing. Your whore? I'm your whore. Whose? King? Joffrey Baratheon, she groaned, face turning extremely red, eyes rolling up while her spit drooled down. He went too hard, and she loved it. King of the Adals, he grinned and fucked harder, nearing his climax, which was definitely going to leave him sore and crushing tired. His body had grown stronger, but it was still not enough. Then, who owns you? Why ow. That was it. Roose moaned, crying and shaking under him as her muscles gripped him like nothing else, seemingly locking him in her ass. Her climaxes came one after another, her body resting in ruins of his plunder, pinned under him. Then, from today, he tried to move, which only made him grunt with his balls twitching. You shall be my personal whore, only mine. His hands dug harder into her until she cried, the other violently squeezed under her body until her breast was clenched in his palm. His cock resting deep in her ass, he came with burst after burst of his creamy load, filling her until she released him. He beckoned his hips quickly, sliding his cock out and spilling his seeds on her back, making a mess out of her flushed alabaster skin. Gasping for a deep breath, he immediately shifted to the side and fell on his back, panting. His cock calmed down quickly, his body left with no strength. Beside him, Rose didn't move for a good while, as if she had fallen unconscious. Her ass was swollen with the marks of his palm, her pussy in the back hole filled with his nectar, all her orifices used and abused. It was finally time to rest. He closed his eyes quickly but soon felt Rose slide over to him and rest her head on his arm before hugging his body tightly, squeezing her warm mounds onto him. "Really, Your Grace?" she asked in a loving voice, on the verge of collapsing. "Will you keep me? You are mine to keep, my to savor." Joffrey didn't open his eyes and instead pulled the quilt over them. "Betray me, and you will lose my favor." Hee. She giggled and fell asleep. Joffrey merely smirked since he finally found a decent toy to play to his heart's content. Something to satisfy myself until Sansa and that Tyrell bitch learn to please me. Chapter 4, Redheads and Crisis Boom. Wonderful. Joffrey clapped at the marvelous demonstration of the newly inducted weapon in the armory of the king. Scorpions but with jars of wildfire at the tips of the large arrow. Each arrow was meant to cause utter chaos and destruction. "We are flattered, Your Grace." Wisdom Halline, commonly called Halline the Pyromancer, smiled with his rotten teeth on display, his back hunched. "We, the Alchemists, Guild in King's Landing, are always delighted to serve you." Joffrey agreed, wanting to use the Alchemists to make the city stronger. Just in case his plans derailed and the Mother of Dragons decided to burn the city down. "I am giving you access to the Dragon's Pit. It will be turned into a restricted zone where no one can enter without my permission. You're to develop enough scorpions that all of King's Landing's walls can be covered, one at every 100 yards. Furthermore, try to invent more weapons like these scorpions and ways to make it safer to store wildfire." There was no end to Halline's happiness. "We will follow your orders, Your Grace. You will receive the funds, but without my written and stamped order, not a single jar of wildfire must leave the dragon pit. If it does, I will hold you accountable." Joffrey took on the old, threatening, scary persona again. "You must be aware of what happened to the previous wisdom of the Alchemists Guild. You may leave." Joffrey dismissed him and lazily stretched his back, tired from working so much. It was less related to actual physical work but more about processing the information. He hoped to keep the edge with his knowledge of the future, hoping his actions wouldn't change anything too much. Thankfully, the issue with the North seemed to be going his way. Hoster Tully had died, and Robb Stark had executed Rickard Karstark for killing 2 useless Lannister boys. It was to his benefit to see Robb Stark lose favor from other northern houses. Arya Stark must be brought back. Without the Hound out there, she won't survive for too long. Perhaps a letter from Sansa will help. I do know her location, after all. But what worried him more was the coming Red Wedding. He still wondered how to go about it. He wanted to pacify the North but, at the same time, didn't want to let Robb live. Why isn't Sansa expecting my child by now? Only through her can I control the North. Of course, there was also the worry that something might be wrong with him. And if this was true, it wasn't something that would just ruin his plans but also his life as the king. "Esser Clegane, are there any trustworthy men you know that I can hire for a personal task?" He asked his most loyal Kingsguard at the moment. It wasn't easy, but earning Sandor's respect was monumental for him. And the greatest thing about him was that Cersei couldn't control him, and he held hatred for Tywin. Sandor hummed in agreement. "You should speak with your uncle regarding that, Your Grace." "Fantastic idea. That Bronn is quite dependable as long as he gets the money. Uncle should be helming the cleaning of the sewers. We'll finally be breathing some clean air soon," Joffrey said, clapping his hands and heading out to the entrance of the sewers, with Sandor following behind. There were also 6 more Kingsguard, but he didn't trust them and always kept them at bay. Not to mention, he didn't feel as scared in the city anymore since the small folks admired him after the Battle of Blackwater. 7. This stench. Joffrey found himself pinching his nose shut the closer he got to the sewers. "We're here, Your Grace." He fixed his clothes and stepped out of the royal carriage. They had stopped somewhere close to Flea Bottom, the famous slums of King's Landing. It was filled with maze-like narrow streets where one person was poorer than the next. Food was a luxury, a roof wasn't a necessity. Filth was the way of life, and honor was a mythical subject. "Here comes my favorite nephew," Joffrey saw as Tyrion appeared from one of the streets, his face covered with a silky cloth, as were the guards behind him. They looked dirty and sweaty. "How is the cleaning going, Uncle?" "Don't worry, Your Grace. Hand of the King won't shy away from getting his hands dirty to finish this minor job. As you had suspected, the sewers were in utter need of repair and cleaning. I'm afraid none since King Jaehaerys I bothered maintaining it," Tyrion briefed him, feeling somewhat shocked that Joffrey had come to such a lowly place. But again, ever since that night, nothing about him was normal. Although he had confronted him softly, a plausible answer was yet to be found. Joffrey frowned when he noticed the lack of activity behind Tyrion. "How long will it take at this pace?" "A long time, I'm afraid. You see, the crown is as rich as Flea Bottom, perhaps even worse. We can't pay people to clean the sewers, nor are there any interested in volunteering to do such work." "Did you offer free food?" Joffrey asked. "I did, but still no luck." "Then offer them better food, not just some watery stew a wee bit better than bowls of brown. Fresh bread and stew filled with real meat, enough that the entire Flea Bottom smells the scent. Furthermore, call the people to the sewers. It's time I use my fame to better use," Joffrey suggested and began to take off his regal cloak, then the sword tied around his waist, and finally his vest. Tyrion dumbly stared at the young king. "You can't be thinking what I think you're thinking." "I am doing exactly what you are thinking, Uncle. You're going to enter we are going to enter the sewers, Uncle." Could he deny the king as the king's hand? Absolutely not. Did he want to enter the sewers? Never. Was he impressed by Joffrey's cynical and yet just ideas? No doubt. "Pick up a shovel, and let's go, Uncle." Joffrey hated it and felt like vomiting. But he really feared being killed in a rebellion by the people. So, he wanted to be seen as a kind king. "You too, Sir Clegane." Shit, that was all the mighty Kingsguard could say. Joffrey spent almost half a day luring small folks into working to clean and repair the sewers. At first, they only spectated their king getting himself dirty, but soon, the word spread about the magical stew that would be rewarded for lunch and dinner. As the king, he ate lunch with the small folks, and once it was proven that the stew was indeed rich and filled with meat, it took no time to gather a large workforce. More than 1,000 small folks came to work in return for food, and Tyrion was a happier man. But the stench was so strong that Joffrey couldn't sleep that entire night. He had taken a bath after returning from work and another before sleeping, and now it was morning, and he took one more bath. In the tub filled with warm water in his room, he scrubbed his skin harshly, his developing muscles aching against his firm touch. "The things I do to live. I sometimes feel it would have been better if I had died at that time." But now he was alive, and all he could do was do things differently than that time. He cleaned his teeth, used various perfumes on his clothes, and even threw away those he had worn the previous day. He washed his hair fervently and finally got out of the tub and donned his regal clothes. He was supposed to hold court today as many matters had piled up. However, most were petty, just small folks bringing their grievances. Sniff. Sniff. "Come on. Why do I still smell it? Is the stench in my nose now?" He groaned after getting dressed and smelling himself. Knock. Knock. "Your Grace, Lady Marjorie wishes to see you." Joffrey sighed, moistening his lips before responding to the Kingsguard. "Let her in." The door opened, and Marjorie walked in. She was wearing her usual thin, silky brown dress, which was regal, and had a deep-cut neck that showed plenty of skin. Her long, untied hair fluttered as she walked, swaying those hips more than usual. Her face had the usual ever-present smile, which hid a lot of things. Joffrey noticed it. He checked her out from top to bottom. That thin waist, her ripe mounds, and that sultry face with the smile from her thin lips. Undoubtedly, she was one of the most beautiful women in the realm. "I can't wait to shove this cock in that mouth." But he had made plans, and he had to go by them for the most optimal result. Over the past month or so, he had avoided her, given her a cold shoulder, and never even spoke more than a greeting. The desperation and tension were evident in her attempts to get close to him. There was no doubt the old Queen of Thorns must have reprimanded Marjorie for playing hard to get with the man who would be her husband. "I heard a great many things about you, Your Grace," Marjorie voiced softly and amorously, getting closer to him, knowing the risks. "I heard the small folks talk so much about you. They adore you." Joffrey didn't need to know that from her. Getting famous in the right way was the entire fucking point of entering the filth. But he didn't mind playing with this beauty with brown eyes and a slender body he desired to pin down and savor. "Is that so?" he replied and stepped closer to her as well, surprising her since he never responded like that since that incident. "What else do they say?" He awaited her response and decided to tease her a bit. Stopping right at her face, he gently caressed her neck with his thin fingers, feeling the silky smoothness of her skin. He could see her twitch in fear, and once he cupped her thin neck with his palm, he noticed the fear and the persistent pumping pulse, like a little rabbit in a lion's jaw. "Ha! I love playing the villain. Why, Your Grace, they speak great things. That you are the greatest king who cares for them and fights for them. They call you brave as the warrior," she still answered, despite feeling like running away. "Really?" Joffrey inched his face closer to hers, his lips reaching just a finger's length away from hers. His breath was felt by her and hers by him. The scent of her perfumes was quite exciting, and he decided to tease her more. Joffrey let go of her neck but only caressed his palm to her collarbone, then down her front, and finally rested on her perky breast, not too big nor too small, but big enough to feel soft in her regal dress. Interesting. She'd have reacted negatively if it was the Marjorie from before. But now, she's probably rejoicing. He cupped her mounds one after another while staring at her flushed face, and her lips parted open to release some steam of warmth. He smirked and caressed his hand down further and wrapped his arm around her waist before pulling her onto his body, his palm reaching her ass. The thin dress didn't leave much to his imagination as he perfectly felt the softness. Warm and smooth with that silk covering her, he even noticed the lack of her small clothes. Ah! She came prepared to be fucked. He lowered his face beside her ear while feeling her body nicely pressed against him. Both his palms had cupped her rear, spread them apart, and pulled her onto him so his girthy bulge would press against her stomach. "And what do you think about this king?" Aroused, scared and breathless. Marjorie never knew such a combination of feelings could possibly be felt simultaneously. His hands on her rear almost made her quiver, knowing how hard his aroused flesh was against her stomach. She tried to reply as confidently as possible. I am blessed to be your betrothed, Your Grace. I would love to show you my appreciation in any way possible, however you want it, whenever and where." She paused when Joffrey's lips touched her neck, sending intense tremors across her body. Having given him permission to do whatever he wanted, she expected to be manhandled and abused on the bed. "You are truly beautiful, Lady Marjorie," Joffrey whispered into her ears. "But you lost my embrace by your own actions. A woman who merrily spread her legs wide for a fucking traitor but not for her king, her husband. I may feel lustful, but I feel no love. My forgiveness is not so easy to earn." And just like that, Marjorie gasped at the sensation of his fleeting touch. His body stepped away, and his hands left her rear. He walked by her side and reached for the door. "What must I do then, Your Grace?" she asked, feeling lost and out of any solution to the whole debacle. "I have surrendered my body to you. I have. Even whores surrender their bodies to me. But I don't need a whore. I need a woman who is intelligent yet knows her place. Who entertains me and yet knows her boundaries," Joffrey replied and opened the door. "Have a good day." Bam! Just as the door slammed shut, Marjorie found her knees going limp. She fell down, utterly lost and confused, regretting her high-handedness from that day. Regretting thinking she could control the young, impulsive king with her beauty. Everything she had been informed by her grandmother turned out to be false. Joffrey was no fool. There was a master of the game hidden inside that mind that almost all seemed to underestimate. "Beyond my flesh, what can I even give you?" She wondered, but there was no answer. As planned, the court began, and he started hearing the pleas of the various small folks. Some traitors also came, and a few nobles as well. But things were mainly dull and pointless. He felt like sleeping on that throne, but the fear of being pricked by one of the swords kept him awake. The last thing he wanted was to die from those rusted swords. It was a regular day, so only a few spectators were there in the throne room. They didn't even want to be there and only came to show their faces to the king, hoping to be remembered. "Your Grace," whispered Tyrion, who sat beside the Iron Throne as the hand of the king. "There's a special guest outside. It's the Red Woman who served Stannis." Joffrey scowled. "Let her in. Why would she come to me if she was able to escape? Shouldn't she be going to the north now? But I wish I could use her fire magic. It seems impressive." As the woman walked in, the murmurs became audible. On one hand, it was her status that struck fear in many. On the other hand, her beauty was worth appreciating. The hair cascading down her back, rich and deep red, seemed to embody the essence of fire. They flowed around her face and down her back in waves. Her eyes were like two polished garnets, deep and enigmatic. Her skin was pale like alabaster, a stark contrast to the vivid red of her hair and the rich scarlet tone of her attire. The delicate curve of her lips, her body, and the hips in her attire of red shades with body-hugging luxurious fabrics aroused many minds in an instant. However, the woman never removed her gaze from the king on the Iron Throne. As if reading the young royal's thoughts, she greeted before anyone could speak. "Melisandre of Asshai greets the great king of the Seven Kingdoms." I don't like that look in her eyes. She's going to do something dumb, isn't she? He reckoned. Since her appearing there meant a significant deviation. Will Jon Snow die for good now? "You were supposed to be dead, Melisandre of Asshai. The Lord of Light guides my way, and I walk the path. My end simply did not come yet, Your Grace." "And why did your lord bring you here?" "To you, Your Grace. You are the chosen one," Melisandre said with a bit of fanaticism in her voice. "You are the light that shall vanquish the darkness. The one whose blade will spear through the cold, dark night that creeps closer. You are the king with a glorious purpose." "I knew it. She wants to recruit me to her filthy religion. Has she gone senile? To come and challenge the Seven so openly. I only believe in the Seven, Melisandre of Asshai. I do not believe in your Lord of Light. Nor do I want you to. As long as I can serve you in accomplishing your glorious purpose, I will have fulfilled my duty, Your Grace. I can't bring this meeting to an end here. I should be killing her right away. But her help was monumental in the visions I saw. Fire kills the dead who live." Joffrey tilted to his side and whispered to Tyrion, "Uncle, lead her to my solar. I will speak with her privately. I don't want rumors to spread." I just remembered something, Melisandre of Asshai," Tyrion said as he jumped from his seat. "Since you are from Asshai, I hope you can confirm a few things for me. Please follow me." Melisandre got the message and followed Tyrion. All the way until she left the throne room, her eyes remained fixed on Joffrey. "She's too unpredictable for me to make a plan for her. Bring the next one in," he resumed the court after that little interaction. But one thing was sure, he didn't feel sleepy anymore. It took almost an entire day to finish his royal duties. Holding the court, meeting with the small council, and dealing with Tywin and Cersei's ever so increasing schemes. There was no end to his worries, especially when he was the only one who understood the dangers in the north and believed that the Targaryen princess had hatched dragons. But alas, he found time and returned to his solar as the redhead priestess waited for him there. It was dark outside, but the breeze was soothing as it came through the open window with the curtains fluttering. It was a small room he used to sit in alone and work, so it felt airy. "Your Grace," the Red Woman greeted him, still looking impeccable from head to toe despite having waited for so many hours. "Have you eaten?" Joffrey asked and took his seat behind the table. She nodded and walked closer to the table. "The servants brought me supper, Your Grace." "So stiff. It's going to be hard to deal with her. Or maybe not. What do you want from me? Be as precise as possible." "I desire nothing from you, Your Grace. I was merely shown guidance towards a path that I must take to ensure you achieve your life's purpose. You are the chosen one, and I am here to help you achieve your goals in any way possible." She said those last words with a little more hint of emotion. Her hand trailed the table's surface with her fingers as her feet moved to walk closer to him. Joffrey glanced up at her face. Her utterly pale skin was a sight to behold, akin to the moon itself. Her red hair and lips were inviting and wild. But then, his eyes fell on her necklace. I know what she looks like. Do I really want to put my cock in her? He asked himself, trying to be rational. But I know Marjorie will look like that old bitch Oiana one day, and I still want to ravish Marjorie. As long as beauty is intact, does it matter if there can be another variation of the same person? Still, he could not bring himself to take her to his bed. So I can order you to do anything I want? He asked. Anything, Your Grace. To assist you is my duty. Joffrey stared at her seriously to see her reaction to his following words. Then, get down on your knees and pleasure my cock. The room was dimly lit, so there wasn't enough light to see everything. But still, he could see her face clearly. When his words left his mouth, before he even finished speaking, she was already getting down to her knees as if she expected it. She's actually doing it. I expected some repulsion at that command. But he needed it since the run-in with Marjorie in the morning had left him wanting a release. So, he pushed his chair back to give her space and, on his own, lowered his breeches as well as the small clothes. His shaft, which was already semi-erect, tossed out. Knock. Knock. Must be Tyrion. Joffrey quickly held onto Melisandre's shoulders and pushed her while she remained on her knees. He made her move under his table as he fixed his chair's position as well, neatly spreading his knees apart while Melisandre remained kneeling with his straining erection resting vertically on her face. He could feel her hot breath, and it didn't take long before her thin and cold fingers clasped his girth tightly. The strokes came not long after. The sudden movement of her fingers left him aroused, hardening to the fullest. Come in. GHK. Slimy, slippery gulping sound of Melisandre's mouth suddenly came as she plunged his cock into her mouth, her red slutty lips parting while her eyes, with a tinge of deep red, stared at him the entire time. He felt his feet press onto the ground in an attempt not to groan in pleasure. The feeling of her mouth was just too different, too heavenly. Her tongue was like a burning furnace, and the inner walls of her cheeks contracted so hard that he felt his cock would bleed before releasing his seeds. Her one hand continued to rub his length and stroke him while her face moved up and down vigorously, uncaring of the mess that was being made. She even used her other hand to caress his balls and inner thighs, a sensation he couldn't help but love. Uncle, Tyrion, I neigh. All of a sudden, Joffrey felt his manhood going limp. There stood Tywin Lannister, the old lion at the door. The man entered at a slow pace and stopped after closing the door. Your Grace, such great timing. Those bastard Kingsguard didn't announce the name of the visitor. I'll have their fucking skin. Grandfather, what brig NGHS, you hear? He almost moaned there as Melisandre started licking harder, forcing it to stand up once again. Her tongue slid from base to head, widely caressing every inch, covering his rapidly growing erection with her spit. In no time, he was rock hard again, twitching for more. Melisandre seemed to be feeling excited from the risky situation and sucked him harder than before. Using the tip of her tongue, she trailed it around the edge of the swollen knob of his driving need. She pulled the entire foreskin down and teased him on the most sensitive spot. She parted her lips and allowed him to enter fully with one thrust, sending him deep into her throat. Joffrey almost jolted in his chair from the sudden thrill surging through his body. I came here wanting to know if your Grace has forgotten the duties of a king. You went to Flea Bottom and entered the sewers yourself. The realm will laugh at you. Tywin looked highly annoyed. As if wanting to give him the strength to fight against the old lion, Melisandre shoved his cock even deeper into her mouth, letting her throat coat him with her thick saliva, hungrily slobbering around him. Her hands firmly held his thighs from the side as she didn't gag despite his sizable cock resting all the way in her throat. Her tongue kept pressing his shaft from below like a scorching, slithering snake. Every part of his length was pleasured, flicked, and stroked. The realm laughs at me and the crown already, grandfather. The realm has been laughing at us since my father's days. They don't respect us anymore, nor do they trust our rule. What I did was merely the first step to winning back the trust, Joffrey replied with newfound confidence. The warmth around his shaft seemed to play an unknown but significant role. The old lion squinted his eyes, obviously seeing how different Joffrey had become. As long as you aren't naive enough to believe the small folks can be won over, you can continue these theatrics. Other than a few days of praises, they won't earn you anything. Then I will take those few days of praise. It's better than brooding over the crippling debt that the crown faces, Joffrey talked back, waiting for him to leave as he felt his release inching up in her masterful mouth. Tywin, in his usual manner, scoffed while keeping his arms behind him. I hope you know what you are doing. Sometimes, confidence can mislead one to a false sense of high self-worth. The Mad King did, as did many others before him. Don't worry, grandfather, I won't allow that madness to return. The old lion and Joffrey stared at each other for a good few moments. Go away now, old man. I'm about to burst here. Joffrey wanted to shout at Tywin, but he curled his toes, grabbed Melisandre's hair harshly with one hand, and the other rested as a clenched fist on the table. His balls twitched uncontrollably as she pleasured with her throat. She kept him sunken deep into her and only bobbed her head enough to squeeze his knob up and down. Then I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Tywin finally turned around and walked to the door. Every moment felt like an eternity. In desperation to feel her tight warmth, Joffrey leaned forward on the table, bringing both his hands under the table, and held Melisandre's head firmly. He grabbed her hair and slammed her face onto his pelvis so his iron-hard rod went in as deep as possible. Her eyes, still looking at him, naturally teared up. Her harsh and uneven breath came from her nose as well, tickling his wet skin. The mess of saliva at the base of his shaft formed a sputtering froth as she attempted to stroke him with her face and pouting lips, aiming to utterly please her lord like none other and rule his mind through carnal pleasure. Thud. At last, Tywin closed the door, and right then, another opened under the table. I'm coming, he warned and let go. He didn't give a damn about Melisandre and kept her firmly stuck on his cock while his wild tremors came that shook the chair, as well as her body. With strong spasms and his molten member pulsating, he felt his veins clench and, at last, released everything with an uncontrollable flood. His thick white seed sprayed deep into her throat, bringing Joffrey the greatest pleasure. He eased his hands on her silky hair at that time and let his staff slowly inch back while pumping a few more sprays, coating her throat. Then, at last, he loosened himself out of her face hole that lay between his legs, ruined. Tendrils of his white seed stretched from her lips as his cock left her in deep gasps. The view was wild, her red hair like fire, and her eyes filled with burning desire. Cough. She finally coughed when the thick cum irritated the depths of her throat. But she quickly closed her mouth and gulped everything down, swallowing every last drop of him. Fuck. I think I'm into redheads. Joffrey found the possibility plausible. Melisandre's mature looks were also something that aroused him. But he was still not sure about doing her in the true sense. He just watched her sniffle and try cleaning her mouth by herself. That was quite something, he muttered and pushed his chair back to allow her space to get out. But instead of walking away, she got up from under the table and stood in front of Joffrey, still between his legs. She beckoned her hips on the table and began lifting her dress from below to give him access to her aroused depth. You can satisfy yourself further, Your Grace. She wants me to fuck her. No, no, no. I don't want any shadow demons or whatever coming out of her now. Cautious because he knew her well, he denied it quickly and stood up to head to the bed chambers. Thank you for the offer, but I am satisfied. He pulled his breeches, tied them up, and moved to the door. However, before he opened it, he looked back. Always be prepared from now on. Whenever I require, I will summon you for your pleasing services. Under my table, that shall be your place whenever I am at my solar. At least I got an anytime pleasuring tool. As you command, Your Grace. Not even questioning him, she readily agreed. No matter what, no matter when, I will serve you with all I have. Thud. Joffrey left right after she finished speaking as his mood knew no lows for the night. He knew it was going to be a great slumber. Sansa must be in my room. I hope she's already asleep because I sure can't go another round after what that witch did to me. He told himself while walking. But perhaps I can use my finger. She's too easy to pleasure. Your Grace. Alerted, he stopped in his tracks and glanced back. The hallway was utterly empty, as it was secured for his personal use. Lord Varys. The eunuch appeared from a corner, hooded with an oversized cloth. He walked carefully and only stopped before Joffrey for a few moments. Your Grace, Lord Lannister has called the small council to meet tomorrow without you. Your mother gave the royal approval, Varys briefed quickly. I don't know the details. But your mother plans to deal with Lady Sansa. Fury burned through Joffrey. His elated mood was now spoiled and turned into unbridled anger towards Cersei. She holds no authority over the small council. Neither does my grandfather. But they do, Your Grace, Lord Varys said, looking a bit worried himself. The one who holds the might is always on the right. She is mine, Joffrey grunted. Sansa is mine. She is, Your Grace. But your grandfather and mother have other ideas. They fear the Tyrells calling off the betrothal if nothing is done, Varys warned and looked behind with worry. I must go now. By the way, the guest you invited will be arriving discreetly in 2 nights. Joffrey simply nodded and saw Lord Varys leave. His mood was spoiled, and he returned to his bed chambers, ignoring the 2 Kingsguards who stood outside. Inside the dimly lit room, he glanced and noticed Sansa sleeping on his bed, wearing her thinnest cotton nightgown, likely in weight since he always tore them apart when making love. She loved it, as he was gentle with her body but wild in other shows of affection. The careless smile on her lips as she softly breathed in her sleep made Joffrey feel something. A desire to protect, to keep. A desire to punish those who dared inflict their will upon him forcefully. With a sigh, he quickly removed all his garbs except for the small clothes and joined Sansa in the bed under the quilt. Immediately, she noticed him, shifted closer to his body, and hugged him, resting her face on his chest and hugging his waist. He also hugged her tight and rested his chin above her head before closing his eyes. But clearly, sleep was something he wasn't going to be blessed with that night. Cersei, that fucking whore. And that bastard Tywin, I'll have your blood soon. Nobody gets to take away what's mine, nobody. His eyes, which had turned blue months ago, suddenly flashed red with wrath. Chapter 5. 2 birds with 1 spear. Joffrey waited to get word from Varys when the small council was going to gather. He hoped to barge in and take part in the meeting that was being held without him or his permission. It was akin to treason, but he knew he didn't have the political or personal might to charge them with that crime. So, on that fine sunny morning, he chose to go on a little walk beside the eastern edge of the Red Keep, where a few gardens and pavilions existed that overlooked the distant waters of Blackwater Bay, echoing with the sound of waves and the chirpings of birds. Joffrey, in his usual kingly robes and light leather armor, walked near the shore with Sansa's hand wrapped around his arm intimately. Her red hair was let loose, only held back with 2 locks of hair tied behind. She looked utterly breathtaking under the sunlight. Her tall stature and lithe body were a charm, and that long-sleeved, deep purple royal gown draped her curves, fluttering beside her feet as she paced him. A sweet smile adorned her lips, her complexion looked different, and her eyes held a new vigor of life. This Joffrey was all that she ever dreamt of, sweet, kind, strong, and loving in all ways. Your gra, it's Joffrey, my northern flower. Joffrey interrupted her before she could speak and pulled her closer to his body. I have sent all the guards away, so just call me Joffrey. So happy, Sansa continued. Joffrey, I received a raven from Robb in reply. I told him about you, that you are so much different, so amazing and loving. That you want peace and wish to solve the war with negotiations. Let me guess, he didn't believe you. Sansa lowered her face in disappointment. He said that, if his grace had truly changed, then he'd have merrily sent me back to him. Do you? Joffrey looked at her. Do you wish to return to the north? Sansa nervously rubbed her hands. Joffrey, I don't want to leave you, never in my life. But I want to see them once, I miss them. Joffrey smiled and stopped once they reached a pavilion surrounded by dense shrubs, which had a tiled roof, chairs, and a table beside the edge, overlooking the uninterrupted sea. He caressed her face, feeling the warmth of her silken skin. My Sansa, I know what you feel, and I don't oppose you visiting the north again. But, that fool Robb. Joffrey raised his voice near the end, making Sansa shrink her neck in fright out of reflex. He did it knowingly to give her a taste, a reminder of what he was capable of doing. He killed Lord Karstark. For what? For murdering some lowly Lannister boys. Robb Stark has divided the north and instigated half of it against himself while he's fighting the Lannisters. Sansa, do you know what that means? Starks are now at their weakest, and if a house such as the Boltons were to rebel against them, pure horror dawned on Sansa's face as she realized. She remembered Maester Luwin's teachings about the Boltons and their cruelties. How they were the second most powerful house in the north. My Sansa, I don't wish to lose you. Joffrey noticed the tears in her eyes and moved closer to her with one hand around her thin waist and the other still caressing her cheeks. You are my first love, and I will keep you safe. Go on, fall into these arms, and cry. You are mine to play, mine to plunder, my key to the north. Joffrey inched further closer and pulled her in completely by the hardness of her corset inside her gown. He graced Sansa's thin, red lips with his own, kissing her in a calming tone. Don't cry, Sansa. Joffrey broke the kiss for a moment and then kissed her again, pushing her body until her rear rested by the table's edge. He still pushed onto her body until her hips sat on top of the table. The reassuring, short kiss slowly turned into a deep one. Both his hands firmly held onto the side of her waist while they lost themselves in each other's soaking warmth and their eyes closed, all prepared for the next stage, the willful submission. Joffrey broke the kiss again but didn't move away from her body. More than Robb, you should worry for Arya. She's young and alone, Joffrey said in a voice full of worry. She's out there somewhere, trying to reach home. But it's too dangerous. What if the Lannisters or the opposing northern faction get their hands on her? The unspeakable things they would do to her, it pains and scares me even to think. I've sent the Hound to find her, but you should try sending some ravens too. My uncle, Tyrion, will help you ensure they reach her. Sansa's heart began to thump at the sight of Joffrey's concern for her and her family. It warmed her heart from the depths, and she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with love for this man. I will, Joffrey, but what of my brother? He'll lose everything, even his life. Please help him, I beg you. Yet I don't see you on your knees. Joffrey thought, but he knew better than to force her down there. Slow and steady, yes. My Sansa, I am king in nothing but name. I have no armies, nor loyalists. I'm sure you don't want me to beg with the Tyrells. While my grandfather would rather kill me than help me save Robb, Joffrey said and made her lower her face on his shoulder while still sitting on the table. There, he spoke into her ears. But I'm trying to gain some strength. Once I have that, I might be able to do something, but even then, I will need a reason to go north and save him. Sansa beckoned and looked at him, her face flushed after crying. What reason? Your Joffrey. All my work was for this. You better not disappoint me, Sansa Stark. He once again took her face in his palms, both of them this time. Sansa, it is a fact that Cersei killed the noble, honorable Eddard Stark. But the realm still believes I did it, your mother believes I did it, your brothers believe I did it. He let his words simmer in her head and simply stared into her deep blue eyes with hidden pleasure. He noticed the trust, the belief she had in him. Not me, but the realm needs a reason for the Starks to trust me again. Not the Baratheons, not the crown, nor the Lannisters, only me. So that when I march with my armies to the north, Robb welcomes me with open arms, so we both can crush my grandfather and Boltons together, Joffrey added, painting the most beautiful picture. Only you can bring me and the Starks together, my northern flower. Anticipation grew in Sansa's heart. Her heart felt like it had burst at any moment. She felt hot under his tight hold around her waist, his lips so close to hers. What is it, Joffrey? I'll do anything to help you. And with this, I have conquered the north. By giving me the pleasure of a man, my Sansa. By carrying my child and giving birth, Joffrey revealed. By the union of our blood, there shall be a union of our great houses. Once, my father, Robert Baratheon, was promised a northern wife. Today, his son wishes to see that promise fulfilled. Joy, love, excitement, and a little hint of fear. Sansa felt a plethora of emotions. She knew she wasn't that old enough to be carrying a child in her belly. But for her family, for her love, Joffrey, she wanted to. With pleasure. Your Grace, she accepted his request, order, or proposal. She cared not what it was. I'll give you a healthy child. There was also some peace of mind in her heart as she realized Joffrey wasn't going to forget her or leave her if she were to be with his child. Especially after the nights they had spent together, and the times he had spilled inside. Joffrey smiled warmly, showing a kingly smile that moved Sansa's heart. Somewhere deep down, even he felt a little connected to this girl now. No matter what, she was going to give birth to his child soon. Tell me, have you been drinking Moontea all these days? I have, Joffrey. Grand Maester Pycelle sends it or brings it himself on many occasions. That fat whoring bastard. It seems King's Landing will require a new Grand Maester soon. Don't drink it from now on, he lovingly told her and leaned forward to kiss her again. This time, Sansa reciprocated with all her heart and welcomed his probing, drenched flesh. Her arms went up on their own and circled around his neck, pulling him lower into her lips, deeper and more passionate. NNGH. She moaned into him as Joffrey traced the side of her body with one hand, caressing his hand lower slowly to the side of her waist, then hips, and finally her legs. It was all covered with her loose, fluttering gown, only tight around her midriff, but that didn't lessen the excitement for Joffrey. He broke off the kiss again and dug the fingers of his other hand into her hair behind her head. Sansa, shall I claim my northern wife right here? She blushed uncontrollably and looked left and right, unsure. What if someone sees us, your grace? Joffrey scoffed and raised her chin with one hand. My Sansa, if someone dares to interrupt us, I will have their 3 generations removed. Cruel, but so hot. Sansa smiled and shyly nodded her head. I'll be in your care, Joffrey. Her mind is seriously broken. Using your grace and my name alternatively. I'm honored to have you, my northern wife. Joffrey smiled and looked down. He knew there was insufficient time, nor was this a place to go full course. So, he chose not to remove her gown and only raise it from below to access the part that mattered. Ah! Sansa yelped when Joffrey stepped back and began raising her gown. She used her arms to support herself from behind, not wanting to fall on the table, as she wished to see Joffrey claim her this time. For this one matters the most to her heart. It wasn't a place a noblewoman would feel comfortable being claimed, but Sansa found it rather romantic and exciting. The prince I always desired, she told herself while staring at Joffrey, meticulously rolling up her gown and underclothes. More than that, a king the first have acquired. I love you, Joffrey, she muttered without even realizing it, only to gasp a moment later. What? Joffrey looked up while in the middle of the strenuous task of pushing her damn clothes up. He was on the verge of giving up, cursing 7 generations of the one who designed such garments for women. So many layers, it was annoying. What's gotten into her now? I did too well. But, of course, he had to reciprocate. And I feel the same, my Sansa. That was it. Sansa felt her cheeks heat up, and her face went red. More than him seeing her heated petals, this was what embarrassed her more. At last, Joffrey exclaimed when he finally finished pushing all her layers of clothes up around her waist. Then, he tugged his fingers around her white small clothes, and untied them as well. He didn't fail to notice the hint of wetness between the core of her legs, too easy to manipulate. But I can't complain. This is what I need. Don't wear small clothes from now on, Sansa. I may be occupied with work, but I'll always try to find some intimate moments with you. I won't leave you alone. You're stuck with me for the rest of your life now, my lovely northern wife, he said with a jovial smile, indirectly implying she was his pleasure woman from now on. She was not his wife either, but he wanted her to believe she was. As you wish, your grace. I shall present. Sansa giggled, madly in love, and spread her legs wide while moving back on the table a little so she could also place her heels up. I shall present myself to my husband whenever he requires. Good maiden. Joffrey prayed to the gods. Only if that Tyrell whore were this wonderful, I'd have won half of the game by now. He appreciated Sansa's playful acts despite there being hints of fear in her eyes. She still wondered if this was a dream, wondering if Joffrey would snap out of it at any moment and turn into a monster again. You are. Joffrey looked at her glistening petals, pink and pale, clean as the skin of her face. The tightness was even visible, and the little nub of her sex was waiting for his pillage. Beautiful. Ah, she moaned as Joffrey spread his fingers up above her slit and rubbed her clitoris with his thumb. With his other hand, he untied his breeches and let them fall to his knees. He truly found her pure and beautiful down there, and almost went on his knees to prepare her with his tongue. But he was the king, and in case someone was watching, he didn't wish to be mocked or seen as a lowly slave to carnal pleasures. Soon, Joffrey's other hand found its grip on his shaft, and he began to stroke himself, preparing to move in. Normally, I'd love to feel you help me, Sansa. But today, I'm afraid we'll have to be quick. So forgive me if I hurt you. Sansa shook her head, gazing at his straining manhood with love. Her deep blue eyes almost seemed hungry for him as she stayed leaning back, supported by her arms, her long legs voluntarily parted open, her creamy, satin-smooth thighs in shameless display. "I don't mind, Joffrey," she replied and watched him move in and position his purple, throbbing head on her entrance. "As long as it's from you, making love to me tilde, in." Joffrey grunted as he leaned into her, his bulging shaft probing in slowly, parting her tightness with slippery delight, a grace of her own arousal. He had done it a few times already over the past few days, and yet he found himself loving the feeling of her. The northern flower was tall, proud, and pierced by his cock. He couldn't help but feel heightened arousal from just knowing that these wet, blooming petals were going to win him an entire kingdom. And the best thing about it was that, "Oh, you're fantastic, Sansa." It was a great cunt. One long, slow, and loving probe. Joffrey didn't stop until his entire heated member rested in her depth, feeling every ounce of heat oozing from her needy walls. Seeing her warmth rising from the depth, the squeezing, pulsating tremors from her. He didn't move for a while and leaned into her face, kissing her lips that hid her gritting teeth. It was a short but still lustfully wet kiss. "You can moan, my Sansa," he told her, finally pulling his rigid source of heat back a little, letting her feel the calm before the storm and the sensation of relief. Louder. "Ah, your grace," Sansa cried when Joffrey roughly thrust his entire hard length inside, his engorged knob hitting the deepest parts, making her soar. "Your be big. Tilda," Joffrey began his relentless shafting. He dug his palm into her spread thighs, sinking his fingers into honey-soft flesh and spreading her plundering slit open. Her bunched-up layers of clothes made her naked flesh appear like the hidden secret inside layers of flower petals, all for him to love, use, and abuse. Sansa," Joffrey panted as he tried to speak. "I will sully your womanhood with my seeds." Sansa heard his words and only felt herself tittering on the edge of pleasure even more. Yes tilde your grace. Make me, yours tilde Her head fell back with uncontrollable moans leaving her lips. She never had another man in between her legs before, but even then, she knew Joffrey was big and exciting. It sent her into a frenzy of moaning shudders whenever his veiny bulge caressed past her stretched entrance, in and out, at speed faster than she could focus. "Will you drink Muntea?" Joffrey asked, finding his release very close as well. He knew he could last longer with better pacing, but he kept himself in control of the time and place. "Will you, knave ear?" She pressed her lips together and continued to moan, rocking fiercely with his clapping thrusts. "Good." Joffrey buried himself deep inside her, matching her frenzied writhing. Supported by shallow breaths, he gave a few small thrusts, clapping his pelvis against the flesh around her entrance. He wanted it. He needed his seeds to sink into the depths of her core, so he let the last few shudders of his shaft escape inside. His thumb below kept rubbing and teasing her clitoris, making Sansa's plump hips do all the moving. In her limited mobility, she grounded her sheath on him, inching back and forth on him and milking him. Joff, she breathed out and convulsed around him, gasping and exploding with a wave of blissful agony. Her nectar burst out against him, bathing his deep, resting cock within her most cherished part. Joffrey kept on with his quick but deep plunges and, in a rhythmic response to her cry, allowed the pulsing life to flood her. Painting her recently virgin tightness with his royal seeds, claiming her maidenhood, and now hoping to claim her motherhood. Sansa, Joffrey pulled out with a massive load of white, drooling out of her spread core. "Thank you." Sansa could feel the heat inside her deepest walls. The slimy texture, the fullness, and the tickles. A warm sensation arose in her heart as she glanced at his cock, glistening with the residue of their sex, a mix of white and wet. Tears overcame her eyes all of a sudden, prompting her to pull her legs away from his grasp and jump forward to stand up in the hope of embracing him. She closed her eyes, not knowing if he was going to scold her. But to her shock, before her arms, his sturdy, lean muscles found their way around her body. The warmth of his chest against hers, the exchange of their beating hearts. She felt it all and, despite her best attempts, still cried. "Thank you, Sansa." Joffrey had no clue why she was crying. But he didn't want her to drink the Muntea, so he patted her back and caressed her head. She tried to suppress her tears and touched her belly with one hand. Thank you, Your Grace. For this, blessing. I just shagged her. I will, she sniveled. I will give you a healthy baby, I promise. Please don't leave me. Fear. He realized what it was. This was the sign, her way of saying that she had now given herself up to him completely. From mind and body to her life. Now she feared being alone, being abused, being thrown away. Sansa, my Sansa, the most beautiful woman in the world. He knew it was a lie, but who cared? She was still one of the most beautiful in Westeros. If I could, I would have spent another day, another night, and then a few more continuously making love to you. Do you know why? Because you are my woman, my lover, my northern wife. I will cherish you and our child forever and protect you against all harm. You have my word. She wailed even more with that assurance and hugged him tighter. I love you, Your Grace. Fuck, my cock feels cold now. It's still dangling. Joffrey frowned. Sansa, do you know what Cersei has planned for today's secret small council meeting? He asked her, changing the topic and forcing her to straighten up. She wants to harm you, push you away from me. But I won't let her, and I want you to see me do it yourself. There's a secret room beside the small council chamber. Tyrion's squire will guide you there so you can listen, and see your husband protect you. Sansa finally gathered herself and looked up at Joffrey's face. I will follow you, your G. Joffrey suddenly kissed her lips while tying his breeches. Joffrey, we're alone, my Sansa. She just smiled, captured his arm intimately, and began walking beside him, albeit swaying a little. It was a short and quick pounding, but still a heavy pounding indeed. Small council, we must make a decision about the little wolf living in the Red Keep. Father, Cersei Lannister, sitting proudly in the small council, barked like an injured dog. Or I fear we will lose Joffrey to the control of that vixen. Thud, that is King Joffrey for you, Cersei Lannister. Joffrey stormed into the small council with long strides, eyes narrowly glaring at every member, his brows creased together. I wasn't invited to this little gathering. What's the occasion? He wasn't invited knowingly. It was clearly visible on their faces as they all averted their gaze while standing up to greet him. Your Grace, we thought of not disturbing your rest, Your Grace, said Littlefinger. Joffrey sneered and stared at Tywin Lannister, who sat in the king's chair. I think I'll attend this little gathering. I'm bored otherwise. Tywin noticed his gaze and got the message. Knowing how unstable and even more unpredictable Joffrey had become, the old lion stood up and presented the seat. Please have a seat, Your Grace. He did and looked back at Cersei, who was right beside him in the other corner. You were talking about a little wolf. Cersei smiled towards Joffrey and tried to lean forward on the chair. She took his hand in hers and began caressing it. She looked quite regal and beautiful. The perfume from her body was quite an expensive scent, and her silky golden blonde hair was graceful, but behind all that was an ugly, rotten mind. Joffrey couldn't help but notice that ugliness. Go on, mother. What is it? Dear, we have. Cersei feared her own son too. He was unpredictable. As your marriage with Lady Margaery has been finalized, we hope to deal with the past unfulfilled matters. We can't send Sansa back home, nor can she marry you. Joffrey wasn't amused. Get to the point, mother. We have decided to wed Lady Margaery to your uncle, Tyrion. Cersei dropped the revelation. What? Tyrion reacted before anybody else. Why was I not involved in this decision? Tywin glared at the son, whom he considered a curse. What is there to ask? She is a highborn woman, and you are to bed her and produce an offspring. Deep down, in Joffrey's heart, fury arose. He changed his hand and instead captured Cersei's palm in his, and squeezed her hard until she couldn't take her mind off of him. She felt scared and knew Joffrey was the most unstable when angered. My love, you will have Margaery too, grandfather. Joffrey ignored Cersei. I heard Uncle Jaime has been located. I believe he does not need to return to King's Landing. I shall remove him from Kingsguard, and he can return to Castle Rock to learn from you and rise from a mere knight to a proud warden of the West. Lord Varys coughed to break the silence after what Joffrey had just said. Even the old lion was shocked. However, the horror was clear on Cersei's face. The words were never spoken, but they couldn't be more clear. You take away my things, and I will take away yours. I will respect your decision, no. Cersei interrupted Tywin. We should ask Jaime what he wants to do first. Joffrey kept staring at Cersei the entire time, with a plain face but with so much in his eyes. The Queen Mother couldn't find herself to even meet his gaze, feeling so small and anxious as his grip on her hand started to hurt. I feel ashamed to be your son, you whore. Joffrey growled inside the deepest insults at her. Joffrey saw that nobody was speaking, so he did. For a while, many have been led to believe I am a fool who sees nothing, knows nothing, and feels nothing. Time and time, people forget that I also have the blood of the great Tywin Lannister in my veins. Time and time, people forget that I have the blood of the mighty Robert Baratheon running through my body. Mine is fury, and in fury, you will hear me roar. This was his roar. Everyone understood the greater meaning behind Joffrey's words, which felt too profound coming from someone like him. I saved this city with my uncle while one of you was cowering with poison, and the other plotting his slow arrival to the city to be its great savior. Pride appeared on Tywin Lannister's face as he realized Joffrey saw through everything. This is it. This is what he wanted from his children and grandchildren. Jaime was a fool but a great knight. Cersei had a sharp mind but was too full of herself to the point her sharp mind was no better than a dunce's. While Tyrion was the shame of the family. For years, he wondered what would happen to House Lannister. Now, there was a glimmer of hope. The king's words are the most valued, your grace, Tywin spoke quickly. If you wish to keep the toy, you may, your grace. Toy, Sansa is a fucking toy. She's the fucking key to the north. A great sword against the others. Joffrey felt angered at Sansa being called that, and even he didn't know why. What am I to these snakes then? An insect. Then, we shall announce the date of your marriage with Marg, Tywin tried to continue. No such thing will be done, Joffrey stood up abruptly. Not until the entire realm has peace, the rebellions are over. It's not child's play. It will take time, your grace. Petyr Baelish tried to meddle, being the one who brokered the marriage between Tyrell and him. Your time is coming soon, Littlefinger. Just count your whores. Joffrey glared at the slimy man and looked back at Tywin. That sounds like your problem, not mine. The crown is deep in debt, the city is in decay, the winter is coming, and we're fighting like savages for what? We don't even know at this point. Renly is dead, and so is Stannis. With that, Joffrey began walking away. The small council is dismissed. I shall be in my chambers. Bam. As soon as Joffrey came out of the room, he breathed out and punched the stone wall beside him. His teeth remained gritted, and his fist clenched together firmly. He hated being in there and feeling so powerless, almost scared even. He was the king, and yet he was the weakest. Tywin, you scheming bastard. Just wait until I tell Tyrion what you did to Tysha. Just wait until the world knows of your gold running out. With the knowledge of the future within his mind, Joffrey knew he had to bid his time. He had to play the game like a tug of war. Still, the whole ordeal related to Sansa annoyed him. How Cersei tried to control his life angered him to no end. And with that foul taste in his thoughts, he headed to his bedchambers for rest. That Bran boy must be watching me too. Joffrey remembered the ordeal about the three-eyed raven from his memories. But Robb Stark and Rickon Stark have to die for Sansa to be the unopposed warden of the North. I will have to be careful from now on. Your grace. He didn't even realize it when he reached his bedchambers. To his surprise, a wildflower stood in front of his door. Dressed in a creamy, ivory-colored sleeveless dress that she usually wore, with a deep-cut neck that gave away too much of her skin to his eyes, all tied with a single belt around her waist. Then there's this nuisance. That fucking smile of hers. Joffrey felt like she mocked him every time she pressed her lips like that. It felt so fake and yet so seducing. She won't let me fuck her. She won't let me throw her away. That Olenna, how long is she going to live? Lady Marjorie. Joffrey didn't greet her with a smile and shoved her aside. He was in no mood to play with her. I wish to rest my throbbing headache. Oh, Marjorie jumped into the room behind him and closed the door. Then let me rub and knead your forehead, your grace. It will soothe your mind. Joffrey looked at her from head to toe. Her long, cascading, loose, brown hair behind her back was calling him, as if it was asking him to grab and throw her to the bed, make her plead for mercy under his cock. Those brown eyes, the revealing dress, and that, fuck me, face of hers with pouting lips, easily made his groin feel something. I can't be forceful with her. That old harpy will poison me one way or another. Tiredly, Joffrey began to take off his royal robes and then his vest, followed by his tunic. He got completely naked from his torso and sat down on a reclining chair beside the open balcony to feel the soothing breeze. He was proud of his body now. No longer that scrawny and weak, there was some progress after training with the Hound and even Brawn. He despised the latter as a person but appreciated his style. Marjorie felt the same. This was not the man she remembered from their first meeting. The air about him was different. He felt like a king, with great burden, great purpose, and great needs. Let me help you, Your Grace. Marjorie gulped, gathered some courage, and walked behind him. With her dainty little fingers, she began to press and rub his forehead, arousing him even further, apparent by the rising mound of his breeches. If Sansa is with my child too early, the Tyrells will abort the wedding. Joffrey realized something as Marjorie massaged him, her hands taking the liberty to move around his neck and shoulders, reaching his chest. But if both of them are with my child, that would change a few things. After that, I only need to stall the marriage until that Targaryen comes with her dragons and diverts attention. Honestly, Joffrey didn't feel confident about claiming Daenerys Targaryen in any way. Not romantically, nor martially. In the end, he felt there was no other option but to surrender before her dragons, even if his new war tools could kill them, as they were needed to deal with the others. Your Grace. Joffrey opened his eyes at her call, realizing he had almost dozed off. He looked up, lifting his head. But instead of feeling her hands on him or her body behind, he saw something right before himself. Something that made him stand up, mouth slightly agape, and his loins reacting madly. What or why? Joffrey didn't want to ask her that because he liked what he was seeing. Slightly shorter than Sansa but a little more endowed. All naked, with not a speck of cloth on her body, her hourglass figure was showcased there for his pleasure, standing upright, with her arms folded on her belly, squeezing her jutting pert melons together. The supple hips were savory, and that secret clean slit hidden between the shadow of her squeezing thighs was inviting. Your Grace, may I help your body relax? That old Queen of Thorns must have scolded her to give herself up to me so the wedding could happen quickly. Joffrey got closer to her and walked around her to inspect the magnificent view. I don't know about a wedding, but this bedding I'm going to enjoy. At last, he stopped in front of her and caressed one hand on her body, his index finger brushing over the side of her hips, moving up, then to the front, and with tickles, reaching the little, tight bud of her perky breast. Still smiling. He hated it and, at the same time, felt aroused by it. Let's see how long that lasts before cries replace it. With the other hand, Joffrey caressed downward from her waist, then to the front, and curved 4 of his fingers into the gap between her thighs, teasing her soft entrance with 2 fingers. Are you sure? Because the last time you tried, I was left more frustrated. Marjorie breathed out feverishly and stepped closer to Joffrey until her naked mound stuck to Joffrey's equally bare chest. She raised her arms and placed them on his shoulder before speaking. I was naive, unaware of my role as the Queen, Your Grace. Unaware of my duties to my husband. Will you let me show you what I learned? He felt it. His cock was harder than Valyrian steel at that moment. I've been waiting for this moment. Go on then. Start showing me what you learned. Joffrey caressed her face. The warmth of her skin was arousing. But I will be the one ending it. Of course, Your Grace. She obediently and submissively knelt down on her knees, then untied Joffrey's breeches and small clothes. She lowered them and made him step out before standing up again, matching each other's nudity. Caressing her soft little fingers on his chest, she pushed him towards the bed. Joffrey reacted to her touch and slid backward on his bed all the way until his back rested on the big cushions at the headboard. He relaxed, watched Marjorie crawl towards him like a cat, and sit between his widened legs. Her delicate fingers soon caressed their way from his thighs to his shaft, gripping him tight in a fist. He was hard and throbbing to her touch already, and when she lowered her face down under his shaft, he saw the difference in size. His cock was longer than her face, standing erect as she slid out her tongue and gave a long, upward slurp until the tip. Ah, Joffrey loved it. This was one good thing about Marjorie. She was a fucking whore who knew what needed to be done. Marjorie made sure her tongue never left his manhood. She made intense sounds with her saliva coating him thoroughly while one hand stroked him and the other caressed his balls. Your Grace. She tried to speak in the middle of her gentle sucking and licking. Will you make love to me? No. Joffrey folded his arms behind his head and triumphantly watched the beauty, famous across Westeros, pleasure him. So sultrily, he couldn't help but love being the king. I will not make love to you. I will pin you down under my cock, shove my hungry cock in your cunt and fuck you. I will make you scream my name again and again until I finish my business deep inside you, and you will not drink the Moontea. Because this king will bless you with my seeds. Speechless, with Joffrey's thick hardness shoved in her mouth, Marjorie looked up with her eyes, finding his gaze tantalizing her. She had come prepared for a rough fucking, but the last bit was shocking, amusing, but greatly welcomed. Wasn't that precisely what she wanted? Finally, she released herself from his long, hard girth and voiced her words. Your Grace, won't Queen Cersei, Queen Mother. Joffrey suddenly erupted, making Marjorie remember who she was dealing with. You also think I am controlled by that woman? That I can't decide when I want my woman to be with my child? Marjorie felt everything falling apart once again. She cursed her scheming tongue and felt horrified because she didn't know how he'd react to anything she might say or do next. She had no idea how to pacify him. Your Grace, I didn't mean, ride me, Joffrey ordered her in an authoritative tone. Marjorie bit her lips and followed his order. She rose from her place and straddled his waistline between her milky legs, tightly clutching him with her clenching knees around his waist. She noticed Joffrey admiring her womanhood, even she felt proud of how maintained and beautiful it was. Tight and sightly, enough for any man to feel lustful. I will take you in now, Your Grace. She raised her hips a little and guided his shaft with her hand. Once she felt his knob tease her petals, she let go of her hand and slowly lowered herself. Moanful gasps left her lips right away. His size was good, more than any she had seen before. Joffrey stayed relaxed with arms behind his head. The Rose of Highgarden pleasuring herself on his royal cock was a sight to behold. Her thin but curvy and soft fleshy body was terrific. Not as ivory pale as Sansa, but the southern charm was an exciting touch from her. Ah, you're big, oh. Marjorie sat down all the way until she felt her hips touch his pelvis and reach the base of his shaft. Deep. Joffrey scoffs just when she started to rise up to start moving. Who took your maidenhood, Renly? Marjorie's ecstasy-filled narrow gaze widened as she forgot to consider that. But she never stopped moving her hips, clenching the walls of her moistened depth in fear that the king would lash out at the lack of pleasure. Tears welled up in her eyes, unable to look down at Joffrey's eyes. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. Joffrey felt amused and aroused by her rocking, perky swells and brown hair. Indulge me. Tears finally slid down her eyes and onto her cheeks. She knew Joffrey wasn't going to trust her in his life, ever. She would always be spoiled goods in his eyes, a used woman by the traitor to the realm. Horse riding, your race. Uncontrollable tears soon followed. She tried to wipe them away with her hands, in doing so, stopped moving on his sweltering cock. I'm not lying, Your Grace. Give me your hand. Joffrey extended his own and grabbed hers before pulling her body onto him. His cock remained deep inside her as her torso rested on him, skin to skin, sharing each other's arousing warmth. Right then, he slowly began to move his hips up, gently fucking her on his own while her tears never stopped. I believe you, he said, close to her ruined face. This was the name of the game. Give something, and then take something, playing with the mind, breaking the wall of confidence, making her lose her pride, and giving herself completely to him. Become his fanatic lover, hungry for his passionate words and actions. Ah! Marjorie yelped when Joffrey moved all of a sudden and turned fully around, pinning her down under him, his shaft never leaving her slippery depth. He began moving right away, pumping his cock with no question and only hunger. He kept himself fully pressed on top of her at the same time, feeling the sweaty warmth of her skin and her agonizing, moaning breaths. Marjorie, Joffrey called her name and stroked her cheeks, clearing her tears away. What made you accept me? She smiled and clenched her nimble legs around his waist, her arms around his neck. Elise, you are the man of my dreams, Tilda. You cared for the small folks, stepped into the filth of Fleabottom and even the sewers, gave them food and hope. I fell in love. Joffrey smiled and quickened his pace, shoving hard and deep into her. It was the perfect position as his cock also teased her clitoris whenever he pushed deep in and out of her. He drank her heated moans at the same time and rested his lips on hers, devouring the sweetness of the rose under him. Then, Joffrey thrust relentlessly and weighed his entire body on her gaping hole around him. May I claim this lover of mine? Mark her with my seed. Marjorie felt little explosions of arousal going off in her mind. This side of the king made her feel so needed, loved, and worthy. She wanted him deep, and she wanted this to never end. So she began to shift under him as well, trying to sink her petals around his aggressive, magnificent royal cock. Yes, Tilda, your grace, mark me. She abandoned herself to pleasure and wildly dug her fingers into Joffrey's hair. Your grace, Tilda, your grace. She ended up doing what Joffrey had said. His name was on her lips, never leaving as he fucked her until she felt sore, and yet didn't mind. For this was her man, her king, and he had the right to do so. She licked his face in wildness and felt explosive shudders rise from her hips upwards. I'm going to. Joffrey felt the same and matched her spasms with his thrusts. Right when she began clenching him hard and pulsating her juices in splashes, he felt his hot fluids leak out as well. With harsh groans of his kingly satisfaction, he let it all out inside. Joffrey still kept thrusting hard and deep, long, heavy pumps that echoed in the room, matching Marjorie's abandoned screams. He mauled her lips and clawed her breasts with no care. She was his now, and he didn't need any permission anymore. Oh, Marjorie. He finally felt his release end and let himself fall out of her to her side. Quickly, he spooned her naked body from behind, hugging her waist and nestling his limping cock between her rear. My wife, my woman, my queen, if I could, I would love to shove my cock in your cunt every single night, claim your mouth and fill it with my manhood whenever I see you, and even claim you on my throne, but I can't. I have vowed not to indulge in costly affairs until the wars are over, and the realm has seen peace. Forgive me, my queen. You will have to wait a little before our wedding. Marjorie sighed and caressed his hand that rested on her breast. Your grace, is that why you're with Sansa? Intelligent, but not enough. Joffrey secretly smirked. Yes and no. He hugged her tightly against himself. She is indeed a charming lady, one for whom I fell for when I met her in Winterfell. I was a monster to her, Marjorie. And I wish to change that. After what happened that day with you, I took a step forward with her. She has no ill will towards you, my queen. Nor am I changing you with her. You will always have the first place in my heart and bed. I merely wish to give her the lost days back, being the prince she always wished for. And I hope you can help me maintain her happiness. I will forever be grateful, my most beautiful queen. He was playing with her mind, and the thought made his cock harden again. He could sense the rapid heartbeat in her chest. He liked it. Marjorie sighed tiredly. Your grace, will you keep her as your concubine? He chuckled and kissed the back of her sweaty, scentful neck. I will send her back to Winterfell once I make Robb Stark kneel to me. And trust me, he will do that very soon. What about me? She asked with confusion in her voice. You, as a beautiful wife, you will have a great duty to your husband. He pressed his cock on her ass harder, and slid his hand down to raise one of her legs by her thigh. Then, he eased his knob on her already sore petals and sank in once again. After all, no moon tea. Marjorie moaned in utter delight. My love. Making sure she never got any time to think clearly, Joffrey began pumping her with his hard girth, stretching her to his will once again with only one aim. I hope this seals the deal with her cunt. From afternoon till night, Joffrey made love to Marjorie, exploring various ways and positions on the bed, on the balcony, or on the table. He spent all his energy to make sure she was with child, his child. But as night came, an invited guest arrived at the Red Keep a day early. At the same time, in a certain Queen Mother's chambers, loud moans echoed. Oh, Jaime Tilda. Cersei was alone, naked on her feathery soft bed, using her own fingers to pleasure herself as best she could. Oh, oh, our son has grown so Tilda big. Never even realizing, despite Jaime's name on her lips, she found herself imagining the face of another boy who had become a man. Another one with a name that started with J. Ummmh. Yes. Under the flickering candlelight of the royal chamber, she kept moaning alone till her eyes went heavy and sleep overcame her. Sadly, she remained unsatisfied, as one could only go so far with a finger, and even Lancel was dead. She mumbled to herself that night, remembering the overbearing small council in her dreams. Sweet boy, my sweet child, mmmh. Chapter 6. Deals, Visions, Mind Games and Whores. Where are you going, Your Grace? Joffrey glanced at the naked Rose of Highgarden in his bed, her warm skin stuck on his under the blanket. Her face was filled with exhaustion, and her body was thoroughly cherished until just a few hours ago. The stickiness of his masculine nectar still lingered between her sore legs after the intense lovemaking session, but he got out of bed and donned his robes. Go back to sleep, Lady Marjorie. Just bodily needs, need some relieving. I will be back. He pecked her on her lips and waited until she drifted into sleep again. It didn't take long as she was utterly spent. After that, Joffrey quickly left the room. He ordered the Kingsguard to remain behind and protect the room. In the meantime, he went towards the back area of the ground floor of the Red Keep and noticed Lord Varys standing there in the dimly lit corridor. He's early, Joffrey asked. You said he'd arrive tomorrow night. I was told the same. But it seems he chose to misguide us to maintain secrecy and arrive a night early. I hope this does not change anything, Your Grace. Lord Varys apologized on behalf of the guest. Joffrey didn't even care, and was rather happy that the man arrived early. He needed him for his next steps to go flawlessly, but at the same time, he knew Illyrio was a dangerous man with too many friends, and his loyalty skewed. At times, we are compelled to flatter a fool for a selfish end. Illyrio is a means to an end, but I just hope it's not my end. Joffrey thought to himself while following Varys all the way to one of the underground dungeons with a secret passage to the sea. There they are. Lord Varys noticed the flickering lights of torches near the mouth of the cave-like exit. I wish you happy negotiations, Your Grace. Is he mocking me? Joffrey never liked how Varys was always double-faced. But he was someone he needed for now. He was the only one with spies not only inside Westeros but also outside. My dear friend. Varys led the way and called out Illyrio. His Grace is here. I pay my respects to King Joffrey. Illyrio quickly sized up Joffrey and paid respects without appearing too surrendering. He was morbidly obese, had pig's eyes and fat cheeks, with a huge belly and a pair of breasts that were noticeable even in his clothes. I am Illyrio Mopatis, a humble magister from the free city of Pentos, but I suppose you already knew that, hence this private summons. I can already smell him scheming against me, or perhaps it's just his filthy sweat. Even my fat oaf of a father wasn't this fat. Hiding his disgust, Joffrey spoke with the man. Who doesn't know about the wealthy Illyrio Mopatis? Apologies, the circumstances are such that I couldn't invite you to my court, for now. Illyrio was a quick-witted man and noticed Joffrey's last words. Right away, he smiled, showcasing his crooked yellow teeth. Interesting, Your Grace. Come, my men have placed a table and chairs for us to speak in peace. The place was a crude cave entrance, but still, the man traveled with luxury. The chairs around the table were even cushioned, and there was food on the table. Illyrio didn't wait and started drinking right away. Such filth. If I didn't have those damn others to deal with, I'd have never met you. Joffrey felt disgusted in the man's presence. I desire two things from you, Magister Illyrio. I want you to decipher a ledger for me, and I wish to make a special purchase through you. Of course, the rewards will be equally magnificent. Joffrey got straight to business as he knew what the man truly wanted. There wasn't much to be gained by helping Viserys and Daenerys, but the man still did it. After all, he gained a lot of wealth by selling the pretty princess, Daenerys Targaryen, to the rich Dothraki warlord, Khal Drogo. At the same time, if the Targaryens were to succeed in taking back Westeros, he'd gain much more. It was a low investment, utterly high rewards plan. How may I be of service, your grace? Illyrio asked with hidden intrigue. I wish to purchase 5,000 unsullied soldiers. Illyrio choked on his wine and coughed uncontrollably. His belly jiggled with each cough. What? Your grace, 5,000. That's a big number. Joffrey expected that reaction since he knew even Daenerys would only get 8,000. But she had yet to buy them, and now was the perfect time to put a dent in her numbers while earning some loyal men for himself. I am aware, Magister, but that is precisely my wish. Acquire them from Astapor or steal them from other free cities if you must, but I demand 5,000 unsullied. If not that many, then at least over 3,000. Bear in mind, the greater their number, the more substantial your reward. Joffrey dangled the incentive with imperious certainty. What reward, your grace? Your goods shall receive a tax cut, and a lordship in one of the regions of the Crownlands or Stormlands shall be yours. Naturally, the extent of your reward will be determined by your actions. Please me, and you shall be granted full exemption from taxes, along with fertile, beautiful lands over which you will hold dominion. Joffrey, however, didn't end his decree there. You were also expected to decipher the ledger, of course. While Illyrio felt excited about this partnership, Lord Varys was confused and alarmed. He instantly tried to guess what the young king was trying to do. 5,000 soldiers. What will you do with them, your grace? Varys asked quickly. If you don't mind telling me. This sly bastard, he might just kill me if he senses any danger. End wars in Westeros, obviously. Since my grandfather lacks interest, the task falls to me. It's evident, even to Magister, that peace fosters trade, while war breeds chaos. Joffrey's gaze stayed fixed on the fat man. And tell me, are the rumors true? Does Daenerys Targaryen possess actual dragons? She does, your grace, Illyrio confirmed. Joffrey slumped back in his chair with an air of disdain, his hand sweeping across his face in a gesture of weary contempt. It appears you've cast your lot in the most audacious gamble, Magister. For the moment, you reap the rewards of aiding me. But once Daenerys ascends to the throne, you expect even greater spoils, don't you? You don't wish to oppose her? Illyrio asked, amused at the assertion Joffrey made as if Daenerys' rise was all but certain. Joffrey gave a nonchalant shrug, his gaze fixed on the eastern sea. She possesses 3 dragons if my information is correct. No doubt she plans to bide her time until they've grown, ready to unleash fiery destruction from the skies. I'm afraid, even if I were to gather all the armies in Westeros, they wouldn't be a match against dragons. Aegon the Conqueror's conquest serves as sufficient evidence. I will simply abdicate and live my days in Stormlands. But until such a time, I wish to impose peace upon Westeros with some loyal unsullied. Illyrio silently nodded, smiling and staring at Joffrey, and then nodding at Lord Varys. I'm surprised, your grace. All the rumors I had heard about you seem to have been false. Joffrey chuckled, knowing very well what those rumors were. Second coming of the Mad King. Vile, bratty, foolish, weak, perhaps I was all of that until a while ago, Magister. But, you see, staring death in the face tends to alter a man's perspective quite significantly. That it does. Illyrio suddenly remembered his own younger days when he was just a sellsword. I appreciate this honest way of doing trade, your grace. As long as you fulfill the promises, I believe I need no payment from you to bring those unsullied. The tax relief and lordship will be enough of a reward to recuperate the cost handsomely. As for the ledger you want me to decipher, Joffrey raised his hand at Varys on his side. Quickly, the bald spymaster placed a large ledger on the table and opened it for Illyrio. Right away, the fat magister started reading it with focus, caressing his beard with interest while nodding at times. A master's work, I must say. Such art of hiding the real numbers in plain sight. It's all intentional, of course. So much gold is moving around that no normal person can make sense of this. Of course, I can easily see what's going on. Embezzlement, clear theft, false reporting, miscalculations by small amounts that are leading to greater end losses. Illyrio turned the book around and pointed at something for Joffrey to see. Look at this entry. I supposed it's for a tourney. The grand total for the expenses is written on this page, but the finer details are hidden around on multiple pages, and they make no sense. Who buys a wooden chair for a gold dragon and writes it as timber? Similarly, even water has a price there. As for real wine, one would have to be insane to pay this much, and it's not even the finest ones. Furthermore, there are some great misleading calculations. Peter fucking Baelish, I will skin you alive. Joffrey felt real anger as he finally understood how Robert Baratheon had bankrupted the crown. It was Peter Baelish all along. And all this for what? Some redheads. Magister, can you rewrite these books in a more understandable way? I can, but it will take time, Illyrio replied. I can send someone to gather the Unsullied, perhaps. You may stay in King's Landing under a disguise, Magister. It is imperative that you decipher this ledger. The Magister agreed and chose to stay on his ship only. With that done, Joffrey decided to end the little secret meeting and return to his room so he could wake up beside Marjorie and give her another dose of love. Lord Varys, are you going to tell this to my grandfather? Or my mother? He asked as they walked back. The bald man remained a step behind, taking short paces. He still feared Joffrey but saw him in a different light now. I have no incentive to do that, Your Grace. I desire peace in the realm, and if you can achieve it, I only serve you as your spymaster. Double-faced eunuch. Joffrey couldn't bring himself to believe him. Lord Varys, you may go. We shall continue this in the morning. With the short meeting done, he returned to his bedchambers, threw away his robes, and jumped back into the bed. Marjorie was still asleep, so he embraced her warm, equally naked body and closed his eyes to rest, unaware of the dreams that awaited him. Kill the bastard. No, not my baby. Run. Joffrey sweated profusely in his sleep, his head turning left and right as if in anguish, sharing it with the pained voices that echoed. However, beyond that, there was a faint hint of a kind voice of a woman, so warm and gentle. Chaos shrouds the world when there exists blindness to kindness. When innocent blood is spilled, vile crimes are committed, and the sense of morality appears far from reality. Forgo your loyalty, forget your ties, and fight for peace from the side of neutrality. For a god, there are no sides, only the living and the dead that we guide. Joffrey calmly listened to the melodic voice, feeling attracted to it. Who is it? He wondered. O receiver of the blessing from the seven, the old, and more, stop doubting, and let your ambitions soar. Protected from the knife as long as you stand for life. Blessed by the fire of the fury. From mortal danger, you have the great blessing of the stranger. Go, live. Learn, love, whoosh, ah. Joffrey roared like a madman and felt like he was falling from an endless cliff, finally reaching the end. But instead of pain, he felt a surging warmth all over his body. Your Grace. Joffrey glanced towards the balcony. It was daylight. Standing there alone in a thin gown open from the front, Marjorie looked at him in worry. She took long strides and brought him a glass of water. What in the seven's name was that? 7. Old gods. Joffrey had no doubt that gods were real since he had already faced a miracle of dying and resurrecting in the past. But he never expected, or rather hoped to find proof of the gods, a blessing from all of them. Why? To fight the others. It made no sense since there were plenty of other righteous knights out there who would have graciously accepted the blessing and saved the realm. So, why him? Ah, thank you, Lady Marjorie. He drank a glass of water and relaxed back in his bed, lying down completely. Just a nightmare. Marjorie made no sound, gently crawled on top of the bed, and went under the sheets between Joffrey's legs. Oh, Joffrey felt her hand around his flaccid cock, caressing, trying to stroke. No need to hide it. Joffrey threw away the blanket from their bodies and looked down. Marjorie had thrown away her gown and now nakedly took his slumbering member in her mouth in an attempt to awaken it. Let me help, Your Grace. Joffrey smiled in appreciation and relaxed, feeling all the exhaustion leaving him as his cock rose to fury under Marjorie's warm, slippery tongue. Good. He lightly groaned at the pleasure. Prepare yourself too. I will finish inside you again. It's better you. Give me an heir at the earliest, my beautiful queen. Marjorie, with his cock still filling her mouth, tried to mumble words. Ah, why oh Gracie tilde we ehra not ma read. Joffrey loved the nasty sounds and pressed his palm on the back of her head to shove her down. You're already my queen, Lady Marjorie. We don't need some corrupt, lecherous septon's permission to make love. You are mine, You will always remain mine. GHK. Marjorie tried to speak, but the heavy thrust that came from Joffrey's hips plunged the cock deep into her depth, giving her a morning gag. She tried to free herself, but Joffrey held her there until her lusty, seductive face started to turn red. This is your life now, Marjorie. Learn to live like this for the good of the realm. Ah, ha, your grace. She finally received his mercy and was let go, only to be left with a racing breath and coughs. That was, oh, so new. Joffrey knew he had to slowly shape her into what he wanted, so he extended his arms to invite her on top of him. Right away, she straddled his cock and leaned her entire body down on his chest, and nestled her face at the nook of his collarbone, breathing steamily. He didn't wait. With his hands on her waist, he raised her hips a little to position his rock-hard shaft before plunging it in deep with a harsh thrust. He spread her slimy, rosy petals wide and good, filling her with his heat while whispering to her ears. My Marjorie, thank you for this little morning gift. It made me truly happy, he said, but the rough pumps of his cock didn't feel that kind. Remember what I told you before? Already a mess with uncontrollable moans, it took her everything to even speak a few words. The way Joffrey relentlessly, mercilessly fucked her already sore cunt reminded her who she was. Not a mighty queen, not a powerful noblewoman, just a pleasure hole for her king to use. Yes, your Gracie Tilda, she cried into his ears. No umunti. It was a quick one, so Joffrey fucked her on the bed with harsh plunges, messing up the bed even more until it started creaking as if it'd break at any moment. But he didn't care and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her down harder on him so his cock could strike deeper, bringing down her defenseless, soaking wet walls. Then, as the sunlight started falling into the room and on their bodies, Joffrey felt another sort of heat rise from his core, and his balls began to twitch. He kept his pumps deep from there on, and soon culminated in a shared climax at the same time. She liberated her morning nectar to drench and welcome the fountain of his seeds that seemed to flow out with no limit. Marjorie felt the warmth filling her up, throwing her into a daze of sensual pleasure. Even more so by knowing that this was not meant for mere pleasure but to put his seeds inside her. There was something hot about it that she just loved, while Joffrey lavished in the warmth of her tight, noble cunt around his calming cock. Slowly, he ended his movements and relaxed, still breathing roughly, keeping Marjorie's tight, lithe body on him. Crack. Crack. Marjorie yelped at the sudden jolts of the bed. Thud. This damn bed. It broke. Joffrey groaned when he realized it wasn't an earthquake. PFF'd. Marjorie found herself laughing uncontrollably. Oh, my dear king, even the bed couldn't handle your lovemaking. Yet, I take pride in breaking it while. Joffrey smiled, liking this submissive side of Marjorie more, and whispered into her ears before biting it. My cock sits in your soaked slit, my lovely queen. She wriggled on his sweaty chest and cuddled him, loving his tease. Will you have me tonight as well, your grace? Then in the morning, every night, maybe in the middle of the day. Under the table, just me and you. Joffrey abruptly and knowingly changed his expressions into one of seriousness and disgust. He pushed Marjorie off of himself and stood up to wear his robes. This is exactly what I despise. Yet another woman trying to control me. First one did it in the name of being my mother, and now another does it in the name of warming my bed. You certainly know how to please me and then ruin the mood with the same darn mouth, Lady Marjorie. Thud. So suddenly, Joffrey vanished from the room, slamming the door shut. Marjorie couldn't even react at the speed it all happened, but once she was left alone, she realized her folly and cursed her damn sharp tongue again. Thinking she could keep him from meeting Sansa at night, she forgot this wasn't the foolish, easy-to-manipulate Joffrey of rumors. Alone, tired, sore, and sad, she curled herself on the bed under the blanket and shed a few silent tears. Cursing herself, her fate of being born a woman without any actual power. Joffrey was in a great mood, however. He patted himself on the back and went to a spare room to take a bath and change his clothes. I must praise myself this time. That was one brilliant move with that Tyrell slut. She really thought she could keep me all to herself. How naive. But now that he finally had time to relax in the warm bathtub, he silently questioned what he saw in the dream. Thankfully, He had just the person who could help him seek a few answers. Knock. Knock. You may enter. The doors opened, and a lone woman entered with silent steps. Slender, graceful, and taller than most knights, the long-haired, red-eyed priestess wore an equally red gown with a neckline so deep, it had to be a conscious choice. No matter what, I have to say she's quite a delight to look at. Joffrey appreciated the false beauty in front of him. But I still won't stick it in there. The mouth service is enough. Welcome, Lady Melisandre. I hope you're finding your stay in the Red Keep amicable. Joffrey shamelessly remained naked inside the tub and gestured her towards a wooden chair. Bring that chair closer and sit. We have matters to discuss. The Red Priestess moved gracefully and dragged the chair so she could sit in front of Joffrey, just a few feet away from the bathtub. I am grateful for the care and affection I have received here, Your Grace. I am able to serve the Azor Ahai, and I am content. Indeed, that mouth serves me quite well. Joffrey smiled and relaxed in the tub. Before we start discussing, why don't you disrobe and pleasure yourself? I'm in a good mood and would like some visual distraction. Any modest, self-respecting woman would have refused. But Melisandre had come to serve her Azor Ahai, to begin with. So, without asking any questions, she slid off her deep red dress from her shoulders and let it fall around her feet. Then, she removed the remaining small clothes, which were also blood red in color. Joffrey smiled at the sight of her beauty. She had full breasts with tight, pink buds, a narrow waist, alluring hips, and a hidden slit that was pale red inside, visible when she sat down and spread her thighs apart with her legs raised with the help of her toes. She first caressed her skin, and her dark red hair, sensually gripped her own neck and sucked her fingers before pinching her nipples. A soft moan escaped her lips as she slowly reached down to her cunt with one hand, spreading the heated lips apart for the king to see. Joffrey felt his manhood rise in the water, and he wasted no time to stroke it gently. He didn't plan on releasing, he merely wanted to relax and enjoy the view. Tell me, Lady Melisandre, you must have seen some vision that made you follow me. What was the vision? She was somewhat of a serious person, but her gentle moans in her deep voice sounded far more sensual in that instance. She never stopped pleasuring herself, sinking two of her nimble fingers deep in her wetness while replying. Ah, Your Grace, I saw you holding the light binger and, slaying the dead. Me, but I've never been her god's follower. Joffrey stopped stroking himself, stood up in the bathtub, and got out. But instead of cleaning himself or wearing robes, he walked towards Melisandre and then behind her. He gently caressed her hair with his rough hands, then touched her pale, unblemished skin. He caressed down and cupped both her breasts and pressed her peaks roughly between his fingers. Can anyone receive these visions? He asked while touching her body freely. Melisandre had closed her eyes and relished in the warm touch. I see it through the fire. If blessed, one may see it in sleep. The low H road has many ways. Is that so? Joffrey mumbled and stopped touching her. Instead, he walked around and stood in front of her chair, his knees between her legs, presenting his erect cock to her face. Melisandre got the message and silently parted her lips to please her Azor Ahai, taking his hardness deep in her sultry, fiery face whole. All that time, only one of her hands gripped his girth while the other continued to pleasure her own cunt. Joffrey didn't put any effort and silently stood there with his hands on his waist as if proudly watching the Red Priestess hungrily devour his long length all the way in. It was certainly a fine way to start the day. Of course, fucking Marjorie was delightful too, but he did that out of necessity, and this one was simply out of need. I had a vision in my sleep. Melisandre seemed shocked and opened her red eyes to look up at Joffrey. But she knew her place and never stopped sucking him with fervor. What? Was Yoah Grace Tilda? Joffrey looked to end the little game and leaned forward to her face, and grabbed her long, red hair, in a barbaric grip of his hand. Then, he started fucking her face for good, like it was her womanhood. Constantly, he groaned and talked about the vision, keeping things cryptic. Plap. Plap. His dangling balls hit her chin while his pelvis pressed on her nose. His cock probed her throat violently, and she never gagged for even a moment, never tried to push him away, even when he would stop and grind his cock deep for a few moments. He earned her thick coat of saliva on his heated desire while looking at her red eyes that seemed pleading to hear his response. It talked about a few strange things. Told me to stop doubting, and let my ambitions soar. It said that I am blessed by the fire of the Fury. What does that mean? You're just a little, I'm almost done. Joffrey didn't allow her to speak as he ground her lips mercilessly until she couldn't even feel them. His long, girthy manhood never seemed to come out more than half its length before plunging back in, all its throbbing, pumping veins forcing her mouth to spread more to accommodate his desire. Ah! What a morning! Joffrey finally let the pleasure take over his movements, and the scratching, tingling itch arose from the depths into a peak of thick seeds. But Joffrey pulled out right then and tightly squeezed his shaft with his hands, pumping it toward Melisandre's face. Dense, sticky strands of sprinkles upon sprinkles of his white release glazed her face and breasts. Her eyes were almost forced shut with the viscous, hot, milky lava, while her lips parted open with the tongue slipping out and taking whatever came close to it in. Her full breasts also showed lines of dripping whiteness, and her entire body was thoroughly painted dirty. Ah! Oh, my king! My Azor Ahai! Melisandre violently shifted in the chair as her own fingers also brought her to a release. Quickly, a calm, gentle stream of leaking hot honey was released from her damp depths, leaving her heaving full breasts trembling, her face looking paler and redder, satisfied. What a beautiful sight. I should try this with Sansa sometime later. Joffrey made up his mind and stepped back from her to clean himself and wear his clothes. Go ahead, Lady Melisandre, you can take a bath in my bathtub, Joffrey offered and got himself ready to start his day. She took his suggestion as if an order and got into the tub to clean herself. But the whole time, her eyes never left the sight of Joffrey. He had changed a lot from what she knew about him. There were signs of muscles on his back and arms, a result of sword wielding. Your Grace, those visions are all but further proof that you are the prince that was promised. You are the Azor Ahai, she proclaimed with pride in her voice. You will lead us into light, Joffrey intercepted her, and defeat the others. Melisandre's eyes widened in shock. It made no sense that a king sitting in King's Landing would know about it, let alone believe in it. How? Joffrey chuckled. Let's just say I've had plenty of other visions, Lady Melisandre. I know the reason I was born in this world, and I know the path I must take. There is darkness brewing in the far north, and there is only one way to prepare ourselves to tackle it. Melisandre immediately realized the reason behind Joffrey's every move. The way he defeated Stannis, killed him, likely bedded Sansa Stark as per the rumors, and now bedded Margaery Tyrell. It all served towards the end goal. Peace, she exclaimed. Indeed, peace. The realm needs to be at peace, united under my resolute and unquestioned rule, so we can muster a formidable army. There are many challenges ahead, but with the aid of my visions, I have no doubt I will accomplish it all. Joffrey gave her some nonsense to motivate her. Lady Melisandre, I believe there must be other Red Priestesses out there who would be delighted to come and serve me in my destiny. I hope you can invite them here. Furthermore, there is a Targaryen princess with dragons, who must be brought under control, or she will doom us all, worse than the others. Focus, direction, and a plan. Melisandre was amused to finally find someone who at least had real enemies in the focus of his goals. Stannis was only interested in winning the throne. I will be honored to serve you, Your Grace. Joffrey proceeded to leave with a teasing smirk on his face. You already are, Lady Melisandre. Beyond the narrow sea, the many free cities, the Dothraki Sea, and across the Slaver's Bay, a certain Targaryen princess found herself in the city of Astaper, bargaining to buy soldiers for herself. Unaware of the changing breeze, the power dynamics, and loyalties, she still hoped to take back the throne she considered rightfully her own. But enemies were plenty, and on each turn was a threat to her life. Don't come any closer. Ser Jorah Mormont raised his blade towards the unknown man who appeared out of nowhere. I'm just a messenger. The man took his robes off, revealing his Westerosi features. Ravens don't come this far, I mean no harm. Daenerys still remained behind Jorah and Ser Barristan Salmy, having experienced so many assassination attempts already. You speak Westerosi tongue. Who are you? I'm just a squire who was promised to be knighted at the completion of this task, my lady. I come bearing a letter for you from His Grace, King Joffrey Baratheon. Sir Barristan Salmy sneered and stepped forward to snatch the letter. He checked it for any poisons first and then opened it to inspect further. He avoided reading it and only looked at the seal at the bottom. It is indeed a real letter from the king. Daenerys could already feel her emotions flaring up at the mention of Baratheon's name. What does it say? You should read it yourself, Your Grace. Sir Barristan extended it to her. Daenerys, filled with disdain, took the letter and silently read it. However, upon reaching the last line, she couldn't help but give a dismissive chuckle. He says he will abdicate the throne if I am to arrive with my dragons and an army. Lies, Your Grace. Sir Barristan quickly started. King Joffrey is nothing but a naive, sickly boy. A pawn of the powerful, who keeps him happy just to keep him away. This must be a ploy of Cersei Lannister or Lord Tywin. They must hope to lure you into lowering your guards, to make you rush your battle and come unprepared. I feel the same, Sir Barristan. Burn the letter and kill the squire. He knows what we are doing here. The less they know about us, the better, Daenerys ordered and stepped back so the two men could deal with it. There was no mercy in her eyes, only firm belief and drive to make her army a reality. To gain enough power to topple Westeros. And with her dragons, it was all but a matter of time. Joffrey Baratheon. If you truly wrote this, you are such a fool. She pondered on the letter. A bigger fool if you allowed someone else to do it. Back in King's Landing, two horses surrounded by a few Kingsguards galloped through the streets. The small folks moved aside on their own in fear of life. Where are we going? To the whores, uncle. Joffrey rode his horse to the Street of Silk with none other than his uncle, Tyrion Lannister, the Hand of the King, and the master of whoring around. But our destinations differ. You are to go to Lord Baelish's brothel and collect the old financial ledgers from him. Do anything you must, but I need it. And where would you be going, Your Grace? To Chataya's brothel, of course. I've heard so much about that place. Might as well take a look while we're here, Joffrey replied, hiding his true intention behind an excited face. You've been there, haven't you, uncle? Any names for suggestions? Tyrion dreamily sighed and nodded at his nephew with a look of appreciation. He had always wanted to bring him to the brothel to relax a little. They are all fine. In the end, it depends on choice, but since you're the king, I suppose you can have all of them at the same time if you desire such. Joffrey hummed in agreement. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, uncle. Well, I'll see you at night then. Make sure you get me those ledgers. With some envy, Tyrion left immediately with his trusted guard, Sir Bronn. Soon after, Joffrey also arrived at the place of interest, one of the most famous and finest brothels in King's Landing. It was 2 stories tall, with many of its windows lit. As he unmounted his horse at the door, he noticed a swinging ornate lamp gilded with metal and scarlet glass. The decorations spoke of the luxuries the place must provide. Stand guard here, Joffrey ordered his Kingsguards and entered through the door. Right away, he felt attacked by the scent of exotic spices. The entire place was clean and decorated with silky curtains. The candle holders were gilded with metal. Welcome to Chataya's brothel, Your Grace. Joffrey looked in the direction of the feminine voice and noticed a tall, elegant woman, who he found to be quite handsome. He knew this wasn't a word used for women often, but it felt proper this time. Her ebony skin and sandalwood-colored eyes were quite the charm, and her voice felt smooth. Summer Isles. Yes, I'm from there, Your Grace. Joffrey walked closer to her for a better look at her graceful form. The green, tight dress she wore was so thin he could notice the budding peaks of her mounds, and the long cut from her waist gave away the sight of her pleasant, smooth leg. If Summer Isles possess such beauty, I feel compelled to commission a fleet and conquer it, Lady Chataya. Joffrey gave his compliments in the strangest way possible. But regretfully, I came today for a different reason. Bring me to a place where we can talk in peace. Chataya felt amused and spoke in the accent of her native place. Men seldom come here to just talk. Joffrey scoffed and followed her, staring at her gliding walk as her hips swayed. Men don't come here with the aim of earning money either, Lady Chataya. Interesting, she mumbled, leading him to a top-story room with magnificent decorations. There was a massive canopied bed in the center with red silky curtains and white bed sheets, enough for many to sleep on. Besides that, there was a large table with multiple chairs. This exotic scent is making me feel things. What do they mix in the incense? It seems intoxicating. Joffrey wondered, thinking if he could use it on women he wanted to bed for reasons. The woman alluringly sat in the chair closest to his and crossed her legs, revealing as much of her naked, silky smooth thighs as possible. She then poured some arbor gold for him. May I ask his grace about the business, now? Joffrey took a sip of wine and relaxed in his seat before placing his hand on Chataya's thighs that she brandished so proudly. He caressed them and felt her dark skin satin smooth, sweltering hotness. I wonder if you're interested in expanding your business. Chataya knew this man was dangerous, and displeasing him was a road straight to stranger's embrace. So, she tried to get closer to him, letting him touch high on her legs, almost reaching close to her covered core. A very lucrative idea, but there is nowhere left to expand, Your Grace. The street of silk has not a single alley that lacks a girl willing to sell warmth. What a seductress. Even her voice is making me feel it in my breeches. Joffrey squeezed his palm and gripped her flesh in response. He liked the silent, sexual tension between them. He was the king. What could she even do? Don't worry about that, Lady Chataya. What I need from you is your guaranteed interest. Soon, I'll bring you an opportunity to expand. I will provide you with fine buildings, a few whores, from there you can recruit more, finer ones. He paused there, leaned closer to the mature woman's face, and looked deeply into her eyes. While his hand boldly moved between her incredibly hot, crossed legs, reaching her small clothes hiding her warming womanhood. In exchange, I expect unwavering loyalty and 7/10 of all profits from the establishments, this one excluded. Chataya, despite being a veteran, and having dealt with numerous crises, felt her heart racing at Joffrey's touch, gaze, and voice. She didn't fail to notice the word brothels, meaning the king wasn't talking about just one more, but many. As for the division of profits, no matter what, it would increase her fortunes, there was no doubt. Well, Joffrey shattered the silence, leaning back in his chair with a nonchalant air, withdrawing his hand from her legs. You may present your answer in the days to come. For the moment, I believe it's time I sampled the delights your establishment boasts. Bring forth your girls, would you? Somewhat shocked, she quickly stood up. Of course, Your Grace. I will bring them right away. After Baelish is dealt with, there will be a void. As a king, I shouldn't enter such business, but with the damn debts, I have no choice. Joffrey cursed 7 generations of the Baelish family under his breath. But he had to agree with the man. You could only sell goods once, but a whore, you could sell again and again. They're here, Your Grace. Chataya returned very quickly with a line of women behind her, each delicately dressed with a sweet smile on their lips. The one at the front is M. Let them introduce themselves, Joffrey ordered. The women noticed the tension in the air and, one by one, introduced themselves with light bows. I am Alyaya, Your Grace. Lady Chataya is my mother. I'm honored to meet you. She is as delightful as her mother, just younger. I can see her being one of the most in demand. Joffrey nodded appreciatively. I am Dancy, Your Grace. My goodness, those are massive. Joffrey admired the beauty of the plump, but shapely woman before him. She had a little pug nose, some freckles, and long, thick red hair, with a heavy, tall build. I'm Jade, Your Grace. I'm called Mare, my king. I've heard so much about the hero of Blackwater. Today, I saw him. I'm honored. Joffrey stared at the beautiful young woman. Her green eyes and porcelain skin were so alluring as if calling him to her. But the most significant charm was her silvery, long, straight hair. She speaks like a learned nobleman. What an interesting bunch. But Joffrey didn't smile and instead appeared frustrated. He stared at Chataya and called her over. The tall, ebony owner of the brothel stepped closer and leaned down to bring her ear to the king. Joffrey scoffed and violently pulled the woman down until she fell on his lap. As he felt her delicate bottom on his legs, he whispered to her ears. Let's not play games here, Lady Chataya. I am quite gentle when pleased, but my fury, don't test it. I know you're hiding her. Leave. Chataya gulped and ordered her girls. Then she stood up again and fixed her dress. Forgive me, Your Grace. She was unavailable due to her motherly duties. I will go and bring her motherly duties. What? Didn't my whore of a mother get the babe killed? Bring both of them, he ordered, just to be sure. I hope I don't have to remind you where you live and work. Chataya felt shivers and quickly stormed out of the room. She had already done the best she could, but losing her life for someone else wasn't worth it. The child should be dead unless it weren't just me who got saved by mysterious means. Joffrey sat there seriously, pouring more wine for himself while repeating a few words from the vision. When innocent blood is spilled, vile crimes are committed. It's my own family that's the greatest sinner then. Knock. Knock. The door opened once again, and a young woman walked in, looking utterly scared while holding something in her arms against her chest, covered in a bunch of clothes. So it's you. Joffrey stood up to get a better view. You look younger than I expected. What's your name? Hagen, Your Grace, she responded with crippling fear in her voice. Joffrey nodded and slowly walked towards her with hands behind his back, sizing her up. She was a young woman, and undoubtedly beautiful in looks with her light red hair and a hint of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Her gray eyes had a strange sparkle in them, while her stature was small. She was almost petite, with the allure of a woman who just had a baby, as her breasts likely swole and hips gained some flesh. My fat fuck of a father liked this sort. Poor woman must have been squeezed out of her life under him. Leave us, he ordered Chataya sternly and followed her to shut the door behind her. Then he looked back at Hagen, who was shivering in fright, her sparkling eyes already filled with uncontrolled tears, and veins appeared on her forehead. I thought my mother had gotten the girl killed. Why your Grace, mercy P. Plea. She started sobbing with no end in sight. Joffrey remained unbothered and stood right in front of her. He gently removed the cloth hiding the sleeping baby's face. She looks too young. Answer me, Hagen, or I will have both of you slaughtered. She shivered like she was standing on the wall with no clothes on. So much fear she couldn't even raise her face to look at him, only hugging the baby tightly while trying her best not to fall down. Your Grace, I was with my child when they came. With a child, that would mean father slept with her just before he died. But I don't remember this being the case, nor did the visions show this. Give her to me, I wish to have a look. Intrigued, he raised both his hands. Give her. She jolted in fright and handed her baby over. Please don't hurt my Bara. I beg you, Your Grace. Joffrey ignored her and gently held the baby in his arms. Then he walked to one end of the room where a large mirror was placed on the wall. Standing very close, he looked at the baby girl's features and his own. By the blessing of some god, it seems both of us survived. He muttered to himself and matched the traits. By God's grace, I have bright blue eyes now. I'm sure Cersei must be utterly confused by this. But I don't have black hair like this girl or father. Perhaps I should slowly shade my hair darker. Bara Storm. He muttered the name and walked towards the table before placing her on it. Then, he picked 2 pillows from the bed and put them on the sides of the baby so she wouldn't fall. If the gods saved you, I have no right to kill you, lest I end up suffering their ire. But it's your foolish mother that I cannot trust. Yet. After that, he focused back on Hagen with deep interest. Slowly, he walked around her sobbing form and caressed her shoulder, down her back, then the other shoulder. It made the woman tremble even further. Her thin, pale brown dress, only held by a loop around her neck, started to show wrinkles as she leaned a little. Joffrey stopped behind her at last, very close to her body. It was my mother who was after your baby. I don't care. Your Grace. She sobbed really hard no matter what he said, and it tested his patience. But when she felt his palm rest on the side of her thin waist, she felt terrified. And when his words resounded close to her ears, she almost felt like fainting. I was wondering what was so good about you that my father chose to sire a bastard. Joffrey whispered into her ears and suddenly shifted his hand on her waist further to curve his entire arm around her belly, squeezing her body, her ass against his front. Quickly, the same hand then slid down to the junction of her thighs, teasing her covered petals that were noticeable. From this very cunt. Right then, Joffrey's other hand cupped one of her swollen breasts, and when he approached to squeeze it and pinch the tip, he felt the moistness on the cloth. She's lactating. Your Grace. Hagen showed surprising resistance, but was still susceptible to his teasing hands. Especially the one down below, which tried to open her apart despite her clothes covering her. I've been with no one else, I swear by. Ah. Joffrey pulled her harder against his body and kneaded her breast roughly until her dress started to get soaked. His hand on her warm loins teased with a heavy flow, pressing hard where her clitoris rested and turning her wet. King Robert is dead, but King Joffrey remains. He ignored her useless attempts to get away and whispered into her ear before licking it. I am intrigued, however. You wouldn't mind if I inspected what's so good about your cunt, would you? And no, please, spare me. Your Grace Tilda. She let out an uncontrolled moan when he went too harsh. I'm only. Joffrey scoffed and pushed her towards the bed, throwing her on the soft mattress roughly. Her pale legs came into view immediately, revealing the glow and sprinkle of faint freckles that adorned her skin. Quickly, he discarded his robes, then breeches, and got completely naked before climbing onto the bed towards the woman. Gently, he raised her dress up from her legs in search of her heated womanhood, left unexplored for a long time if she was to be believed. The further the dress went up, the more he felt excited at the view of her flesh. He had no clue why it made him so interested and hot for this woman, but he knew he was going to relish this one. Oomph. Hagen suppressed her sobs and moaned, trying to shut her legs close, only for the young king to part them open easily and rip her small clothes aside to leave her soaking tight slit for the cold air to tease. Joffrey smiled at the view of her clean, flowery softness and then looked up as his erection grew to its peak. Shish, just spread them and do what whores do. Chapter 7. The Rise of Joffrey Baratheon. Shish, just spread them and do what whores do. Joffrey stared at her dry slit, ignoring her tearful eyes and the faint resistance that was slowly dying out. He licked his lips at how soft and gelatinous-looking her sensual entrance was, tight as expected from an almost petite woman like her but surprising, considering she had given birth a few months ago. Sightly enough to be licked and cherished with my royal tongue, but only if you weren't a lowly whore. Joffrey sighed at the lost opportunities and looked up at her still scarcely covered body, only to feel his cock go harder. But those milking tits. No doubt, I will have the toll recovered from those. He raised her single-piece dress towards her neck, getting a view of her slim, soft belly. It was almost hard to tell that it contained life not too long ago. Higher and higher. Finally, the underside of her swollen, tight, perky breasts came into view. But before going all the way up, he looked at her face and leaned forward, pushing his face closer to hers. Those tears. He went further up on her small body, pushing her further down flat on the bed, and finally licked the tears off her cheeks. Are useless. Hagen wept even more, clenching her eyes and trying to stop her dress from being lifted further. Her spread knees, however, failed to squeeze shut as Joffrey laid between, his royal shaft resting dangerously close to her delicate softness. Please, your grace, I beg. Why? Joffrey licked her lips, stopping her from saying anything. He remained there, a little distance from her lips, trying to make her accept him and take initiative. However, she dangerously tested his patience. The young mother refused to be who she was and serve him. Has she forgotten I'm the bloody king? Not that fat oaf who placed his seed in her. Joffrey felt confused, so he beckoned his head, looked at her crying face, and gently caressed her messy, light red hair away. Stop crying and look at me, Hagen. Otherwise, I will be much crueler. Pa. As she continued pointlessly weeping, Joffrey harshly patted her face and woke her from the strange stupor. I said stop crying. She shut up instantly and wiped her tears away. Albeit feeling Joffrey's weight on her, she looked to the side at the faraway table and made sure her child was all right. What a strange woman. Joffrey was more than amused. Should I call this honorable or foolish? Tell me, why do you insist on resisting? Do you think you can raise a daughter without working? I don't suppose you're literate either, he asked with genuine curiosity. So why do you resist the favor of this king? With fear in her eyes, Hagen replied, I'm King Robert's woman. How you're a whore. Joffrey corrected her delusions. He fucked a new whore, lady, or any woman he saw each night. Do you think your daughter is the only bastard he sired? He's been seeding bastards all across the 7 kingdoms since the day he learned how to use his cock. Hagen was speechless. The little wall of happy flowers she had built around her mind began to crumble. But he told me. He was so good to me. Most men are good to the woman they sleep with, Joffrey replied, gently placing his palm on one of her lush swells, damp from the leaking nectar. Now, I have a proposition to you, Emhagen. I can protect Bara, and let you live a life of comfort, away from whoring. And in case she grows to be a beautiful, learned lady, I'll help her marry a lord. Emhagen soaked her lips with her nervous tongue and looked at her sleeping daughter on the table. What will I have to do, your grace? Joffrey smiled rather devilishly and tightened his grasp on her surging softness. Show me why a man like Robert Baratheon, known for his debauchery, not only fucked a single whore repeatedly but also put a bastard in her belly. I don't know what he liked, your grace. Emhagen felt terrified since she herself had no idea. I'm just an ordinary. Joffrey squeezed his hand harder until more of her nectar leaked. Licking his lips, he stared at her conflicted eyes, the hint of freckles on the bridge of her nose really giving her pale charm a new flavor. In that case, I'll have to explore myself. Tell me, will you let me? She struggled a little under his grip and eventually nodded. Will you honor your world, your grace? One condition. She panicked and stared at him with a questioning gaze. For the rest of your life, your body and mind shall belong to me, Joffrey smirked, sliding his hand to her lips and prying them open to plunge in a single finger, sensing her fear rising. Of course, I promise I won't harm you or hurt you, beyond maybe a little roughness in bed. Emhagen gulped nervously and nodded. I accept, your grace. Good. Joffrey again lowered his lips towards her, but didn't take her since she was too beneath him, at least for now. But it all depends on your performance on this bed, right now. She immediately understood his words and willingly raised her face to meet Joffrey's but only reached his neck. This time, she took the initiative, licking him with her tongue. Yet, her eyes still held the same nervous look, likely worried she'd failed to pleasure her new king. Joffrey raised her dress that barely covered her. Further above her head, and then finally off her body. He looked down and noticed the particularly ripe globes, velvet and swollen, with her sensitive pink tips erect, showing a hint of something white. I will make sure to taste these later. Joffrey amusedly decided and looked further down between the gap of their bodies. Spread, he commanded and received her immediate submission as she spread her knees wider. Let's see what's so special about your cunt. Emhagen reacted right away and clenched her teeth and palms, awaiting the intrusion. Joffrey didn't know if she was wet or prepared for him, nor did he care. She was a whore, and he wanted to fuck her like an animal would, like Robert would. He speared his bulging, purple head between her tight folds. Tight, he looked surprised at the sensation of resistance. He felt the tightness squeezing his skin, pulling it back as he pushed deeper in while eclipsing her body underneath himself. Your grace, Emhagen yelped, throwing her head back on the bed. Be gentle, please. Joffrey did precisely the opposite. Beckoning his hips just a little for a moment, he shoved back in all the way, spreading her petals apart for his sizable cock. A little roughness on the bed, I warned you. She moaned through her clenched teeth and tried to please him. Why yes, you're, Joffrey didn't let her speak. He didn't come there to hear her speak. Quickly, he began rocking his phallus in and out. Mercilessly. Unlike Sansa or Marjorie, with her, he didn't have to care about inducing too much pain or being too rough. She was a whore, and he treated her like one. However, when Joffrey looked down, all he saw was her doll-like face struggling to hold herself, while also taking in all he had to give. The little quivers she made with her lips, squinting eyes, and gritting teeth all made him feel as if he was committing something wrong. Is that what Robert was into? Joffrey wondered, and formed a conclusion. Why your GR, not S, She never completed a single word in her attempts to speak as her moans overcame her. But Joffrey gave her more as he leaned down on her body, foregoing the support of his arms at the sides. Immediately, while his royal spear maintained a constant rhythm, he lowered his face close to her tight, swollen, leaking breasts. A treat that Robert never got to taste. What? No, your grace, that's faux, ooh. Her young, soft, moanful request was ignored as Joffrey took her tight nipple in his mouth. He gobbled up some gluttonous flesh while pushing his tongue against the bud and, with a ravenous suckle, drew the nectar out. It was as if Hagen didn't even know how to moan properly and screamed at the suction from a man's mouth. The feeling was much too different from a child's as Joffrey also massaged her mounds with his hands while his pumping cock drew pleasure from another sensitive spot. Joffrey felt his groin heating up and the climax reaching closer. But he didn't want to end this so soon and pulled out of her dampness. But his mouth remained suckling on her breasts, one after another. I must say, he tried to speak while keeping his lips on her tight buds and nibbling them to agonize her further. The taste's growing on me. 7. Out of breath, Hagen wriggled underneath him as Joffrey wrapped his firm arms around her lithe waist and pulled her body up with himself. He easily dragged her to the edge of the bed, then slid his arms underneath her knees and lifted her up. Your Grace. Joffrey smirked and stood up, watching her scared look in his arms, feeling even more aroused. I think I'm starting to understand what made you different. Joffrey lowered her on his throbbing length mid-speech, fucking her open easily, aided by the wetness of their raw sex. He felt every inch of her squeezing him as she cried and tightened her grip around his neck. She shoved her face on his shoulder so hard that her spit and tears glazed his skin. She fearfully wrapped her arms around Joffrey's neck and rested her chin on his shoulder. What is it? Your grack not so deep. Joffrey was tantalized to the peak and walked to the table where the sleeping baby was resting. I think I might just keep you, Hagen. Aided with his arms, he lifted the young mother and threw her down on his cock with ease, while her legs dangled apart. With each dive into her pussy her groaning cry echoed. No doubt, every single whore in the building must have heard it by now. He finally walked to a wall and pushed her against it. That allowed Hagen to relax and loosen her arms around his neck. Joffrey seized the chance and arched his back, leaning his face down to take her nipple back in his mouth and squeeze her nectar out. Oh, maiden, oh mother, which one of you is making me take such pleasure in this activity? Joffrey asked himself and the gods, why he was enjoying fucking her and sucking her maternal globes. Could this be because mother never fed me herself? Joffrey ravaged her breasts with his hands and teeth while sometimes circling his palms up and grabbing Hagen's hair and pulling it to make her scream, which excited him even more. His mouth drooled all over her, and the little drops of her milk that leaked soaked her belly, and eventually united with the squelching mess of their sex. You are. Joffrey plunged harshly into her as he noticed how nasty it had become. The whiteness of her milk now trickled down to his cock, arousing him to no end. Such a good whore. Gracie Tilda. Hagen found herself savagely thrown against the wall, squeezed, and fucked. She dug her hands on the king's back and almost clawed on him, but never dared to injure him. It hurts. Joffrey mauled her body, her breast, and fucked her with such passion that her soreness could be felt in the swollenness of her petals. His cock plunged in with a mind of its own as her moans came so close to his ears. Such a good cunt. He felt his release almost reaching out. But I'm no fool. Just before he could spill out in her depth, he pulled out and released her legs. Hagen fell to her knees right away, being too sore to stand. And that was precisely what Joffrey wanted as he grabbed hold of her light red hair and shoved his cock between her little lips. Suck it. He shoved it in like it was her cunt. With the wall behind Hagen, she couldn't beckon her face either and had to accept his rough thrusts. Eat my cock, wench. Grash. She dared not push Joffrey away but pleaded for some calm. Her gaze constantly stared up and met with Joffrey's. The tears in her eyes welled up from the constant probe and choking. Her face turned red from the ravishing. That's it. Joffrey smacked his lips together and simply fucked her mouth. He rested his palms on the wall and thrust his hips hard until his pelvis struck her nose each time. At times, he grounded his shaft deep in her throat until she gagged. Good. I'm about to. GHK. Hagen felt the pulsating cock twitching even harder inside. After a few moments of pleasuring plunges into her face hole, Joffrey felt his hardness reach its peak. An intense frenzy of sexual pleasure overcame his being, and a long, hot release escaped his shaft. Take it all, he ordered while grounding his release deep in her throat. Ark. GK. Mhagan coughed and choked, trying to push Joffrey away from her face to take some breath. But having no care for a whore, Joffrey only gave her an inch and kept pouring more of his seeds. Cough. She couldn't take it anymore and coughed harshly, sputtering out some of his cream from the corner of her lips. Ruining her face, they drizzled down onto her milk-coated belly and further to her soaking sore pussy. Joffrey continued with slow thrusts and relaxed in her warm lips. He remained there until she gulped it all down, keeping an eye on the mess she had made. As always, there's a great difference between fucking a whore and fucking a noblewoman. Let's hope Sansa learns quickly. She's easy. At last, he stepped back and gave Mhagan some room to breathe and relax. She spread her legs all the way and fell on her ass, knees wide. The look of bewilderment and arousal on her small face was everything that Joffrey enjoyed. You did well. Joffrey cleaned his cock with Mhagan's dress on the bed and proceeded to wear his clothes. Mhagan, still coughing and gasping, had nothing to clean herself with. So she asked the king right away. But I did nothing, your grace. Oh, that's precisely why my father liked it. Joffrey chuckled. No matter how many times one might embrace your cunt, your face and voice make it seem as if fucking an innocent maiden for the first time, like a forbidden pleasure. Mhagan finally gained some courage and stood up. The first thing she did was to check on her daughter. He only ever did it on top of me. Considering his size, I'm sure he enjoyed shagging you like a savage. What else could you expect from a brute? Joffrey replied and finished dressing up. Be happy, Mhagan. From now on, you shall be responsible for preparing my baths in the Red Keep. Bara. Mhagan yelped, worried for her daughter's safety. Joffrey scoffed and walked up to Mhagan. He thoroughly looked at her lithe, naked body, glazed with his cream, her own milk, and climax down there. Smiling, he caressed one finger on her likely aching tits, scooping some of the milk in his cum, and smearing it on her lips. Mhagan confusedly accepted his actions, there was no other choice. Nor was she in the mood to reject any more. Don't worry, your safety will be assured, he promised and stared into her eyes, giving her a resolute and dangerous look. From now on, when I tell you to bend, you'll show me your cunt. When I say kneel, you'll gape your mouth and suck my cock, only my cock. Mhagan gulped and fiercely nodded. Why yes, your grace. Very well. He smiled at last and left through the door as if nothing had happened. He noticed Chatai on the ground floor speaking with other whores, all with troubled faces. But he chose to ignore them and left with the Kingsguard waiting for him outside. Time to start preparing for the first outing. He gritted his teeth as he hated having to leave King's Landing. But it was all for a prosperous future, for himself. I hope Tyrion got the ledgers. Tyrion did get the ledgers from Littlefinger's brothel. And then, with the help of Illyrio Mopatis, the entire ledger was evaluated and rewritten to make sense. Once that was done, Joffrey had all the details required to incriminate and kill Petyr Baelish. However, that wasn't the goal. The man was responsible for far too much than just embezzlement and corruption. In his own words, chaos was a ladder, and the realm was in the chaos of his making. He was also the key to its end. But, as a man so scheming, it was going to be hard to make him speak. However, Joffrey knew of the weakness that was Petyr Baelish's Achilles' heel. The man had lived almost the entirety of his life with only one goal, an obsession for which he hoped to gain power, wealth, and glory. Climbing the social hierarchy ladder, with the end prize as his greatest reward, a person for whom his heart throbbed. An unrequited love that had gone too far. So, as Illyrio Mopatis departed, Joffrey spent the coming 2 months preparing everything and laying the right traps. More than Marjorie, he focused on Sansa and made sure she'd feel loved at almost every moment they'd come face to face. As promised, she never drank moon tea, and Joffrey, as promised, attempted to sow his seed in her. Almost every night and morning, but always in private. Winning her fanatic devotion was the most critical key to winning the North, and he made sure she felt his love thoroughly. It was hard, but thankfully, he had a new servant, Mhagan, to handle his more wilder side. As for Marjorie, she was slowly learning her place as a wife to the king first, not as the queen. Schemes played out, as did many failures. But finally, after intensive planning, the day arrived. After months of physical training in combat, studies, sex, and schemes, the time for the greatest test had arrived. Inside the packed throne room, Joffrey sat on the Iron Throne alone, with not even Tyrion beside him. Many nobles, high septon, big traders, and highly influential commoners had arrived for the special dinner feast hosted by the king. Lord Tywin and Lady Olenna Tyrell, the two most influential people in Westeros, were also there, one stoically standing and the other constantly smiling with 1,000 hidden schemes. All those with half a brain knew that something big was going to happen tonight. However, the one most confused was Cersei, as she had no idea what Joffrey was planning. Varys had done well hiding his tracks. Amidst the chattering, Joffrey knighted a few men whom he deemed loyal to himself or essential for the future. But as the time rose closer to dinner, he got to the final sequence of the evening. Thud. A metallic thump resounded, attracting everyone's gaze. Joffrey rose from his throne alone and lifted a weapon resting at the side. Only now did many notice it was none other than the warhammer of King Robert Baratheon. Thump. Joffrey, once again, slammed it on the floor and silenced everyone, his eyes slyly measuring every character. With a crown on his head, and his clothes royal and yet modest, he seemed to be the most underdressed for the night. "Don't you disappoint me, Petyr Baelish." He glanced at the man in question. "I know you're cooking something despite the agreement." "Guards!" Joffrey suddenly roared. "Arrest Lord Petyr Baelish, and make him kneel before me." Gasps and chattering immediately arose. Many became terrified, thinking it was a purge, while Olenna and Tywin watched in amusement. Joffrey. Cersei was the only fool. I mean, your graw." Thump. Joffrey slammed the warhammer on the ground again and glared at the woman. "I shall not tolerate this disrespect again, Cersei Lannister. The king is speaking. Your king." Remembering how unpredictable he was, Cersei shut her mouth and walked towards her father, trying to make him intervene. However, Tywin scolded her and shut her up. "I'll deal with you later." Joffrey held no love for the woman. "Lord Hand, please read the crimes of Petyr Baelish so all may hear." Tyrion wearily stepped forward and unrolled a scroll, already feeling the heavy weight on his shoulders. He still couldn't bring himself to believe how Joffrey had changed. But he was given the respect he always desired, and that was enough. Lord Petyr Baelish, master of coin, is accused of corruption, embezzlement of the royal treasury, mishandling gold, and bankrupting the crown directly or indirectly through his brothels. Best use of gold, if I must say. Tyrion always had his little remarks no matter what, earning a few giggles from the crowd. But then he continued, revealing a number that finally left everyone speechless. More than 13 million gold dragons have vanished since the appearance of Lord Petyr Baelish, and the proof of his crimes has been found after meticulously assessing his ledger with the aid of famed Illyrio Mopatis, a merchant prince and a magister of the free city of Pentos. Thump. Joffrey silenced the crowd and descended one step down from the throne's platform. "Petyr Baelish, do you accept these charges?" He wouldn't. Everyone believed Lord Baelish wasn't foolish enough to accept such a criminal charge. "In matters of culpability, Your Grace, I must candidly confess my involvement." Shocking everyone, Petyr agreed while staring at Joffrey, a smile always present on the wicked man's lips. "Good." Finally, he took the bait. Joffrey heaved a sigh of relief. "I must thank Sansa later." It confused even the likes of Tywin and Olenna as to why Petyr would confess. Refuting the charge was as easy as denying it. Everyone still remembered the tourneys of Robert Baratheon, after all. So why? The answer was hidden in what occurred that morning earlier. A few hours ago, in the early morning, Petyr received a peculiar word from Joffrey, and the place he was invited for a meeting was even more amusing. It was Sansa's room. He found himself standing outside, pondering what Joffrey could mean by that. But once he stepped inside, he noticed Joffrey sitting on a chair at the side, facing the door. While Sansa stood beside his chair, clad in a beautiful figure hugging dark red gown, tears filled her eyes. What is the meaning of this? Petyr asked himself, but he was no fool and greeted the king in order. "I received your word, Your Grace." Petyr bowed. "Take a look at those ledgers, Petyr. You're a dead man." "Ledger. These aren't mine." Petyr confusedly walked to the bed's edge and took a glance. Page after page, he noticed it wasn't his writing, yet the numbers were all too familiar. "This is why Tyrion was interested in my ledgers. Don't be shocked. Even Illyrio Mopatis was amazed at your skills while deciphering them, Joffrey taunted. Petter tried to find a solution to the situation, but knowing Joffrey, that wasn't going to happen. Lest he be beheaded like Ned Stark, he knew he had to find a way out of this mess. Why, your grace, I assure you I confess and live in exile, Joffrey exclaimed. Deny, and you will be killed. Brutally, I might add. Petter gulped. He indeed wanted to get as far away from Joffrey as possible at the moment. But this mercy confused him since the crime was quite substantial. Why this mercy? Joffrey suddenly smiled, scaring even Petter. Well, considering how close you have been with Lisa Arryn, aborted child, affair, even handing over tears of Lee to poison the old senile Lord Arryn, well, I don't care about that. Help me get rid of Lisa Arryn, and you shall receive this king's mercy and a reward. Reward? What reward? Before Petter could finish, he found himself dumbfounded as Joffrey stood up from his chair, walked behind Sansa, and disrobed her with a simple pull on the gown from her shoulders. There were no small clothes, and he could clearly see all her youthful beauty, the perky mounds, toned belly, long legs, and that hidden womanhood. Joffrey didn't stop and hugged her waist from behind, squeezing her body tightly while resting his lips on her neck and licking her ivory skin right until her ear. He cupped her breasts and massaged them, making her spread her feet with his own, showing more of her tight slit. All the while, Sansa cried with pleading eyes. What reward? Petter found himself asking again as he felt the warmth in his loins. Joffrey smirked and savagely handled Sansa, who made vocal cries as she was pushed back on the table and thrown back until her legs dangled from the edge, spread wide. But then Joffrey lowered his breeches and placed his throbbing cock at her entrance. Move away. Don't you, boy king. Petter fumed underneath his calm face. His clenched fist made it obvious. Oh, Sansa, your pleading eyes, I'm helpless, don't look at me like that. The reward, Petter, is Sansa's maidenhood. Petter stared at Sansa's visible spread cunt, and Joffrey's cock that rested almost an inch away from the entrance. But she's no maiden anymore. Her maidenhood is a political tool that's too valuable, Petter. Besides, Joffrey chuckled, leaned onto Sansa's naked body, and grabbed her small breasts. You must know that there are many other ways to draw pleasure from a woman's body than just her cunt. Petter gulped when he heard that, his eyes remaining fixated on Sansa's face. How much her red hair reminded him of young Catelyn. The tears in her eyes aroused him, wanting to be the one drawing them out of her. I'll count to 10, Petter. If you don't make a decision to help me deal with Lisa Arryn, I'll shove my cock in Sansa and take her maidenhood, Joffrey gave an ultimatum. After which, you will be slaughtered. So choose wisely, exile with Sansa at your side for the rest of your life, or death. 1. Petter silently tried to think of other schemes and ways out. But his arousal hindered his ability to think, and the sight of Sansa, the idea that she was all for him to ravage, was like a dream come true. What were his options anyway? Only a fool would choose death. 5. My lord. Sansa cried his name all of a sudden. Please. Save me, Joffrey is a monster. It hurts. Please. 7. Joffrey began pushing his cock a little, grinning all the while. Sansa moaned. Anything is better than death. I need to stall this at any cost. Petter made up his mind at last. 9. I accept, your grace. Joffrey stepped back and pulled up his breeches, leaving Sansa to cry in a fetal position as if he actually took her maidenhood. Very well, confess to the crime tonight in the throne room. Take the name of Grand Maester Pycelle as the one who supplied Lisa with the poison. Furthermore, confess that Lisa confided everything to you, including the letter she sent to Lord and Lady Stark, to seed a feud between House Stark and House Lannister. Wide-eyed and shocked, Petter felt scared for his life. Joffrey seemed to know things that he shouldn't. How will I escape then? You'll only be charged for corruption. A ship will await you at the port, with this sweet delight, Sansa, tied in the captain's quarters, for you to relish. Petter couldn't just take his word for it. I need guarantees, your grace. Words got Eddard Stark killed. I wish to keep my head. Joffrey nodded and glanced at Sansa. He chose to take a risky step. I believe the confession will take place during the special feast tonight. If I don't exile you, you may publicly reveal the result of Lord Arryn's investigation to the realm. I accept the terms, Your Grace. Petter couldn't believe his ears, and chose to leave right away and prepare for his departure. I shall be there tonight. Thud. Once the door was slammed shut, Joffrey took off his breeches again and walked back to Sansa. He turned her up and laid her straight on the table, noticing her smiling face. Sansa, may I take your maidenhood? He asked in a sarcastic tone. Sansa giggled and spread her legs for him, raising her knees at the table's edge. Oh, how beautiful she was all around, how smooth her slippery petals were. Oh no, somebody save me, my lovely Joffrey is going to ruin me, oh, this maiden. The seven have mercy. It was rare, but Joffrey had a genuine laugh from her reply. And without further ado, he eased himself into her departments that had grown accustomed to him, but he never failed to draw out peak pleasure from her tightness. Ah, Joffrey. Sansa took his name, having gotten used to it. Gee, thank you. Oh, it was Petter all along. Tilda. Joffrey fucked her vulgarly, clutching her thighs roughly, and pulled her feet towards his chest. It was all him. Sansa, it was all his game, and we were fools. She smiled and spread her pale arms wide, inviting Joffrey to kiss her lips and make love to her passionately. Thank you for avenging my father. Avenging. Ah, she thought it was Cersei, and now Petter who schemed against him. Joffrey realized and decided to let that confusion remain. Yes, give me everything, my king. Back in the present, things unfolded as Joffrey desired. Petter confessed to the first crime, and when Tyrion read the following crimes of hiding the culprit behind Lord Arryn's murder, Petter elaborated further. It was Lisa who killed Jon. She had grown demented. She's mentally insane. That woman was infatuated with Robert, her son. When Jon revealed his intentions to foster their son at Dragonstone with Stannis, it broke her. Having had multiple miscarriages and stillborn, she could not accept it, and finally, she poisoned Lord Arryn. The gasps continued, and even Olenna and Tywin appeared surprised at that revelation. She told me everything because she still held romantic emotions towards me, something I couldn't reciprocate. After Lord Arryn's death, she revealed to me that, Petter glanced at Lord Tywin there. That, she sent letters to Lord Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn Stark, claiming that the Lannisters poisoned Lord Arryn. Pycelle gave her the cheers of Lee in return for gold. He should still have the chest full of gold hidden somewhere. What? Pycelle immediately rose and jumped forward to clarify. Enough. Joffrey roared and walked further down the stairs, dragging the warhammer behind him. For a lone woman's unhinged insanity, this realm has been soaked in blood. Countless lives lost, noble houses destroyed, pointless animosities formed, all because of a misunderstanding crafted by Lady Arryn. At last, Joffrey stopped beside Pycelle and glared into his eyes. Because of leeches like you, this realm remains constantly poor, suffering, ha. Your graw. Boom. A deafening roar, and then an echoing thump. Joffrey lifted the hammer with both hands and slammed it straight down onto Pycelle's head, shattering the old man's already feeble neck and leaving a gaping hole in his skull. What has become of this realm? Joffrey bellowed and looked at multiple faces, blood spilling everywhere under his feet as he dragged the hammer. The merchants are stealing, the nobles are murdering each other, the poor are dying of starvation. Are we savages? No better than the wildlings. Greed. Joffrey stopped in front of Tywin for a moment and glared into his eyes, then did the same in front of Olenna. Lust for power. Then Joffrey paced around the room, where Petter was still kneeling with two Kingsguards pointing their swords at him. No more wars and corruption. Joffrey dragged the hammer and finally stopped in front of Petter. But for his honesty, Lord Baelish deserves a reward, ha. As soon as Joffrey began raising his hammer with both hands, Petter realized everything and tried to jump back. You incestu. Boom. Arg. Petter groaned in pain like a dying dog. He dodged the strike on his head but received it on his groin. As if a balloon with water had burst open, Petter's entire belly had exploded in a gory display of mad violence. But Joffrey, as if possessed by Robert Baratheon himself, raised the hammer again with a roar. This is your fucking reward. Bam. Petter, already shocked in pain, saw his left knee turn to a pulp of muscle and blood, sprinkled with shards of bone. This is what happens to traitors. Bam. The other knee was lost. This is King's justice. Thud. At last, With no sanity left to doge, Petter received the warhammer straight to his face. But Joffrey didn't stop there and slammed the hammer a few more times, turning Petter's entire body into a mush of blood, flesh, and bones. Crimson was everywhere, even on Joffrey's face and the Kingsguard's capes. Once it became hard even to recognize what the mangled red mess was, Joffrey stopped, panting. His striking blue eyes were starkly visible that evening, and his blonde hair somehow seemed a little less yellow. Joffrey left his warhammer on the corpse and started walking back to the Iron Throne. While walking, he took off his royal coat and then the tunic inside, getting fully naked from the waist up, which revealed the lean muscles all over his body, his hard work on display. The bunching muscles of his shoulders, his firm, sleek, and slender muscular build, and the hint of abs. It was everything that no one expected their king to have. This didn't look like the body of a boy king who lazes around. Lord Hand. Joffrey took his seat and called Tyrion. Send ravens to all the houses of Vale. Inform them about Petter Baelish's confession. Tell them, if they do not apprehend the treasonous Lisa and her son, and bring them here, Vale shall receive no supply of grains from the Reacher Westerlands. Furthermore, we will block all their ports. He glanced at Olenna Tyrell and received a faint, smiling nod from the old woman. At last, Marjorie's cunt came into use. Then he looked at Tywin and, surprisingly, received an instant nod. Strange. I expected him to glare at me since I didn't discuss it beforehand. Tyrion quickly rushed away. I will see to it right away, Your Grace. Finally, Joffrey received a cloak from one of the Kingsguards to cover his royal body as he stood up. Forgive me for this unsightly occurrence. I couldn't hold myself at the thought of how many people I could have fed with the money Lord Baelish stole. Go, fools, spread the word all across the 7 kingdoms. Tell everyone how ruthlessly compassionate your king is. Joffrey chose his words carefully and ended the gathering. The feast has been prepared outside, so proceed there. I shall join after getting myself cleaned, he ordered, and quickly the guards guided everyone out. I suggest everyone go, I mean everyone. At his command, even Cersei had to leave despite her attempts to run up to him and hug him. Thankfully, soon, almost everyone left, but one lone lion remained standing in his place, and not even the Kingsguard had the gall to usher him out. What do you want, old lion? Joffrey couldn't deny it, he felt nervous. Ah, why is he coming closer? Angry at me for killing Pycelle. Tywin Lannister walked all the way to the foot of the throne and looked up at Joffrey. There was complete silence for many moments, a strange sparkle in the old man's eyes. Grandfather, Joffrey tried to break the silence. Finally, Tywin nodded, and shocked Joffrey with a faint smile. My son and daughter never could, but today, you've made me proud of being a Lannister again. What is this? Honor among thieves. Joffrey felt awkward receiving praise from a man he wanted to kill. You have learned well. Saying that, the old lion turned around to leave. Grandfather. But Joffrey called for him. I have learned plenty, but I'm still a cub learning to use my claws. May I have a word in private with you in the morning? Tywin didn't look back, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden from the Kingsguards. Of course, my grandson. Perhaps using the old lion can be of help. He must be desperate, considering the almost empty gold mines. Joffrey silently nodded and planned for his next steps. The Unsullied have already set sail, journeying here. Finally, the time draws closer to that fated wedding, my stepping stone into the north. The dinner feast went by, and night fell. Nothing more eventful occurred, but a few places in King's Landing were raided in search of Petter's hidden money stash. Some of it was recovered, and the brothels were put under the indirect control of Tyrion. However, when almost everyone had gone to sleep, Joffrey still found himself wide awake and walking the many long hallways of the Red Keep. Dressed in a modest, single piece of tunic and breeches, he made his way to Cersei's room with 2 of his Kingsguards. With second thoughts and doubts in his head, he still contemplated if he should take this step. But in the end, no matter what, after knowing the future, he knew Cersei could never be trusted. Stand guard here. If anyone enters, I will skin you alive. Joffrey brought the sheathed short sword in his hand as if he were entering to kill Cersei. Then, he gently pushed the door open and entered. I can't believe I'm doing this, but if I'm to leave King's Landing, I need this ambitious lioness under control. Joffrey sighed, walked through the faintly lit area, and entered the much wider open room. It's even bigger than my room. Oh, Jaime Tilda, what in the seven hells? Joffrey froze in his place and looked at the bed. There, under the candlelight, he saw Cersei lying completely naked on the silky sheets, her legs spread wide and her fingers dipping in between, in search of pleasure. Fucking incestuous bitch. No matter what, he hated this one aspect of himself. If only he had Robert's true blood. Nothing would have happened. He would have lived a happy life as the king. Ned wouldn't have died, and the War of Five Kings wouldn't have happened. Cersei was still at it, squelching in her wetness with her 2 fingers, arching her back and raising her graceful mounds. Oh, Jaime, so big, our son has grown. So big. Tilda, with a plain face, Joffrey silently watched the woman please herself. Known for her beauty, even he couldn't deny Cersei was a strikingly beautiful woman. Her wavy, golden hair was a natural sign of her nobility, and her fair skin, as well as her enchanting figure, was the cherry on the top. Oh, my fat fuck of a father, if only you had taken her name while fucking. Cursed with knowledge, Joffrey lamented his fate and the rising mound between his legs. The things I do for this damn realm. I should kill her the first chance I get, but right now, I will have to swallow the bitter poison. Yes. Seeing her climax approaching, Joffrey stepped forward into the light. But when she still failed to notice him, he walked all the way to the foot of the bed, and watched Cersei fuck herself with her fingers. Her long, smooth legs rubbed on each other, her one hand groped her breasts. Her mouth was open in loud moans, her eyes closed, and her golden hair disheveled. She was a sight to see. But to Joffrey's surprise, he felt nothing. She was a dead woman in his eyes. Need help. Cersei opened her intoxicated eyes. But instead of screaming, she smiled widely and intensified her fingering. Oh, you're here, oh my big boy, so big, so strong. How drunk is she? Joffrey wondered and tried to wake her up again. Mother, it's me. Yes, call me that again. My beautiful, strong boy, all mine. Cersei closed her eyes again and touched herself everywhere. That bitch Marjorie will never take you from me. Ah, yes Tilda, Joffrey sighed, removed his tunic, and climbed onto the bed. At the rustle of the silky sheets, he laid beside her and gulped. The scent of wine was firm on her, and her sweat, as well as her aroused sex juices combined, made a different kind of scent. I don't want to do this. Joffrey gritted his teeth, stopping his hand almost a few inches away from touching between her parted creamy thighs. But she'll kill Sansa once I'm not here, maybe even Emhagen. Someone mad enough to blow up the great sept of Baelor was insane enough to do anything in Joffrey's eyes. Mother, wake up, it's your fucking son. He tried to wake her to her senses again. Cersei moaned and squeezed her breasts. Yes, baby, you're my sweet Joff. Come to mother, come, baby. That was it. Joffrey couldn't bring himself to care anymore. The perfect strategy was already planned in his head. After all, blaming a drunk woman for fucking her own son was easier than approaching her sanely and seducing her. 7. Forgive me, but I must commit this madness. That's all this whore knows. Harsh words for the one who gave birth to him. But after being reborn, nothing matters. All means were justified for the end goal. Joffrey caressed his fingers on her toned, heaving belly and carefully slid down. His 2 fingers curved themselves and replaced hers, easing into her soaked pussy. Not tight, but not loose like an abused whore either. Ooh, baby, yes, Jaime. Cersei caressed Joffrey's muscular chest and dreamt of Jaime. Faster. Almost there, not yet. But Joffrey had another plan and slid closer to her body. While one hand explored her squelching slit, he drew his face closer to her perfectly round, beautifully formed breast. Creamy white, with a pink nub on top. He suckled on it right away as if trying to draw something out. Fuck Jaime. Cersei moaned like crazy. She turned towards Joffrey, and hugged his head, with both her arms, tightly pulling him to gobble up more of her plump mounds. His hand, at the same time, nastily dug between her gaps since she squeezed her legs together, almost humping her hips on his fingers. I hate this, I fucking hate this. Joffrey closed his eyes and tried to finish her so she'd faint. The plan was to just wake up beside her in the morning, naked, with his cum on her pussy. For that, he didn't need to put it inside. Oh, Sue Tilda good, come on, yes, faster, deeper, harder, Cersei wildly muttered to herself. I want more, give me more. She suddenly slid one hand down and squeezed it under his breeches. Her palm gripped his cock tightly and began stroking. Hee, so big and long Tilda, she giggled and licked his face all over, eventually getting on top of him. Her eyes were open now, but it didn't seem to change anything. Gimme that fat cock. Fuck this royal pussy, Jaime, fuck it like never before. Oh, I missed this. No, Joffrey tried to push her away as she lowered his breeches. Not now, but Cersei again pushed him down like a lioness and gobbled his cock in her mouth without warning. She sucked it harshly, squeezing with her fingers and tugging with her lips. But that only lasted a few moments. Fuck, she won't fall asleep unless I fuck her. The idea of doing it haunted him. But seeing Cersei was on her way to slide his cock in already, he gave up. I'll have to drown myself in wine to forget this, fucking incestuous bitch. I'll make sure to use your guilt to my heart's content. Ooh. Cersei finally lowered herself on his throbbing cock. Her cushiony ass planted on his lap, and her pussy swallowed the entire length of his cock in one go. Her reactions varied, from cries to rolling eyes, from biting lips to squeezing her own nipples. Jaime, fuck me like a whore. I missed tea. I'll kill you both soon. Joffrey closed his eyes momentarily and decided to take matters into his own hands. Fine, I'll treat you like a whore then, Cersei Lannister. Chapter 8. I'm into redhead. Joffrey pushed Cersei from above him onto the bed and turned her around, not wanting to see her face. With savage, unhinged thrusts, her rear clapped against his cock, her slit sorely speared, and her rear flesh rocked. Her moans never stopped, constantly dripping with Jaime's name. Her fingers clawed at the bedsheet with her face shoved on it, muffling her voice. Without knowing, she accepted the wild fucking that Joffrey himself hated. I will kill you, woman. This is the first and the last time. Joffrey gritted his teeth and forced himself to a release, while Cersei had already come a few times in her heightened pleasure, but he had to work hard to push himself. Needing more arousal, he grabbed Cersei's golden blonde hair and tugged at it, making her moan and giggle. With the other hand, he smacked her rear as hard as he could until she cried. Her aching voice pushed him closer to the edge, forcing him to press his pelvis further into her to reach deeper. He closed his eyes and simply glided in and out through her squelching hot core. Her tall, mature, yet beautiful body just shook against him, making him feel disgusted. Yes, Jaime, I'm close, my love. Cersei panted as another climax was pulled out of her. Her rear rose up on its own, earning stronger thrusts. The slippery, slimy nectar leaked from her swollen pussy, red from Joffrey's relentless fucking. The initial plan to finish quickly had failed, and it had been almost half an hour of non-stop fucking her with no break. He really couldn't get past that disgusted thought. Joffrey released her hair and let her face fall back down on the sheets. She fell into a numb, exhausted slumber right away, too tired from the shagging and the wine. She had drunk beforehand. Joffrey thanked the seven and quickly eased out of her drenched slit. Quickly, he started jerking off himself with one hand, and the other hand spread her feathery soft rear for a perfect aim at her core. He simply couldn't bring himself to finish inside her. He hated it to the point he felt suffocated in his chest. He panted, feeling the tickle inside his rock-hard length. Stroking it, he eased as close as possible to Cersei's soaked and flushed petals to finally let it out. Thick, white loads of his young seeds spilled all over her, coating her entrance like a veil. A few drops drizzled down to the sheets, but Joffrey made sure to pour every last drop on her so she'd notice in the morning. Utterly exhausted, he finally fell to the side after feeling some calm in his loins. But just then, his mind felt a lot clearer, and disgust arose by manifolds. The memories he had of this woman from his younger days, her warm smiles, and her loving hugs felt infuriating. He couldn't hold it and had to make a run for one of the flower pots. There, he felt like vomiting, but only dry heaving came out. This, whore, why did you do fuck everyone but the man you should have, fucking traitor. After cursing her out a few times, he returned to bed after drinking some water. Again, he crawled beside Cersei and tried to fall asleep despite the pulsating headache. If my rebirth here had a reason, I truly hope this was a part of your plan, gods. He prayed in silence. If not, I'm no better than her and Jaime. A few minutes and gasps later, his eyes got heavy, and slumber greeted him before he realized it. After straining himself so much mentally and physically, his rest was quite enjoyable, so much so that he didn't notice when the morning came and the breeze from the open balcony started fluttering the curtains. However, it was a faint yelp that woke him up. Joffrey, wake up, Joffrey. Joffrey finally opened his eyes and almost sneered. He didn't like seeing Cersei's face first thing in the morning, nor her dangling ivory globes. But he noticed the quilt covering her legs, proof she had seen it. Mother, what happened last night? Why are you naked in my bed? Why am I indecent? She found herself stuck at the mention. Down there. Joffrey felt his mind quickly wake up and remembered what had occurred last night. Right away, he started acting the way he had planned. He yelped and shifted away from Cersei. Mother, why would you do that to me? Cersei's face went pale. Why did you keep calling me Jaime? Oh, that look on your face. It almost makes all that misery worth it. Joffrey rejoiced inside. Prepare yourself to become my slave now, woman. I just wanted to talk to you, you were so drunk. You made me drink too, and then, Joffrey showed horrified expressions. You pushed me down and, why, mother? Cersei groaned and rubbed her face with her hands. She could remember drinking and even riding Jaime. Now she knew it wasn't a dream, and certainly not Jaime. I was missing my brother, while you were jumping on my cock. Don't, she shouted. Don't say that, it was a mistake, so please forget about it. Nothing happened here between us. Joffrey, feigning ignorance, crawled back to Cersei. He grabbed her hands and stared at her face. His cock naturally started going erect at the view of her plump mounds. But I finished inside, mother. I've committed a mistake, but don't fear, mother. I will take responsibility for this. Joffrey, you oomph. She lost words when his length reached peak erection. The bulging size and girth amused her and woke up something deep inside. It's all right. I'll take moon tea. Please, forget about this and go back to your room. She breathed heavily and lost her ability to look anywhere but his cock. The throbbing purple head seemingly flinched every now and then, inviting her. But I am the king, Joffrey replied, suddenly standing upright on the bed. Being so close, as he stood up, his shaft dangled very close to Cersei's face. You taught me to be responsible. I will accept your decision, mother. But I still stand firm in taking responsibility. Cersei remained silent for a while. Her long breaths were audible while her face inched closer to his cock, ever so slowly. Thank you for understanding, my Joff. Forgive me for what happened last night. Having had enough, Joffrey nodded and jumped down from the bed. He started wearing his clothes. Quickly wearing his tunic, he was just picking up his breeches when Cersei got off the bed and reached for him. The quilt slid off her body, and she stood up completely naked. Her clean and shaved slit still appeared slimy from last night's activities. She had some hesitation in her eyes, but also a hint of seductiveness in the way she walked. I feel devastated, Joff. She approached Joffrey, who stood there in confusion since he didn't expect this much shamelessness from her. This shouldn't have happened between us, but, mother. She ignored his voice and rose on her toes to wrap one arm around his neck. She brought her face beside his ear and whispered. But just then, her other hand slid down his belly and grabbed his erect girth. But I understand. How big you have grown, my sweet Joffrey, she whispered into his ears. I know you have your toys. But only your mother will ever truly love you. Remember that, my dear. Joffrey nodded, trying to ignore her hand that started stroking his cock. The heat of her naked body was arousing him despite his averted eyes. Such a good, big, king, she whispered. Whenever you're tired, or want someone to talk to, you can always come to your mother, here. Good maiden. Did I go too far? No, this is Cersei. She probably thinks she can control me better with sex. Joffrey tried to make some sense. She's shameless and ambitious. Having me as her sex toy is like killing two birds with one stone. I understand, mother. He groaned and pulled his hips back so his shaft slid off of her grip. Very well, my king. She pecked on his cheek and stepped back before turning around to return to her bed. Certainly, she didn't fail to showcase her wide, mature curves and hips while walking. I will have your head on a pike soon enough. Joffrey cursed his rotten luck and quickly pulled up the breeches before leaving the room. 7 hells, I'll have to keep the ruse going to protect Sansa and Marjorie now. After all, the Unsullied were almost on King's Landing's shores. The first campaign to the north was about to begin. Securing the home ground, King's Landing, was the highest priority. I don't understand you anymore, my nephew. Joffrey smirked, sitting in his solar with the family's most hated Lannister before him. None can, uncle. You have to be more specific. The women, of course. You're betting Sansa and Marjorie at the same time. That can't be good for the realm. The Starks are a dying breed, and knowing Olenna, you ought to be careful, young stag. Joffrey chuckled and continued to read the book he was focused on. I'm a man with a plan, uncle. Yes, it involves some risks, but if I succeed, the realm shall prosper, and so will I. So you plan to keep both? Tyrion asked. 3, Joffrey answered, leaving the man dumbfounded. In any case, I called you here to discuss the finances. Much of the hidden coffers kept by Littlefinger have been discovered. The brothels under his control will now be mine. But until we can find a better, more suitable master of coin, I need you to oversee this as well while I'm gone. Gone? To where? The north. Joffrey looked out the window behind himself and estimated the time. The ships must have arrived. Follow me, uncle. We're going to the port. Fumbling from his chair, Tyrion rushed behind Joffrey to keep up. They made quick strides out of the Red Keep and then arrived at the port on horseback. There, a major fleet was docking and unloading, men armored in black leather, their helmets made of steel. In one hand, they held their tall spears, and in the other, shields. Getting invaded wasn't in today's schedule, Tyrion exclaimed at the sight, almost frightened. There were so many of them, standing in neat phalanxes. Joffrey chuckled and moved toward the big fat man that he recognized from a distance away. Magister, your grace. The heavy-bodied Magister of Pentos bowed, being of nobility now after all. You were in luck this time. They were hesitant to sell this many, but being a Magister has its own perks. Not 5,000, but I was able to get 4,081, and this is the scourge that gives you the authority over them. Interesting. He observed the whip-like golden tool closely. As much as I wish to free them like Daenerys, I don't have enough confidence they would follow me freely. But perhaps a bait can be useful. So, he waited for all the Unsullied to deboard the ship and stand together. The port had been guarded off by then to stop small folk from making too much noise. Men had already been sent to quell any rumors of an attack from rising. But once the new personal eunuch army of the young lion was in place, he stood up on a crate and showed the scourge. After that, he began shouting in a heavily accented, but understandable Valyrian. Thank you, Melisandre. You finally found some use for yourself. Dovigdor, this scourge is meaningless to me. He shouted and threw the whip to his feet. I am King Joffrey Baratheon, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. I honor valor, loyalty, and strength above all. Yes, I purchased you from your master, for I need an army to quell the pesky rebels who wish to cause chaos. You are known to be the most courageous and fierce fighters. But such are mere words to me. Prove it. Prove to me with your blades and shields, and earn your freedom. Fight beside me, my soldiers, and in 7 years, all of you are free to leave, as free men. Live wherever you want, work however you want. Another reason Joffrey couldn't openly accept them as his slaves was that the faith of the 7, as well as the old gods, considered slavery an abomination. Openly having slaves would have meant angering the entirety of Westeros. You are not slaves, you are my soldiers. You serve me well in return for good food and shelter. At the end of your 7th year, all of you shall receive a monetary reward to settle down anywhere in the 7 kingdoms. He announced and stepped down from the little stage. Carefully, he walked towards a phalanx. By the end of the night, choose a commander for yourself, one who shall be your overall leader and my direct subordinate. Rest chose 1 captain for every 1,000, a lieutenant for every 500, and a leader for every 50. It shall work as a strict hierarchy, and I shall meet with the commander and the captains regularly, understood. Thud, thud, the Unsullied tapped their spears on the stony floor in chorus, showing their agreement. It filled Joffrey's heart with pride and excitement as, finally, something good had happened. Uncle, please house them closest to the Red Keep, even inside if possible. Make sure they receive enough food supplies. Give them tools to sharpen their blades and as many horses as possible. Joffrey ordered his second-in-command. I'll march northward in 3 days. Tyrion gulped, looking at the Unsullied and then Joffrey. North, why? Just a small excursion to the Stormlands. He lied through his teeth. But it was necessary for all of King's Landing to think he was headed there. That night, Joffrey arrived at his bedchambers content and excited. And with Margaery waiting for him there, he knew he was going to enjoy it. It was unknown if she was with baby, but just to be sure, he hoped to perform to the best of his ability the whole night. However, before heading to bed, he sat with Margaery on the chairs and waited for the selected commander of the Unsullied to report to him. I heard they are trained barbarically. That is true, Margaery. Perhaps calling it barbaric is an understatement. You should truly study about it, my queen. You will understand the great opportunity I have given them by freeing them under my command. Joffrey entertained her small talk since anything said to her was as good as said to Olenna. Knock. Knock. Your Grace, the Unsullied is here. Let him in. The door opened, and a 6-foot-tall, average-looking Unsullied entered. His arm muscles showed pumping veins, and his general build seemed better than most others of his kind. You can remove your helmet and introduce yourself, Joffrey commanded. Once again, average features with a distinct wound mark on the left side of his face that went from his eye to the nose. His hair was cut in the usual almost bald fashion. I am the chosen commander, my name is Great Turd. Margaery choked on the wine she was drinking. What? Joffrey expected something bad, but not this bad. As great as it is that you can speak some broken common tongue, I'm curious why you're named that. I was the best during my training years, my king. I was given the title of great, but the good masters said I am still worth less than horse excrement. That is horrible, Margaery commented in her usual overly emotional manner, but Joffrey sighed and stood up from his chair. He then unsheathed his sword resting on the table. I know that name must hold honor for you. But as the personal commander of the king's army, I can't allow you to be called by that name. So, I shall grant you a new name matching a once great knight of Westeros. Seeing the king approaching, Great Turd knelt down on one knee. He had no weapons with him, but he held no fear either. Tap. Joffrey tapped the sword on his shoulders. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the innocent. Arise, Sir Arthur Great, a knight of the 7 kingdoms. Ought to win some loyalty with this. Joffrey thought so and stepped back, seeing Margaery clapping giddily. Sir Arthur, when you leave my service, you may start a family with the last name, Great, he added, sweetening the deal. I hope you will serve my side well. Now, you may leave and inform the rest that only my order is to be obeyed. If anyone else dares to order you, you may not kill them, but you can subjugate them and bring them to me, and I mean anyone. Thud. Sir Arthur kicked his foot on the ground in the absence of a spear and saluted before leaving through the door. Now I hope grandfather plays his part well. That Bran the bastard might be watching everything. I can't do anything openly against the Starks. Joffrey gritted his teeth and locked the door of his bedchamber. Now that wine has coated our tongues sweet, shall we take the bed, my queen? Joffrey looked at Margaery with hungry eyes. The summer green dress she was wearing had the usual charm of showing too much skin. Tight from the waist, sleeveless, with a plunging neckline and a back that was as low as her hips. Her hair was done loose as well, fluttering in the wind from the windows. The smile on her lips, the ever-seductive sign of a vixen. Oh, my king, I'm always yours, she responded with a melodic tone and threw herself back on the bed without removing her clothes. Take me, my king. Always knows what to say and when to say it. Joffrey recognized her cunningness easily. Just being submissive won't win you the race, you naive little swan. Immediately, Joffrey discarded his clothes to his bare skin and crawled onto the soft, warm bed. The maiden waited for him in the middle. He got on top of her first and showered her with a few warm kisses, winning her heart. He gazed at her beautiful, rich brown locks that elevated her sparkling beauty. Those thin lips pulled him in as he spread them apart with his tongue and claimed the exotic aftertaste of the wine. His hands gently slithered on her mischievous body to her shoulder, where he pulled off the strap of her dress. It went against what she was expecting. He was gentle like a lover, a husband cherishing his wife. Not a king claiming his right. "Ah, you're amazing, my king," she moaned when Joffrey moistened his way down to her neck and started kissing her there. His hands kept working, pulling down the other shoulder strap, and then forcing the dress down entirely. That exposed her perky, small globes with the cherries on top. Joffrey didn't fail to cherish them and grip them hard with his palms while his mouth suckled them fiercely. The little shivers and throbs of her arched back made the moment more tantalizing, Joffrey's touch more arousing. But Joffrey continued going down, pulling Marjorie's dress below her waist and, finally, throwing it away with his nimble feet. It was dim in the room, but he could still make out the perfect body of the coveted beauty underneath him. However, he knew he had to start immediately without wasting energy. So he once again pulled himself up on her body until they were face to face. With his knees, he spread her legs apart and found the perfect spot between them. His throbbing manhood hungrily probed the entrance of her womanhood while their eyes remained locked. He kissed her and caressed her hair. "Let's make this night memorable, Marjorie," he suggested and positioned his cock, driving the swollen crown in. He weighed down on her body, aiming to breach the deepest spot. "Let's make this one count, my queen," she moaned underneath that erotic position, her king preparing himself to plow in. "Ah, yes Tilda, let's make this, oh, count." Joffrey smiled and embraced her neck tightly with both his arms, almost hugging her head. Then, with a single pumping thrust, he went all the way, deep to the hilt. "Ah, Joffrey, ah, Joffrey." Sansa's mindless cry echoed in her bedchamber as Joffrey claimed her tightness with pride and right. It was Marjorie the night before, and it was Sansa's turn tonight. Having spilled his seeds inside the beautiful flower 5 times just a dozen hours ago, he felt utterly tired, but with Sansa, that tiredness seemed to fade away. Her constant innocent moans and her naivety to believe everything from his lips was almost arousing. In the same position as Marjorie, he plowed through the elegant core of the eldest Stark daughter. Her eyes were tearful, her long and slender legs hugging Joffrey's sides. She loved it as much as he did. Clothes discarded, she was in the midst of accepting Joffrey's skin sticking to her, and his tongue coating her body. "Show me that tongue," he ordered her. Quickly, the young she-wolf opened her lips in O-shape and spread her pink tongue out. Joffrey captured her and dug into her lips. The twisting and tugging of their flesh was never ending. He filled both her warm holes, her faintly red pubes with his manhood, and her mouth with his tongue. Sansa Stark was his and only his. There was no doubt remaining. "Ah, Joff," she moaned at her incoming release. That ensued a heavier pounding as Joffrey planned his climax too. Leaving her lips, he nibbled on her pink buds and mercilessly speared into her wild depths. Feeling every tight nook and cranny of her insides, the exhilarating sensation was heightened by her utter tightness. Being so ripe in age and Joffrey being the only man ever to touch her so sensually, her womanhood was seemingly shaped to satisfy him. "Go ahead, Sansa," he said and plunged deep before stopping. His throbbing shaft oozed out uninterrupted sprays of white, his seeds spilling to her core indefinitely reaching where they needed to. Her own release came at the same time, squeezing out around Joffrey's impaling cock that continued to grow limp. It was merely round one of many, for he was sure that Sansa still had far more to offer than just her submissive moans and body. But for now, he laid beside her and hugged her hot, naked body, face to face and staring into her eyes. "My Sansa, do you trust me? More than I trust myself," she chirped back lovingly, and unexpectedly, her hand went down and fondled his flaccid cock, trying to wake it up once more. "I love everything about you. What a beautiful second life." Joffrey internally rejoiced for his new fate. In reply, he caressed her breasts. "Sansa, I'll be heading north tomorrow with my private army. I'm going to try to speak with Robb. If possible, bring Arya. The Boltons have taken over the north. Unless we plan everything carefully, I fear House Stark will go extinct." "No," Sansa gasped. Joffrey smiled and kissed her lips reassuringly. He patted her belly gently. "Well, You can make sure that never happens. Besides, I'm going to the north to end the war between us. But I can only hope he'll have the patience to listen to me. Don't go near Robb, Your Grace, Sansa worriedly advised. He's known to be emotional. He may attack you on sight. Please be careful. Or perhaps I should join. Why? No, you have a higher task here. Joffrey stopped her and pulled her closer, and then on top of himself so her legs were spread around his waist. Her damp folds were shamelessly on his shaft. You are to stay healthy and ensure the proof of our love grows healthy. Sansa felt her eyes well up at such a possibility, promoting her to touch her belly. I really can, Your Grace. He chuckled and raised her a little to start pushing his half-erect cock inside. I'm the king, Sansa. I can do anything, especially for my first love. Oh, Joffrey. She lost herself in the passion of romance and threw herself down on his sizable length. Taking all of him in with a sweeping fall, she leaned down, bit his lips, and licked all over his face. I love you everywhere. You're everything. I'm forever yours. As you should. Joffrey made love to her in rhythms of savagery and romance. The right amount of pain and the right amount of warmth was what kept Sansa on her toes, and on the verge of her release. Her tall stature, however, was far more alluring as she performed various positions. He also took pride in possessing such a fine woman, bending her to his will and placing his seat inside the key to the north. With the military campaign a day away, he could only hope his actions would reap him something. Otherwise, he had to sadly consider that he was the problem, not her or Marjorie. Work, just work this time. He groaned while releasing for the nth time inside Sansa. No longer with as much fervor, she simply smiled and let him turn her tightness red. She didn't know what she exactly felt. But it felt like being the most blessed woman in the world. To be embraced so passionately by her betrothed, her king. Ah! She came again, sullying the sheets more than they were already. The night had almost passed by, but Joffrey never stopped in his sense of desperation. It was the need of the hour that both Marjorie and Sansa were with child. I hope it works this time. A campaign to inspect the Stormlands as the last living Baratheon. Such was the excuse that Joffrey gave to everyone while preparing to head out of King's Landing. As expected, other than Cersei's constant cries of worry, the rest were uncaring or agreeing with his decision. As the eldest of the last of Baratheon, if he could pull in the loyalty of the Stormlands, he knew he'd have a massive support base standing exclusively for him. However, when the time came to turn right towards Storm's End, Joffrey's entourage changed directions towards the north, taking King's Road. Passing by Harrenhal and then the Trident, he marveled at their speed. The Unsullied were absolute beasts when it came to teamwork. They were the quickest to set up tents, great at setting up security walls around him, and best at keeping him safe. Sir Arthur was always beside him as a result. Eventually, on an evening, they arrived at the Twins, the famed castles built over a river crossing. It appeared to be surrounded by drunk soldiers, some even unconscious on the ground. No doubt, it was a celebration feast going on inside. Woof! A raging wolf's bark resounded from one of the sealed cages. That must be Robb's pet. Arthur, take positions. I don't trust the phrase one bit. Surround the castle and infiltrate key positions. Be prepared to react in an instant. Stay hidden, Joffrey ordered and gazed at the main entrance. I'll go in as a king should. And so, Joffrey immediately walked towards the main entrance of the castle and gained entrance. It wasn't that hard to recognize King Joffrey with his features alone. But combined with threats, most believed him. Thereafter, he gained entry to the main hall, where the feast was ongoing. It was closed shut from the inside, so only after knocking a few times did a Frey guard respond. Closed from inside. Am I late? Bam! Sir Arthur kicked the door open once the Frey soldier peeked out. Joffrey walked inside with pride, the musicians playing the Rains of Castamere already. Indeed, he was barely on time as he noticed the shocked faces of Catelyn and Robb Stark. Am I late to the feast? He proudly questioned, ignoring the sneering expressions of the Starks. For them, he was the bane of everything, after all. Nay, Your Grace. Old Walder Frey stood up with the help of two girls. My apologies for not knowing you were visiting. What a fateful day this is to have your blessing on the day of my daughter's wedding. So much hatred. Despite his best attempts, his gaze remained focused on Catelyn Stark, who glared at him with a knife gripped in her hands. Don't jump on me, I won't save you otherwise. What a day. Just when I was looking for Robb Stark, I found him here, Joffrey replied and walked towards the heightened platform where Walder was eating. But that can wait, please. Walder acted like the usual weak underling nobles, trying to win favors. He presented a seat right beside his own. Feast with me, your grace. Joffrey nodded and sat down. Let's continue. Yes, yes, Walder nodded, gesturing to the musicians above to continue playing music. It was even more unsettling now with a half Lannister in the same room. Catelyn felt like running away, but seeing Joffrey so close, she felt like it was the best opportunity to kill him and claim revenge. The wait continued, and Joffrey found some meat on his plate that he refused to eat. He waited for the reigns of Castamere to end and the main part to begin. He kept his short sword and dagger loose, to be unsheathed at a moment's notice. Sir Arthur also stood behind him on guard, his hand on the hilt, for he could smell something amiss. Your Grace, Walder suddenly voiced and stood up. The music stopped. Ah, I suppose we have two kings under the same roof. Catelyn was already on her feet, sensing something wrong since before he arrived. Robb also rose to his feet, glaring at Joffrey with hate. I feel I'd been remiss in my duties. I've given you meat and wine and music, here it comes. Give me your blessing, 7, if you're behind all this. But, I haven't shown you the hospitality you deserve. My king, the Northern King has married, and I owe my new queen a wedding gift. Robb, Catelyn cried in panic. Within a moment, chaos ensued all across as activity started at every corner. Before one could even realize, a man took out a knife and stabbed the pregnant belly of Robb's wife, the Queen of the North. Whoosh. Robb didn't get a chance to react before the arrow came flying from the upper floors and struck him on the back, the chest, and the neck, throwing him down. The next volley of arrows hit the remaining Stark loyalists. Bam! What in the Seven's name is going on here? Joffrey bellowed at that instant, his short sword out in his grip. Dovigdor, Villabagan say Osanagan. As soon as his roaring command echoed, spears came flying out of nowhere and struck the Frey and Bolton men indiscriminately, some even hitting the last of the living Starks. Protect Robb Stark and Catelyn. Joffrey commanded and looked to his side at Walder. You fucking insect. In the name of King's justice, die. Yo. Joffrey dared not let the man speak and stabbed his sword straight through Walder's head, ripping it entirely from his torso and throwing it into the chaotic hall. It landed right beside a frightened and mind-numbed Catelyn. Clash. Joffrey still had to battle his way down as a few guards were nearby. But Sir Arthur assisted him masterfully and helped him go down without hindrance. He could see Robb was already dead since an arrow had punctured his neck. Lady Catelyn. Joffrey rushed to the only remaining Stark there. You must run. Run for the legacy of your family. I will hold them here. 7 Hell, I'm so evil at times. Joffrey couldn't help but admire his acting skills. Devastated at her son's death, Catelyn still stood there like a husk of a dead tree, lifeless and emotionless. Ha! Joffrey slapped the woman on her face. Wake up. Sansa is still alive. Arya is still alive. The Starks are not over yet. Run away, Lady Catelyn. Why? Catelyn suddenly cried at him, enraged and confused at the same time. Yes, her son was dead, but why was their greatest foe helping her? Joffrey scoffed and shielded her from the Frey men. Because I promised Sansa that I would end this foolish war and bring peace. Sansa is with my child, Lady Catelyn. Clank. Arg. Fuck. Joffrey groaned and cursed just as an arrow came and struck him on his shoulder. This was absolutely not part of the plan. End this quickly. Kill them all. Not so soon. Ha! Roose Bolton was still alive and slashed at Joffrey. But he parried and shielded Catelyn behind himself, even with an arrow sticking out of his shoulder. Don't you fucking stab me on my back. He prayed to the 7 that Catelyn wouldn't backstab him now. Clank. Get back, Lady Catelyn, this damn Bolton. My spymaster had told me, your son Rickon is their captive. Ha! You're no better. Roose vented out his anger as the plan got derailed. Yo! Thud. Sir Arthur came right then and stabbed his spear through Roose's face, creating a wide, see-through hole. Immediate death graced the last perpetrator, but it wasn't enough. Joffrey groaned at his injured shoulder and looked at Catelyn behind himself. She was still not entirely out of her daze, but she looked somewhat better after learning about her living family and son. Lady Catelyn, follow me out, he requested. Dovigdor, kill every single Frey, man or woman, child, or old. This is the price of betrayal. This is the king's justice. Let the reigns of Castamere ring through another house. Fall of the Freys, may the realm remember this. Immediately, Sir Arthur acted on orders. And with that, a bloodbath ensued. Not only were the Freys killed, but the main keep, leaving the bridge, was torched to ashes for the most part. All in the span of a single night, a new spine-chilling song was written. But for Joffrey, who protected Catelyn, a different fate awaited, one he didn't expect. As soon as he walked out of the castle, he felt his body calming down, and the true pain of the wound seeped through. Lady Ca, he couldn't even call out her name before he fell towards the Stark matriarch. But she caught onto him, albeit without realizing it. What happened after that, Joffrey had no clue. It was still the middle of the night, but he found himself inside a tent from the look of the ceiling. He could feel a warm quilt on his half-naked body, with his wound now bandaged. It still hurt, but he could manage. Clank. It was the clinking of metal that woke him up. It felt too close to his ears. Thankfully, there was plenty of light to look around, and so he did after sitting up on the bedding, left speechless. Lady Catelyn, he jumped to his feet. There was the Stark matriarch on her knees, both her hands chained down, her body completely nude except for a woolly cloak on her shoulders. She was shivering, her eyes wide open in rage, the red fiery hair sporadically hugging the sides of her face while her brows furrowed in anger. "What did they do to you?" he questioned, albeit admiring the heavenly view. Her mature curves, the long slender legs, the large bust, and the slit adorned with a faint crimson bush were a sight to behold. They, Lady Catelyn could feel his eyes gazing at her womanhood. She didn't want to, but she had to explain her situation. "They were under the impression I'm an enemy, release me this instant." Of course, Joffrey frantically looked around for the keys, but he couldn't help but steal a few gazes at the Stark matriarch. Who knew she had such wonderful fleshy curves underneath? Though he could finally acknowledge something at last. An age-old question that had troubled him after his experience with women. I'm into redheads. Chapter 9. Key to the North, the Riverlands, the Vale-eyed Joffrey eventually freed Catelyn from the restraints. But, when she attempted to stand up, she almost fell forward face first. Slowly, my lady, Joffrey hastily helped, but in doing so, he, mistakenly, stopped her fall with a palm on her womanly soft breast. It felt like warm silk, compressing against his palm. "You have a fever. Keep your hands awa." Catelyn tried to resist his mistaken touch but lost her voice midway as the fatigue and the cold finally got to her. Having been naked and on her knees for so long, her condition was unstable. Joffrey made a worried expression and suddenly yanked the furry cloak from her shoulders, leaving the Stark matriarch completely naked, her beautiful peaks and the hidden pink slit exposed, all for him to look at. But he didn't, and wrapped one arm around her shoulder and helped her to his bed. "The cloak is wet from your sweat, my lady. Please rest under the fresh quilt." He acted like a king should. Respectful, kind, and noble, hiding the true feelings deep within as a politician should. "Here, my lady." His hands slid down from Catelyn's shoulder modestly and rested on her waist before going further down and palming her well-maintained ass. However, he didn't need it, merely ushering the woman onto the bed. She was in a daze, eyes half open, and her breath ragged. Joffrey tucked her in the bed neatly, putting layers of warm quilts as it was somewhat cold in the Riverlands. Then he picked up some medicine from the side table and fed her before joining her in the bed. "Can't have only one of us without robes." He muttered and discarded his breeches as well, letting his semi-hard manhood dangle. Already naked from above except for the bandages, he quickly slid under the same quilt. The woman seemed somewhat aware and tried to look to her side. "Ned, damn it, she still hasn't forgotten that buffoon. This is going to be hard. Please be well, my lady." Joffrey maintained expressions of worry and checked her forehead for a fever. In doing so, he slid so close to her body that when he rested sideways, facing her straight body, his cock brushed against the side of her legs. "She still has a fever." Joffrey realized and decided to let the woman rest while making small talk. Of course, he didn't want to do anything to a semi-conscious woman like that. Besides, he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. That Bran the cripple could be watching right this moment. You fucking incestuous siblings, you couldn't even kill a kid. He cursed Jaime and Cersei from the bottom of his heart and eased closer to Catelyn's alluring body. He couldn't see it, but he could certainly feel it. So, he hugged her under the quilt and rested his palm on her milky soft mounds that were larger than what he had expected. He pressed one knee on her body as well, making his now fully erect cock feel the heat from her side. It all felt too alluring, and it took everything from Joffrey to keep it under control. Besides, he was still injured, and the resting tent set for him wasn't as bright as he liked it to be. I'll have to go gentle to earn your complete surrender. He thought while his palm gently cupped and fondled her breasts. He didn't pinch her scorching nipples, but he certainly needed them and felt how much she'd fill his claw. And Ned. It annoyed him to no end. Lady Catelyn, it's Joffrey. Your daughter's husband. Sansa is with my babe. Sa-nsa. Catelyn had no clue what made her moan like that in the middle, but she tried to speak. Where is my daughter? Safe and happy in King's Landing. She must have sent you letters, Lady Catelyn. They weren't lies. Joffrey fed words to her mind as it was easier to make her believe him in that state. She loves Joffrey too. Warm. Catelyn murmured and turned on the bed, away from Joffrey, onto her side. But Joffrey quickly inched forward and shoved his entire body against her marvelous rear, settling his girth between the gap of her tempting rear, while his arm hugged her waist. He breathed close to Catelyn's neck, continuing to whisper while his hand caressed upwards on her belly, eventually claiming her delicious mounds again. He could feel the texture of her skin all over her body. Not as tight and springy, but still soft and charming. As expected from a woman who had birthed 5 and yet maintained herself so finely. How she was so refined at this age eluded him. Nothing stopped him from exploring her sweltering flesh to his heart's content. With the quilt on them, he knew even Bran wouldn't be able to know what he was doing. Lady Catelyn, forgive me for this. My soldiers sleep in the open, and we can only take shelter here. Please bear with this for now. He whispered, but the words were the opposite of what he was doing to the woman 2 decades older. His cock slid between her hot, smooth thighs filled with moist heat, and his hands pinched on the lush tips. It wasn't easy to control himself from moving his hips and taking her. But he forced himself to be calm and patient, as doing anything now would ruin any possibility of mediation in the future. Having known Catelyn Stark from his memories, he knew the woman held on her high. While smart, she wasn't as intelligent as she believed herself to be. Easily swayed by emotions, he knew he had to take it easy. I'll have a few days to continue with you, my lady. Joffrey reminded himself and tried to fall asleep. He didn't let her leave his tight, naked embrace, however. It was quite enjoyable, especially on cold nights. The candles eventually burned their course and plunged the room into darkness. With medicine in her body, Catelyn's fever began to fade away during her sleep. As for Joffrey, he never released her from his clutches. Of course, he had expected drama in the morning. The chattering voices, faint distant coughs of men, and clanking swords woke Catelyn up in the morning. Soft light was entering the spacious tent and illuminating the place to a degree. Her eyes still held tears as she remembered the previous night as soon as her eyes opened. Robb, she cried and curled herself in a fetal position in bed, only to realize that something warm was against her back and comforting arms were around her bosom. Ned, still in a state of utter devastation, she turned around to look. But she froze as soon as the golden hair and the young face came into view. No, with a yell, she instinctively pushed Joffrey away from herself while retreating to the edge of the bedding with the thick quilt. She looked down at herself, completely disrobed. Immediately, she touched her womanhood to make sure nothing had occurred between them. However, Joffrey had also woken up by then and gathered his mind to react perfectly. He groaned while sitting up on the bed, patting his shoulder, which was still bandaged and hurt. The quilt was removed from his body as Catelyn had pulled it all, leaving him naked for the woman's gaze. You're awake, my lady. How dare you? Catelyn burned in fury, her sharp blue eyes wide open and displaying rageful veins. Joffrey rubbed his face with one hand and made sure his slowly hardening cock was visible to her. After having held himself back, just the sight of Catelyn's exposed shoulders and face was enough to arouse him. My lady, He tried to reply but showed a pained expression. Forgive me. This was the only warm place for a lady of your stature. You had a high fever, and so did I. I apologize, but this was the only way to stay warm and rest. Catelyn's lips shivered while her eyes trailed his length from the base to the top. Then she noticed the wound on his shoulder and remembered how he saved her from being killed, shielding her with his own body. Of course, that once again reminded her of the loss. And nothing happened. Joffrey revealed a self-deprecating smile. He knew he wasn't the best when it came to looks, but his status as king heightened any kind of action from him to a greater degree. Absolutely not, my lady. As much as I was tempted by your ageless beauty, I couldn't sully the honor of a respected lady. Ah! All of a sudden, Joffrey moved on his knees and got closer to Catelyn. Without asking, he raised his hand and touched her forehead, then the side of her face, and then her pale neck between her unkempt red hair. Catelyn was so shocked by his actions that she failed to react in time. Alongside that, Joffrey's manhood dangled between his legs at full mast, the swollen head teasing to erupt out of the folds. The girthy, hairless tool had veins bulging all over, throbbing at times, and she clearly noticed it. Thank the mother. Your fever is gone, my lady. He heaved a sigh of relief rather expressively and relaxed there, sitting back and spreading his legs wide. Forgive me for last night. My soldiers believed you were an enemy as well and treated you in ways common to their native homes across the sea. He lied through his teeth in an attempt to see what the woman was willing to believe. She was in a weak state of mind anyway, and it was essential for him to take advantage of that. Catelyn nodded silently and clenched the quilt tighter around herself. She cursed herself within as she felt her mounds and the tips tighten, while her lower lips felt warm. She tried to maintain her gaze on Joffrey's face, but only now did she notice how different he currently looked. There was almost no fat on his face. His body appeared warrior-like while still holding the charms of his youth. She noticed the difference in his eyes. Just like Robb after his first battle. That was enough to make her realize she wasn't dealing with Joffrey, the boy, but a man. I shall get you your clothes. Joffrey abruptly voiced and stood up right there, knowingly bringing his bulging shaft to Catelyn's eye level. He clearly felt excited by the little game since he felt twitches down there. Don't be afraid here, my lady. I shall protect your life and honor with my life. So I can own it. He prolonged his stay there to ensure she had a good look. It's been years since Eddard died. There has to be some fire reignited in her now. With Catelyn's gaze fixed on the junction of Joffrey's legs, a heated sexual tension lingered in the air between them as no more words were exchanged. Eventually, Catelyn looked up at Joffrey's face, which held some expressions of shame and uneasiness. What am I doing? I'm grateful, Your Grace. He simply nodded and moved away, stepping down from the bed. He could feel Catelyn's gaze fixated on his body as he slowly picked up the woman's robes. He always made sure to let out a few groans of pain whenever using the injured side of his arm, not that it was fake. Here, he eventually placed everything on the bed beside Catelyn and went on to wear his own clothes with great effort. This time, it being genuine, he found trouble tying his breeches and tunic before donning the vest and light armored pieces. I'll wait outside, my lady. Call me when you've worn your robes. He didn't wait and quickly left with his sword, maintaining the air of a righteous king and a leader. He truly wondered if he should just kill her at times, but now that he had touched the forbidden fruit, he felt it'd be a waste to not taste it first, at least before throwing it away. Chapter 10. Key to the North, the Riverlands. The Vale. Catelyn spent a reasonable amount of time alone that day. Sulking and remembering her son, taking care of the last rites. She oversaw the pyres and the burning of the bodies. It broke her thoroughly, mentally and emotionally. Despite his slow conquest of Catelyn, Joffrey was also focused on his other primary task. It wasn't a lie when he proclaimed he wished to end the pathetic, pointless war of the Five Kings. Stannis was dead, Renly was dead, and Robb was also gone to the stranger. That left only him, Joffrey Baratheon, and Balon Greyjoy. Sir Arthur, send ravens to the Vale. Inform the houses of the treachery that the Starks faced and who came to their saving. Inform them of the demise of Robb Stark and the end of the war between King Joffrey and the North. Do the same for Riverlands. As for the North, add word that Lady Catelyn lives, and the young boy, the last remaining Stark son, remains in the deceitful hold of the Boltons. Invoke honor and such horseshit in the Raven to inspire them. The unsullied commander, Sir Arthur, followed Joffrey's command like words engraved in stone. Where to proceed next, Your Grace? We continue to the north in the morning. The eventual destination is the Wall. But before that, we shall try to take back the north from the Boltons and Greyjoys. A few houses still remain loyal to the Starks. We'll bring them together and unify the land once again under my rule. Joffrey explained his plans and added another order without elaborating much. I need you to kill any Bolton you find from now on, behead them, and place their heads on pikes in Bolton's territory where the heads can be found. Start with Roose Bolton. 7 hells. That crippled Stark is going to be a pain in my ass. Joffrey cursed within as he gritted his teeth. He knew the cripple was going to realize his scheme someday and turn Sansa and Catelyn against him. Until I deal with him, I can only be discreet. Understood, Your Grace. Sir Arthur immediately left to fulfill the command and pass the orders to the captains. Here she comes. He noticed Catelyn's emergence from the tent out of the corner of his eye. Oh, how he felt like ripping those tight robes off her body and claiming her. Let's guess. First the Frey, and then Sansa. You killed all of the Frey. I'm getting better at this game. He smiled with self-praise and faced the woman. I had to. Robb was to be an uncle to my and Sansa's child. I promised Sansa I would end the war and make peace with the North. How will I face her now? Is she really with child? Your child? Catelyn asked just to be sure since everything from the previous night remained haunting. The dead faces still flashed before her eyes. Joffrey nodded firmly. She is, Lady Stark. It is the reason why I wish to end all wars and return home in peace. I wish to spend time with my child and perhaps leave behind a good legacy. There was a faint smile on Catelyn's lips when she heard that, but the darkness in her gaze never left. The trauma was too much, and her desire for vengeance fueled her. She looked at him sternly, locking eyes. Your Grace, is Rickon truly with the Boltons? He is, or so I was informed by the informant living inside Dreadfort. But I do fear what they do now when Roose Bolton lies dead, his schemes uncovered. Your house has been betrayed at levels you can't imagine, my lady. The schemes of Petyr Baelish, Freys, Boltons, Greyjoys, a drop of tears slid down Catelyn's eyes right then. Joffrey noticed and promptly stepped closer to her. Being a little taller than her, he easily wiped the tears off her cheeks with his caressing fingers. But he maintained the palm on her shoulder. Catelyn seemed to not mind. It's as if my family has been cursed by the gods. First Ned, then Bran, and now Robb. Should I do it? He went ahead anyway and pulled the sobbing woman into a warm embrace against his chainmail armor-clad chest. He wrapped his arms around her shoulder and pressed her bosom on himself. His one hand eventually dug into her red hair, giving comfort. I can understand the loss, my lady. My father died before my eyes, and then I lost Lord Stark to my mother's schemes. I have been nothing but a puppet all this time. I've failed this realm as the king. Did I go too far? He could feel his own heart pounding harshly, wondering how the Stark matriarch would react now. He hoped she'd buy the whole Cersei killing Eddard story. I always told Ned to stay away from the south. She sobbed against his shoulder, finding rare comfort in the most unlikely person. Cersei is vile. I have witnessed it myself. That is why I sold all I had to obtain this army of loyal Unsullied from Essos. Joffrey continued to caress the back of her head while the other arm moved down to her waist and intimately hugged her. She was wonderfully curvy, and he could feel his loins acting up. I refuse to sit and watch this realm burn anymore. I refuse to be anyone's pawn. Catelyn suddenly looked up, their faces so close. Her cheeks held a faint blush when she felt his warm breath touch her. Ah! Her body reacted on its own, and she stepped away from Joffrey. But she returned to what she was saying. You have changed, Your Grace, quite a lot. Almost dying in a battle does that to you, my lady, he replied. Catelyn agreed, having seen it firsthand. As a Stark, I hold no gold or treasure, so I can't ask you for anything. But as a mother, I request you, no, beg you to help me save my only son. He's all I have, Your Grace. He's the last Stark son the North has. Joffrey's brows furrowed right then, and he folded his arms. He looked down at his own feet, acting as if in deep thought. I don't know. I'm not prepared for a prolonged war campaign. I have found and saved Arya. She must be on her way to King's Landing to meet Sansa as we speak. Why don't you join me at King's Landing, my lady? I'll plan a whole campaign against the Boltons there, even if I need to take a loan. No, Catelyn panicked. She stepped closer to Joffrey and grabbed his crossed arms. Your Grace, that would be too late. The Boltons will kill my son. I beg you to help, please. I'll do anything to repay you. Joffrey hid his smile. A fake look of worry masked his face. His gaze was locked with her at first, but finding her standing so close, he couldn't help but look at her sizable globes and the valley between them, visible through the wide neck of her dress. Yes, this was what he wanted, in a way. Catelyn gulped, noticing where he was looking. Despite her age, she was well aware of her looks and allure. This wasn't the first man to look at her in that way, but this time, it was different. Anything, Your Grace, just help me save my son. I'll give you anything. A long moment of silence lingered. Joffrey kept staring at her beautiful cleavage, so lush and spotless from above. But then he glanced up and noticed her pitiful face. The horrified brows, the helpless eyes. Sadly, I want more than just your flesh, your mind too. If I was Joffrey of the Old, I would have agreed to what you offer in a heartbeat, my lady. I'm sure any man would be tempted. He spoke about her offer openly, making the woman feel ashamed. But I'm a king above all. My duty is to the realm, and I cannot die from needless risks. Catelyn was on the brink of collapsing into utter hopelessness. We'll need to do a lot of planning before we make a move, he added, igniting a ray of hope in Catelyn's heart. We'll need to visit a few houses and gather allies. The pain of losing Robb had reduced a slight bit with this new hope. It was evident by the changes in her face and demeanor. She gripped his arm forcefully. The Mormonts, Glover, Umber, Reed, and maybe even Karstarks will surely listen to us and consider an alliance. With the army of Your Grace, they will be tempted to support us. Joffrey smiled like a handsome devil. I hope so, my lady. Thank you, she added with a slight change in her tone. Why, you're not like your mother or grandfather. Worse perhaps, but in a good way. Joffrey visibly sneered. I bring my father's warhammer everywhere I go, my lady. I am a Baratheon, not a Lannister. It was then she noticed his blue eyes. To her best recollection, she didn't remember them to be that color. You have Robert's eyes. Thank the Sevens. I hope I possess the same strength. He responded and quipped, except for all the drinking and fornication. She smiled wider this time, striving to become a perfect man. I can see why Sansa is enamored by you. And I can see how she turned out so beautiful, he complimented her back. Oh, only if you were younger. Awkwardness arose between them once again. Catelyn chose to timidly step back. I shall retreat and send ravens to the houses still loyal to Starks. I'll prepare my soldiers, he replied and silently watched Catelyn leave. Her dress was a long, fitted gown that curved around her waist and spread around her seductive hips. He watched her sway even in those multiple layers of clothing. A great start indeed. He felt he had earned a small victory. Night had fallen, but the camp was still very much active. Small bonfires were lit in places as the Unsullied prepared to start moving in the morning. Since the north was going to be much colder, they chose to take whatever was left in the twins to make clothes for themselves. Joffrey held a meeting with Sir Arthur and the captains, planning how to proceed and what to expect from the terrain ahead. Since he had the memories and understanding of the future and had traveled the road with his father before, he knew a few things. House Reed is completely loyal to the Starks, so we don't need to waste time on them. What matters is that we take back Winterfell. On our path, we'll meet with the remaining members of House Dustin, as the rest perished in the wedding. But they might switch to the Boltons if left alone. Joffrey gave a little crash course to his leading men. We'll take them under my banner and move on to House Manderley. They're wealthy and strong, and they suffered losses at the hands of the Boltons and Frey at the wedding too. Lord Manderley lost his second son, and I'll gift him the sweet nectar of revenge. With Moat Cailin already liberated by Robb, Torrens Square and Deepwood Moat were the only remaining strongholds of the Ironborn in the north. Once we take back Winterfell, We'll send a small group to Deepwood Moat to help House Glover defeat the Ironborn occupation. With that, the North will be free, and only the Boltons shall remain as our enemy. Let's not forget the Botlons have already been weakened by our counter at the wedding. Joffrey stood up after giving his final words. My brothers, start preparing the siege engines and the exploding scorpions. The 7 kingdoms are to witness the greatness of the Golden Legion. Sir Arthur looked left and right at the Unsullied at that, Golden. But we only wear black, your grace. Joffrey chuckled and started to leave. Where the Boltons fall, our rise begins. Make sure to clean that wretched castle from top to bottom. The blacksmiths and goldsmiths of King's Landing will be very busy soon. With that, Joffrey arrived at his resting tent, the only standing structure in that whole camp of soldiers. And here begins my secret battle. He walked in through the heavy piece of cloth hanging as a cover on the entrance. It was very dim inside, the candles halfway burnt already. On the bedding, he noticed a figure sleeping under the quilt, her back towards him. Her red, long hair was untied and sprawled on the pillow. Her tender curves were visible even then, notably her hips. Oh, Sansa. Why is your mother so stubborn? He sighed and walked to the edge of the bedding before sitting down. He took off his vest, then the tunic, and began changing the bandages on his shoulder on his own. It was really painful. Fucking Boltons. Technically, it was high treason. Accordingly, he had every right to end Frey and Bolton houses to the last person holding that last name. And it was precisely what he was aiming to do. He poured the medicine on his wound again and tied it back while keeping a piece of cloth between his clenched teeth. He knew Catelyn had woken up by then, as he wasn't that silent. Eventually, he finished up and stood up to discard the rest of his clothes, mainly the breeches and the lower small clothes. Once again, completely naked, he slid into the bed under the quilt. But this time, he maintained some space and tried to sleep. The weight was annoying and tiring as he tried to appear asleep. But once he had enough, he moved under the quilt, making it rustle. With a swift turn, he again planted his front on Catelyn's clothed back. He mumbled to appear as if he was sleep-talking. Sansa. Following that, he hugged her body with his arm and planted it right below her. Magnificent swells. It was a tight hug, squeezing her body so hard that his slowly rising cock probed her ass. There was no doubt she felt him despite the clothing, but what mattered most was that Catelyn didn't protest. She didn't try to move away or remove his hand. She was awake, her heart thumping like a sprinting horse, but she remained steady in that position. Victory at last. Joffrey hadn't planned to do more than that for the night. So he shut his eyes and went to sleep.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.